But I think I need to send our new link to the... All right, there's that. I've got to grab our link. Grab that link. There we go, and share it here. I fucking hate this. I hate that this keeps happening. Let me pin this link. There we go. All right, so now let me replace the thumbnail. That's what I gotta do. So frustrating. We're just about to get going, right? I love, now I'm gonna have two different streams, and the one that's actually got the, I don't know, maybe I should call the first one like history of Lebanon, Israeli conflict or something like that. I don't know, chat. This is very, very frustrating. Huh? That is not right. Why does it say that? Oh my god, does it still say editing? This is still the... Update all. Come on. So frustrating. There was a... So Throne Dono that came through. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got that. Why? What? Oh my god. What? Okay. No, wait. Oh my god. Why? Why? Oh my god, I'm doing the Joe Biden. I'm doing the Joe Biden. I'm doing the why. In before I start calling people dog-faced pony soldier. All right, let's... I think we're good again. Sorry about that, chat. I am back. I gotta figure out a different way to do this. You know, the one thing that would really make this all work? So I've noticed that the stream going down on YouTube and not reconnecting is a facet of me scheduling an event on my restreaming software, which means that it schedules it so that YouTube says, like, lets you know ahead of time. Like YouTube is like, hey, the stream is coming up at such and such a time, right? And you can hit a button to get a notification, or you can just click on the stream and kind of stay on it until it starts, right? So that's convenient, and I like to do that. However, doing that apparently subjects me to losing the stream like that. The other possibility is if I really, really, really worked hard to get everybody on the Discord and sent out notifications through Discord. That is the only other option I can imagine. And that's hard. That's hard, right? But I know that communities that do that, right? If the notification goes out through Discord, and then that probably it even works for people to get them the notification on YouTube, because, like, right, imagine this, right? I start streaming, or maybe I even send a notification out on Discord ahead of time. Still have to post the link. I still can't post the link until the stream starts. That's kind of challenging. But if I put out like an alert on Discord and everybody came from Discord, right, and we had like 50 people in chat like right away, then YouTube would probably do a better job of notifying other people that the stream was going on. Because as is, like, YouTube kind of disrespects you if you start a stream just all of a sudden, right? YouTube wants me to put the stream up ahead of time, and that like 24 hours or more ahead of time, and then what it does is it sends it to certain people see it and like, ooh, that's gonna come up, that's gonna be tomorrow, you know, check in, use your, like, you know, click the bell for notifications or whatever, right? Some people do it, and then an hour before the stream starts, YouTube starts really promoting it, and then 30 minutes before the stream starts, YouTube starts promoting it even heavier. And that's the meta, right? So if you don't have that promotion from 1 hour, from 24 hours, from 1 hour, and then from 30 minutes before, you're like losing out on some views. And the only other thing, like, oh my God, we're just going to steal everything from Sunday. In spite of the fact that Sunday is an absolute rapscallion, right? An absolute rapscallion and a knave. He's doing things right when it comes to his Discord. He's doing things right when it comes to his Dono goal. And you know, maybe he's doing things right in terms of promoting knowledge of theory and general you know, reading of materials, right? Which I don't see in a lot of other streams. I don't know. We could just steal all that from Sunday. It could be a better version. We could come up with some other term from the neo-reactionary movement for our... Do you know that's literally where they got the term cathedral? It's like a Curtis Yarvin thing. It's a Curtis... Not that Sunday's, you know, supporting that stuff. I think it's, you know, kind of making... Like, right, the cathedral's like the bad guys in Curtis Yarvin's... In Curtis Yarvin thought. Anyway, chat, apologies. I hate when the stream does this. I hate when it gets bisected like a worm into two different streams. It should be cool. It should be better. It'd be like, oh, you're just putting out twice the content now. That's really good. No, that's not how YouTube sees it. That's not... Mossad took down the stream. Nice. It was dark and scary. It was. WhatIfAltHist on the Dono. Gotcha, Aglath. So WhatIfAltHist doing pretty well today. Actually, 45%. It's got the most... Oh my God. I gotta check back and see what the vote was at. Let me grab that vote before it disappears. Jill Stein was in the lead. Oh my God, can I please copy this? Yeah, there we go. We're just gonna steal everything from Sunday. Is that okay? Sunday steals from me, so I don't feel too bad about it. Sunday's a rapscallion, a knave, and dare I say a thief. He's also a snake. There's one thing that can take down a snake, it's a weasel. Or more specifically a mongoose. So we'll have to call goddammit Malcolm. Do you think goddammit Malcolm could be Sunday's kryptonite? Maybe so. Anyway, we're up to 87% on the Dono goal. If we hit this before I get into this, I'm totally willing to do WhatIfAltHist first, and that would probably make some people... Or I actually don't know. Will it be WhatIfAltHist? Jill Stein's behind by 10 on the Dono. Oh, yeah. Wait, wow. WhatIfAltHist is ahead right now by 1 point.
Sanchi super chatted $10. Get your new Strawam with a new Dono. Legal Eagle.
Legal Eagle coming from behind with an extra... Oh my gosh. Wait, Legal Eagle's got more juice behind it than Jill Stein now. What is Legal Eagle at? Where's Legal 22% plus... Okay, so it's still behind WhatIfAltHist, I think. Wait, is it? 45 plus 30 is 75 versus 22 plus 37 is 59. Yeah. But Jill Stein is just 1 point behind. So we're at 97% of the Dono goal. So we might actually get to whatever the Dono goal is, but prior to... I don't know. Is this a good idea? I've got to change things around because I do hate the fact that people are... we've got almost our... Oh, no, we don't. Oh my God, chat. We lost like half of our viewers. We lost half of our viewers. How the fuck did that happen? That is such dog shit. You got the second notification right away. That's good. Simone Pierre says, offer for free pro technical assistance still up. I might have to take you up on that, Simone. Also, Davy Clip, thank you for the $5 to alt history. That we hit the Dono goal, right? So the Dono's definitely happening. And alt hist is definitely ahead. You know, Destiny's kind of on this, like, alt hist for a while was the province of knaves and rapscallions, not of the Sunday variety, but of the what if alt hist variety, and of the what if the Nazis had won the war variety, and what if the Confederacy had won the Civil War variety, right? That was what you got from alt hist, right? So it's very conservative coded, despite just being, you know, like, alt history is not necessarily that way. It's just like, it's almost like historical fiction, right? If you think about just what it is at its basis. But as far as who's doing it on YouTube, it was right wingers. It was far right weirdos. Izzy Sanchez with
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. Legal Eagle.
Legal Eagle it is, and that's up to 42%. So it's like 64% with both combined. I'm just really frustrated by the fact that we lost like over half of our viewership. I don't know, like, what people are thinking. Do they think that because, like, okay, oh my god, this is what worries me about it, chat. What if people think that I'm actually a super meanie butt? What if people think that I'm a horrible person?
Over on patreon.com/casual.
Excuse me there. What if people think I'm a horrible person and they think that I am like taking the money and run? Because, like, do you know what I mean? If you're watching me and then the stream goes down and it ends early, do you know that that's because of technical difficulties? Or can you imagine that if you were somebody who's like, yeah, give me money, we'll watch this awesome bonus content. Also, here's the content which we're about to get to, and then you get cut off before you see that? That's bad. That is bad. That is really fucking bad, right? And I don't know how to reach out to people that, like, when the stream drops, the people that were watching, and be like, no, it's not like that. Here's the link right here, right? I can put the link in chat, but if they don't see it, or they like leave and they watch something, I don't know. I mean, hopefully they see the stream, like, hopefully at some point they're scrolling through their YouTube and they see the stream and they're like, oh, there it is. Oh, I was wondering where that went. I just don't want people to think that I am taking the money and running, because that's what worries me. That's what that looks like, right? That's scummy behavior. Then they're like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I guess Sunday's a scumbag, but so is Irene. They're all scumbags, all YouTubers, all streamers. They're terrible. Terrible people. It's more than just like it is also annoying that, like, I want the numbers to be high. I need the numbers to be high. But what really worries me is beyond the numbers being lower, like number go down, right, which is bad, is like trust go down. Sag. Super Sag. I don't want trust to go down. I don't want people to... Can you imagine if somebody donated and then they're like, oh, she just like took the money and ran? What a bitch. What a horrible person. You thought this was the dirtbag level? Well, anyway, I better get into what if alt... Well, wait. Before I even say that, like, I'm assuming. Let me actually add this up. 50%. What if alt hist is at 50% plus. Have I missed anybody's dono? Have I not counted anybody's dono? I think what if alt hist is winning. I'm pretty sure. 30% plus 50% is 80. 39% plus 35% is, oh my god, I'm gonna have to put this down. Plus 39, no, not 29, 39. 39. And what if alt hist is plus, what, 30%? 30%, yeah. Plus 30%. Legal Eagle is plus 22%. Okay, so let's do these out. 64, 70, 74, and 80. So yeah, what if alt hist is ahead? The Grillian Sicilian is winning so far. I do have to do the speak now or forever hold your peace, right? Right now, Grillian Sicilian, WhatIfAltHist is ahead by $6, right? Legal Eagle, so Jill Stein is behind by $6. Legal Eagle is behind by 16. Walter Matheson is like way back there. So I haven't even added up. I mean, I'll put this on here anyway, right? Just to be complete. Oh my God, only had 9%? Seriously? Wow. 0 plus 9. Wow. Okay. So yeah, again, it was not worth doing that math, was it? The moon is a gorgeous orange pink color tonight. Is it a super moon? Is it a special moon? Is it an extra moon? I fucking hate that we lost like half of our viewership, chat. And I hate even more that some of them are thinking she took the money and she ran. She ripped us off. She's just like Sunday. She's a snake. All of those streamers, they're bad people, right? Vosh, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, Keffels. Look at that. I'm in like the company of just absolute rapscallions and knaves, right? I have trouble thinking of a streamer who's a good person. It's a harvest moon. Oh, it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is not good. Snake Reen. It's going back up slowly. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. If you could, it would mean a lot to me. Also, it means that my fucking... Now that... Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, let's see. So the tweet is actually popped off a little bit, but it doesn't have the... It doesn't have the accurate... Like there's now the tweet's getting likes, but it doesn't have... Oh my God. Serial Experiments, Leah. Lexical. Thank you. Oh my God, it says that the Weasel posting is probable spam? I don't think so. All right. Stream went down. New link. Pyong. All right. So yeah, chat, we've got the Grillin Sicilian winning by 6. This is time for put up or shut up. If anybody wants something else to come out of the content vending machine, other than more WhatIfAltHist, this is the time to super chat, to gift memberships, to sign up for Patreon or contribute to the throne, or to get yourself a sub on Twitch, whether it's for free with a Twitch Prime sub, whether it's a discounted one, which you can get yourself for, I think it's like less than $4 now. I don't know, it's something like that, right? They're cheaper during the month of September only, or gifting subs to other people that are in need of getting out of the top of the hour ad break. Any of that will allow you to put your money where your mouth is. That is probably the only thing that could change the fate of stream. Legal Eagle, what the fuck? Wow, out of nowhere.
Super chat.
Out of nowhere.
Legal Eagle.
Legal Eagle takes the lead. Legal Eagle takes the motherfucking lead. You are not a good person, Shakespeare? Well, I'm not a good person either, apparently. I'm the worst, right?
Davy Cliff.
Yo!
$19.99.
We have a bit of a battle. We have a bit of a super chat battle. WhatIfAltHist just got 20 points. added to it, putting it over 100. Wow. It's volatile. This is getting nasty. We need an auctioneer voice. I can't do the auctioneer thing. I can't even think of how it works. How does the word, we need to have a good highlight. Alt-hist is too depressing. It is something for sure. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, it's now, wait, so Legal Eagle is behind by 16. Mediasan is behind by 26. Walter Matheson is way the fuck back there. WhatIfAltHist somehow leaving them all in the dust. Because people really want to see Rudyard. Yeah, I know. Like, is that what that comes from? The auctioneer is like the one that's like going once, going twice, going 3 times to the lady in the pink top. I don't know. I'd be wearing a pink top if I was in an auction. His rambling is the funniest thing in the world. It's the World War III in the super chats. It's a little scary, yeah. Yo!
The Green super chatted $14.71.
I'll round it out to 15. The Lawburb gets 15 extra. That puts the Lawburb at... Oh my god, seriously? At 99? It is very close. It is very close. And we do have, like, yeah, a legitimate, like, a fight on the hands. Add 15 here to just make sure that this math seems like it adds up. 77 plus 22 is indeed 99. In this corner, we have the Lawburb. Yes, we do. I love democracy. Yeah, democracy, right? I mean, there was democracy down here, right? It's based on democracy, but then when the donor class gets involved, it's just like it's a freaking auction. We're gonna make Sunday jealous. Chat, what happens if Sunday gets jealous? What happens if Sunday is like actually starts to think that my system is better than his, right? Remember what Sundays is? We have an example of it down here, right? So it would be that, like, we start off, I'm doing like theory, right? Boring theory, and then I'm holding you hostage to pay for the drama weasel. But then if somebody really likes theory, they can donate, or a bunch of people can donate, and if they hit the theory thing first, then drama weasel goes back down to 50. Or news capybara. Say I'm doing news. Say I'm doing Trump tent. Say we're covering JD Vance or Tim Waltz or Kamala Harris, which we do. There's some stuff for that we need to do, right? That, like, it's like, the reason I don't do this is it feels like it's a little bit more extortative, but at the same time, I don't know, maybe there's something to be said in giving the people what they want. Yo, Legal Eagle just got... Oh my gosh, wait a minute, how does that work? It's $2, which is like 140, like, it's tied? It's tied. I'm the NCC chat equivalent of the Koch brothers? No, because one of the Koch brothers is dead. Same thing with the Adelson, like, right? The Sheldon is dead, and Miriam is still kicking. Last bite of cabbage stir fry. It's 148. Yeah. Like, I rounded the last one for Legal Eagle up, so it does kind of work out if I technically Legal Eagle has a few more cents. I don't know. I rounded the last one up, right? Because it was like 1470, right? So I gave it 30 extra cents, and then, oh yeah, there's like 10 extra cents. It's Legal Eagle Burb. Rudyard, no! Rudyard, Burb. Okay, chat, I'm not trying to make a bidding war, but that's what's happening.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Rudyard.
Rudyard's starting to pull away again. Greenest, just as the burb came into like the.
Narwhal underscore by super chat.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Miking.
Okay, so Legal Eagle gets 1. We add the 1 there. I gotta keep track of this. And then there's 2. Izzy Sanchez also says Legal Eagle. That goes up to 103. But I haven't counted the Rudyard stuff yet. And the Rudyard stuff is... is 97. It's up to 97. And then this goes to 120. Okay, so the... Wait, no, I did it wrong! Z, no! I did it backwards. This was 77. God damn it. That goes up to 103, and that goes up to 91, which makes it 121. Is that right? Oh my god, chat. And I'm failing with math, but I don't think that I got it backwards or anything. I think I got the right one in front. So yeah, it's WhatIfAltHist. And then, okay, so this time, Lady Badash, I'm going to round yours up, since last time I rounded it down to make it 105. Put this up to 79. This would be the weirdest time to come into the stream. Maths is hard. Math, yeah, yes, they are. All of the maths. Math is better than maths. No, YouTube, I will not insert an ad. Wow, YouTube is like the devil over my shoulder. Right, YouTube is like, be a scumbag. Maybe YouTube thinks I'm a scumbag and they're trying to like reward me. They're like, yes, put an ad. Put an ad right here. I'm like, no. No, YouTube. No, I am not going to become corrupted by the platform, by the perverse incentives. Well, yeah, right now, there's not, the maths are not... Right, it's WhatIfAltHist kind of pulling away. Maths are stronger than maths. A weird time to drop in, says Irene. Why am I talking to myself? It is a super weird time to drop in. You're joking? Oh, I was, yeah. I assumed. Unless we got an influx of Destiny people, which is possible, I guess, but do we have Destiny? I feel like we have a Destiny hashtag. I'm abusing that Destiny. I just feel like the Destiny people, they might want to come here for this too. And if they do, we'll deal with them, I guess. They just have to be nice, right? They need to not do weird stuff, is all. That's my name. That's my name. That's my name. Now we're going to have to get into a bidding war over whose name is really Irene. No, I believe you because I support the weird world theory, right? So 2 possibilities. Either A, the person named Irene who came in the chat right when I said it's a weird time to come in the chat, come into the stream, either that person like is somebody that just made an alt and named it Irene, in which case they'd probably have like my picture on it or something like that to troll me. Or this person's name is Irene. They've had their account for years and years, and they literally did just happen to come here. And which of these supports the weird world hypothesis? The second option, right? The second option is the one that is more likely. No, wait a minute. Irene has 7 subscribers. This cannot be just a new account. You've got 7 subscribers, Irene, which means that you're like legit, possibly even more legit than me. Yeah, look, Metroid. Is that a Metroid icon? No way. Your shit is no. There's no way. There's no way. This is Irene's real. Irene's legit. Possibly more legit than me. You called that. Yeah. Well, this is the weird world theory. All right. So speaking of the weird world theory, not so weird is the fact that WhatIfAltHist is ahead by 16 points. I'm going to do the thing where I say speak now or forever hold your peace, because we've got to get yeah, I think you're right, Rob Ford. I think option 2 is correct. Irene, better than NCC? You want me to change my branding? A troll wouldn't be able to wait for such a coincidental opportunity? True. I don't think Irene is a troll. I think Irene's legit. Irene is possibly the most legit chatter in all of chat right now. Okay, so I'm going to say it. All right, I'm going to do the going once, you know, so get ready. If anybody wants it to be Legal Eagle, which is 16 points behind, or they want it to be Jill Stein, which is like, oh my gosh, like 50? No, it's 46, 47 points behind. Then, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace, and we'll do, like, it looks like we're going to WhatIfAltHist, unless we have objections. Monetary objections. God damn it. See, YouTube makes me feel like a scumbag. I could be Queen Irene. Is there one? Not Rudyard, Izzy Sanchez. He always destroys my brain. Yeah, and this time he's talking about conservatives. He's talking about right-wingers. As in mine pronounced Irene. Yeah, I have heard that pronunciation. Irene. Oh, I'm putting too much French, right? This is not French, this is Spanish. I can't pronounce Spanish stuff because French ruined my pronunciation for Spanish. French and Spanish, they're too similar, and because of that, I always pronounce Spanish words in a French accent, and I can't seem to shake it either. Irene. Am I doing it? Is that how you pronounce it? Is it Irene? And sold to, yeah, going once, going twice, going 3 times. It is WhatIfAltHist. Okay, so we're going to do this first. WhatIfAltHist, and then we're going to do Tyler and Lonerbox. I will figure out something to do. Also, check out Things I Care About. If you care about things like the origins of the Israel-Palestine conflict, the Vietnam War, the Korean War. I feel like there's a lot of Americans that do not understand what the Korean War actually was. There's a lot of bad assumptions made about it. Things I Care About does these videos, and they're like with little like they like, you know, if you like the little dudes, like look okay, that's a weird picture to that's a weird picture to comment on. I mean, this is the story of Israel and Palestine, so it is a but yeah, that with the weird little drawings, right? If you like weird little drawings teaching you history, then subscribe to Things I Care About. Let's find Rudyard the Grillion Sicilian. What if alt is the right? And I think we're gonna watch this. Anthropology of the Right. Let me guess, is it 55 minutes? Oh my gosh, 50 minutes.
The last video I wrote was the anthropology.
Oh my god, green, gay, red tankies, yellow French bank accounts. What the fuck? Irene? Like French Irene? Irene? But Irene. Am I doing it right? Irene? But like the R, I was pronouncing the R in a French way, and I know that the R in Spanish is different. Let's do the WhatIfAltHist
Of the left, and this is the second video in a two-part series. This video took a lot of time for me to think over how to write it. The anthropology of the left was pretty easy to structure in a manner pretty similar to how I wrote the communism or Christianity videos, which I based off how I write civilization videos. In that, there's this coherent society, which started out under certain incentive structures with certain groups of people. They in turn operate under certain logical principles which you can study, all of which inevitably results in the strengths or weaknesses, which then in turn predict what the future or natural endpoint of its logic is. I've done this for like 20 different
This guy,
videos, so
I
it's a
swear to
thing
God.
I know how to do pretty easily. I normally don't show people how I make the sausage for these videos, mostly because it's pretty boring and your role here is to enjoy yourselves and learn stuff.
Oh my
not
God,
feed
what am I
ego.
looking at?
However,
No,
in
no,
the
no, no,
process
no.
of figuring out how
Oh
to
my
write
God.
this video, it actually
Also, chat, what is this software? Is this Movie Maker? Does he make his fucking shit on Movie Maker? What is this software? Can somebody tell me? That's his script. He uses Mac. Yeah, it's some kind of Mac thing. Is it Movie Maker or what's the other Mac thing? The dude is always peak. I play HOI Hearts of Iron 4, so I know how things work. Vibes, yeah. This is definitely on a Mac, right? Am I right about that? I don't know if I don't see the little Christmas colored, like, you know, buttons.
And your role here is to enjoy yourselves and learn stuff, not feed my ego. However, in a process of figuring out how to write this video,
Anybody know what this thing is? It looks like Movie Maker with a light color scheme. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Are you serious? This guy's bad. This guy's bad news. Okay, look. I will allow for light color schemes in certain circumstances, right? If you're doing videos and you want to use Twitter and for some reason the light colored Twitter shows up better, then go ahead. Go ahead, right? That's just your artistic choice. All right? But you can't use light color scheme for Twitch. That's not allowed. And I don't think you can use it for YouTube either. Can you? Light color scheme. It's pretty much out. It's outdated. You can't do it. That's bad. It's Premiere Elements. Wait, Premiere Elements as in Premiere Pro? Like what's it called? The thing that makes Photoshop? Adobe? Is it Adobe? Movie Maker at home? It's worse than Movie Maker? This guy puts like no effort. Like WhatIfAltHist, I was saying this the other night, puts like no effort. Rod Richard always likes to feed his ego. I thought you were gonna say my ego.
it actually
He's so easy to
informs the
dunk on.
entire way I thought about the entire topic. The longer I spent trying to think about how to write about explaining the right, the more it actually changed how I thought about the right as a completely different organism. One of the most important points of the last video is something that Thomas Sowell said, that the left is a single coherent thing. It's an ideology which believes that humans are blank slates, that it's the duty of the society to socially engineer, to push towards utopia, that human societies are like machines, which if engineered correctly can reach utopia, and society should be structured off equality, secularism, and the simplification of ethnic, sexual, family, religious, and other collective ties. This is the underlying mission that all leftists stretching back to the French Revolution, the Russian or Chinese civil wars, leading to modern Antifa or the Democratic Party would agree with.
What? Leading to modern Antifa. That's a weird way to pronounce it. It's Antifa. Haven't you heard Trump say it?
A shared vision of the future.
It's Antifa. Antifa.
Those who accept that future are leftists, and those who reject it are conservatives. What does that make conservatives? The conservatives are whoever's against the left. This includes a wide variety of people, whether the Taliban, neocons, boomer cons, Nazis, libertarians, religious fundamentalists, or a dozen other groups. It's the whole issue I've brought up in several videos that almost everyone before the Industrial Revolution is in the authoritarian right corner of the political compass, but it's just insane to put the Roman, Chinese, or Islamic empires alongside 18th century France or India in the same political bracket. 99% of generations over history were people who we would call far-right fanatics today. Once you look deeper, you find these groups share very little in common except a shared enemy, that being the left. Through this shared enemy, all conservatives end up with the position that we should maintain more of the pre-industrial culture. How do you tell the story of those groups? How do you possibly explain it? As a conservative myself, this forced me to do a degree of introspection. Who am I? I decided to tell the conservative story as a series of independent stories of the different factions inside the right, which all have different start points. I invented names for these groups, which really aren't meant to be perfect except at conveying some underlying group. There are 4 factions of these which we will go through in this video. The story of the last 200 years has been as the world has industrialized and man has achieved godlike powers, the greatest question of our time is how much to rely on said godlike powers and how much to rely on the pre-industrial traditions. Let's not pretend that the answer to this question was obvious until recently, or even now. The Industrial Revolution has changed so much that it's not clear what rules to keep or what to throw away. I have my own conclusions, in which I'm not sure they're correct, but I came to these conclusions after reading hundreds of books on human nature and history, which I can't expect other people to do. To play the devil's advocate for the left, it makes sense to throw
Antifa.
away some industrial things like foot binding, female genital mutilation, slavery, serfdom, amongst others, but there is a line where you're crazy. It's a battle that's been going on for over 200 years, fought on nearly every continent between the followers of the machine and those who chose to stand against it. Whether in revolutionary France, World War II, Tsarist Russia.
Wait, those who chose to stand against it? Look, the way that I would grok that normally would be like those who the machine is the right? And really, when we're talking about the right and left, right, it goes back to the French Revolution. Anything before that, placing that on right or left spectrum doesn't really make sense, right? That's when right and left, the modern conception, starts to make sense in the French Revolution. But I suspect that Mr. Rudyard is looking at the Romanovs as those who fought against the machine. Imagine that shit. Imagine that shit, if you will. Wow.
Cold War or in Africa. Here we go. What is the story of those who fought against the machine? In many places, a seemingly hopeless battle against the irrepressible God.
It's so backwards. It's so backwards. The machine that he's talking about is like... reality. History. Humanity learning something. That's what he means. That's the machine, according to him. So, like, fighting against the machine in a certain time, like, would mean, like, putting those damn witches to death. You know, testing them out to see if they're witches, see if they float or not. And if they are, you know what to do. Ah, god damn.
Of progress. What kind of men were driven to that kind of madness, to say no to history?
Check it out. Let's see if I can do it. WhatIfAltHist? 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 I can't do metal.
Our nation
I can't do metal.
If not the biggest issue now, is our crippling debt. And going forward, for the right, I think we need to establish a policy of limiting debt so we don't end up in the current situation we're in.
Is this going to be yes. This is product placement.
No one better than PDS debt.
No.
To you.
Latin America is one of the
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Oh my
study
god.
that I wish other people would study more. In fact,
I can't. I was trying to do like a Lemmy. It's like Motorhead.
History and anthropology was, why is Mexico poor and America rich? The vision of the world our society has requires a tremendous amount of cherry picking, ignoring almost all of human history except some Western intellectuals we like since the Renaissance or certain ancient Greeks and Romans. What that means is that our society ignores what the human condition looks like for almost all people over history. I like to say that anthropology textbooks act like everyone is an educated, secular Anglo yuppie living in a suburb of Boston. I'm an Anglo from Pennsylvania, and I still feel like modern anthropology or sociology doesn't understand me at all. One of the anthropology rules I have is that if your theory of human nature can't explain India or Africa first, not focusing on the bizarre aberration that is the West as your main mental model, then you've completely failed. That interesting digression aside, the reason I like reading about Latin America is that it offers its own vision of human nature and the world, one that our society doesn't want to look at. What the history of Latin America was is that a small group of virile Iberians conquered the region, and in all but a few countries, about a dozen families descended from the original conquistadors own most of the land and property. Latin America is not a story of the glory of human nature or progress. Many revolutions have come and gone, but even those who work just make the dictators into a new nobility, and the communists treat the common people even worse than the old nobility did. Latin America is the story of entrenched corruption staying forever, with no hope for end. The great irony is that this story is much more applicable to most of the human race than the West's story of progress and dominance. In most societies in history, there's a nobility that runs everything. They keep the peasants and merchant classes down while they ally with the church to exploit the peasants. The reason I call this the Peruvian right is that Peru is a very prime example of this, where the conquistadors allied with the church to keep down the local Andean population, pushing for social conservatism at all times. I know that in most cases this system is less bad than it sounds, where lots of people have lived prosperous or happy lives inside feudal autocracies, but the reason the West rose to complete global dominance was that it broke out of the twin tyrannies of the lord and priest to create science, capitalism, and freedom. Western conservatives are so embroiled in the context they exist in that when they hear about conservatives in Peru, Burma, or Pakistan, they think that they're somewhat alike. The irony is that conservatives in most of the world don't stand for the high principles American conservatives talk about, like freedom, capitalism, or honor. Instead, they just want to stay in charge as a nobility. The political divide that exists in most historic societies is that between more socially liberal landowners and messianic populist religious fundamentalists. Of course, history is complicated and this is a ridiculous oversimplification, but that's the breakdown you see inside societies the most often. The Taipings versus the Manchus, the church versus state in medieval Europe, the Sunni versus Shia in the Abbasid Caliphate, Protestants versus Catholics, even really the right versus the left today, or being rural land-owning America versus the cult of progress, amongst others. In general, the nobility were more chill on social...
Look, I was going to ask, should I rewind it? And then I realized that he's talking about the exact same bullshit that he was when I left. I don't think I need to... Do I need to rewind, chat? The script is definitely AI. It feels like it. If it's not AI, it's like extra cursed. Miskatonic says, yeah, I thumb down almost anything I find with an AI voice, and when it's clearly an AI digest script, double down. Wait, what is a digest script? This voice is really good if it is artificial. Oh no, it's not an AI voice. Unless they made an... Could he have AI'd himself? There are a couple of creators I found who clearly put a great deal into their writing, but have a problem voicing, and have it hired out. I'll give them a pass for the voice. I'm starting to know most of the AI voices because I watch this is embarrassing, chat. A little confessional here. Little confessional. All right. I for a while, I don't really do it anymore. Kept up with Skibbity Toilet. Kept up with the story, right? And it's confusing because like you don't know what's happening, you don't really understand what's happening. So like, if you really want to understand what's happening, you got to go to somebody that is obsessed with it, and they do videos where they explain it, but they're almost all of them I'm imagining are like they're, you know, they don't like their voice because maybe it sounds too young or something like that, and they do scripts with they do like the AI voice. They do it like an AI voice of like a grizzled old dude that's like, what's happening with the Toilet Alliance today? Like, will the skibbity like I don't know, but yeah, I've gotten to know a lot of the, you know, just really common AI voices. I think they're the ones. Why would you admit that? Good question. I don't do it anymore, Chad. I'm off of it. I'm off of Skibbity Toilet. I'm off of the toilet. No. It got confusing. It got too confusing, right? I can no longer keep track of the Astro toilets and the regular toilets and the camera dudes, but then there's somehow the camera dudes with the that are in the toilet. It's too complicated now. I can't keep up with it. But for a while I did. And yeah, the channels that do the lore, that tell you like the lore and like you might have missed this, like look at this, if you look deep into the picture, you can tell that this is like tells that the Skibbity toilets were actually designed in the 70s by some scientist who looks exactly like the fuck Boom. And but through that I've gotten to know some of the AI voices because they all use like AI voices. They almost all use AI voices. 48 long video? No more diarrhea?
Or sexual issues.
I do have...
While the religious authorities played to egalitarian, messianic, and populist notions. In these sorts of situations, the socially liberal conservatives are the landowners. A friend of mine once said that Latin American politics boils down to the left saying that you can take the evil rich's stuff, and the right saying that you can keep your land and maintain the current racial caste system if the left doesn't win. That's a pretty accurate assessment. Most Americans have no concept of how classist Latin America is. Although there are very important exceptions, and these tend to be history's great nations like Rome, Britain, America, China, or Russia, in which the ruling class or nobility is imbued with some sense of honor, values, or higher purpose, that isn't the case for most societies in history.
Excuse me? What? Oh no, it's one of his maps. His maps are always the most cursed. Mandarins? What is that supposed to mean? Like, oh my god. This guy's shit is incomprehensible. Vidingale getting harassed by Neon? That sucks. Neon's weird. Neon's scary.
These are the conservatives who...
Wait, is TwitchCon going on right now?
...support the status quo because they are the status quo, not the rebel coalition, which is the American right today. Examples of this type of conservative...
The rebel coalition, really?
...are, again, a lot of conservatives in Latin America, barring the more innovative ones like Javier Milei or the Bukeles, most conservatives in Southeast Asia or in pre-industrial societies, the Confucians in China, or the nobility in pre-industrial Europe like France before its revolution. Hitler's biggest enemies once he got into power weren't the left, it was the old Prussian nobility who supported insurfing the local Slavs while they saw Hitler as a commoner who insulted their honor. I'm going to say something controversial here, and
oh no!
Today in the Western world have become.
Wait, I'm sorry. When you said I'm gonna say something controversial here, I thought that you were gonna build off of the Hitler apologia. I don't even know if I want to say apologia. I don't even know if like that was just like Hitler glazing. That was like, let's look at the good side of Hitler, like for a moment, right? Let's view Hitler as the like Trump of his day, and the and you know, ennoble him by comparing him to the aristocracy of the time. And that like, no, really, Hitler was just trying to fuck up the aristocracy, right? There, you know, it's recasting him as a fucking hero. The hero, the lionization of Adolf Hitler that you just did. That's what I thought the controversial thing was going to be, but apparently, to WhatIfAltHist and his viewers, there's nothing controversial. They have already accepted that. That they take that to be true. They take that to be the fucking truth. Unacceptable period. Vitingale is yeah, it breaks. That's terrible what happened to if Vitingale got harassed by Neon. Why is Neon at TwitchCon too? Wasn't Neon like banned from Twitch? I don't even know.
Group like this. I think there is a sizable amount of conservative incorporated who are just conservatives because they're in power and want to keep their stuff. The thing is that people would never question this group's dominance before the Industrial Revolution. This was since change was so slow, you expected a king and nobility to dominate since you didn't know anything else. In England in 1400, the nobility were just those who were in charge, and that was how the world worked. As Frank Herbert, the author of Dune, said, all systems naturally gravitate towards autocratic monarchies. I'm not going to put monarchy down that much here, given probably over 90% of states in history were monarchies, and most of the greatest rulers and leaders in history were monarchs ruling through divine right. For stable societies, monarchs end up with pretty good incentive structures since there's an active incentive towards stable long-term governance rather than short-termism in oligarchies or democracies due to passing on the governance through the family line. There's this whole faction of libertarians today who say monarchies are the freest form of governance for normal people, which is true in some...
Wait a minute. I know about this whole thing of like glazing up monarchies, but I guess they're libertarians? We're like talking about Curtis Yarvin. Somehow we're back to Curtis Yarvin. Somehow it's inescapable. The neo-reactionary godfather, Curtis Yarvin. And this ties into Project 2025 as well, right? This ties into Silicon Valley, the way that they like to run things. Their innovation is like, what if you corrupt the board by owning, a controlling share of the stock as the CEO, and then you can just do whatever you want. And then you don't have a board to answer to. You don't have any. You become the monarch of the company. And they're like, well, this works really good. We love these companies that we run like this. Geez, what if we could run the United States like that? Wouldn't that be swell? And so they start talking about monarchies, but they're really talking about like a power grab, like the one that is entailed in Project 2025.
Situations, as I explain in this text wall. Thus, in a society in which change is pretty slow, in which your life is the same as your great-grandpa's, almost every single country in the world would be a monarchy, which is how most of history has been. With the Industrial Revolution, this sort of conservatism stopped being socially doable, given society changed so fast that a monarch ruling in the most stable way possible stopped being effective. This is why societies leave this system by one way or another as they industrialize. In general, once a society industrialized, the more advanced it is, the more likely it is to go conservative and the less leftist. Western Europe and its diaspora went for capitalism or fascism, while Eurasia went for communism.
Whoa. Western Europe and its diaspora. Did you catch? There's a bunch of stuff in here that you got to catch. And if you miss it, it'll just wild shit. Well, also, what's going on with the... Like, this is AI slop, right? Do you see the... I don't know. Is it a helmet? Is that a Fisher cap? Like, what, the military cap? That's not... That's AI. That's not a real... Royal families were full of literal murderers. No, but he just said the European diaspora. Does motherfucker know what a diaspora is? Right? He's talking about settler colonialism. Do we stop calling them dog whistles when they get deafening? When they start turning us into dogs, yeah. Looks like a diaper. Kind of like a diaper on the... I think it's just it's supposed to be it's AI's version of what a military individual would wear as a headpiece.
Quoism.
Wait, what, I bet the gun's really fucked up too, right? Is that a normal gun, chat? Can chat tell me if that's a normal... Is that a normal gun or is that an AI? I bet it's an AI gun. I mean, the magazine. Sorry, I know the difference. The magazine looks. Wait, do I know the difference? Maybe I don't know the difference. European diaperspora. Diaperspora. God damn. Is that like? That's one hell of a way to whitewash colonialism, right?
Only really survives today in pre-industrial societies like parts of Latin America, Africa, or Southeast Asia. Mexico's an interesting test case here in that given they've industrialized within the last generation, I could see the formation of a new dynamic type of politics that moves beyond the old conquistador nobility. The marker of this type of elite is the uplifting of old institutions at the expense of ideology, and on top of that...
Oh no, what is he saying about l'Ancien Regime? So he's apparently like a fan of like the Merovingian kings, like the French nobility. L'Ancien Regime was France before its revolution. I mean, this term, and actually, I'm not even sure. Okay, so the L'Ancien Regime is talking about like the line of kings. The Merovingians, though, I don't know. They stopped at one point, didn't they? Like the more recent, like the Louis were not Merovingians, right? I'm trying to remember the last Merovingian. The Merovingians were like, they claim to be descendant from Jesus. There's also a Merovingian in one of the Matrixes. The guy that likes to wipe his butt with silk or whatever. I mean, this term, this is not how you write, right? This is how you talk, but L'Ancien Regime was France before the revolution, its revolution. I mean this term. That's not how you write. Just cut off the I mean and say this term as the natural process by which the state, I mean this term. I hate how he writes. That's all it is. I hate how he writes. I hate his voice. I hate how he puts language together. I feel like the only reason that I don't believe that his script is AI is because I doubt that AI could write a script this bad. I doubt that AI could encapsulate his horrible voice, his horrible literary voice, his accursed way of constructing language. I don't think that AI could wrap its like 8 spaghetti fingers around, whatever, by which the state builds incestuous relationships with private enterprise. So what happened in France, causing its revolution, since due to this meritocracy, god damn, I can't even read what he's saying, I feel like he's missing commas or something. Something's really throwing me off here. Was crushed, so enterprising young men rebelled anyway. Oh my god, enterprising young men. Look at the incels, right? This enterprising young men. This process is a natural endpoint of human entropy, but worse in some societies than others. Latin America formed off model of the French Bourbons, who ran both Spain and L'Ancien Regime in France, where the alliance between the business and government kills that region. It's occurring in America now due to the boomer economy using regulation to kill competitors. Yeah, that's the problem with boomers, right? Fucking regulation. Am I right? Like, it's a new... In this system, big companies use regulations to carve out little fiefdoms of the economy so they can dominate without competition.
A small de facto nobility using institutions to create a certain kind of incestuous alliances between private enterprise, government, bureaucracy, and the church. I would call this l'ancien regimization if people could pronounce that, given France before the revolution was like that. The French monarchy...
I mean, look, it's a French word, and you can't pronounce that, so...
All of these various hyper-complex guild or treaty agreements. France was legally a series of subdivided nations, which all had different relations with the French monarchy. The French government had all of these various regulations which held France back, carving out one part of the economy or another for certain people who could bribe the French government. Over time, this system became incredibly corrupt, so much so that the merchant classes arose to kill the nobility with the French Revolution. confusion. In all honesty, this variety of conservatism is more a function of entropy than any real principles. No matter what ideology, any system will evolve into this over time. We're seeing this exact same process occur in America, and even more horrifyingly so, China, countries with opposite ideologies. Most of the American economy is regulated by special interests to benefit them, creating incestuous relationships between private enterprise and the state. Whenever I get a look at modern
Wait. Is that an actual webcomic, or is that's AI? Let's look at the fingers. I mean, actually, that's about as good as if that's AI, that's about as good as I've ever seen AI deal with hands. The fact that there's 10 fingers, there appear to be 10 fingers there. I mean, we can't see the thumb. Ooh, no, that's AI. That's not how fingers work. That's not how fingers work. I mean, it's the right number, though. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's got the right number of fingers.
Because elite, they have the...
Although it's bad enough to look like it actually could be a webcomic, right? It's like a Bronco cartoon. Boomer strike again.
Attitude that they are in power because...
Looks like they're made of inflatable balloon material, yeah.
They're just better, and thus they don't have to do anything to prove why they deserve to be elites. This system is ironically conservative in its original meaning in that it supports the status quo. Even if the status quo itself is left-wing, it's conservative in that it's...
Do you understand this is a cartoon drawing, not a photo? Me?
Trying to maintain its own power. Hey, everybody.
You don't know that AI can do any type of art you feed to it, right? It can reproduce on some level, right? It's some uncanny, unnerving, disturbing level.
You guys should check out my second podcast, History 102, where I explain various historic topics like the American...
Oh my god, that's his second channel, apparently.
Also liberal at the exact same time. This confusion is due to deliberate strategies on the part of the left to obfuscate terminology to confuse people so that no one can actually understand what the left is trying to say. Thus, the left can do whatever they want.
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta call you on this one. Right? It's not purposefully confusing, but it doesn't lend itself to lazy, self-serving slop. The fact that he thinks of it this way, it's, oh, they're just making it like complicated to be confusing, right? No. They're making it complicated to accurately describe concepts, phenomenon, etc. Which are not, which, you know, the more accurate you are, the more there's going to be need for complexity in language. Did he just, mispronounce obfuscate? Yep. Well, he's just probably read the word a lot, maybe, but not heard it pronounced. I don't know.
And not be held accountable for anything.
Maybe.
That's why the phrase liberal means 4 different things depending on who you ask. However, for this video, we mean liberal in its first meaning. That is, like the British Empire or the American Founding Fathers. Limited government intervention in society or the economy with a liberal democracy, property rights, and freedom as the dominant values. I'm calling this British rightism given it was first developed and championed there, alongside the Netherlands. Although, ironically, Britain has basically completely deviated from this, with America practically being the only country with any semblance of this anymore, even though it's fighting a desperate defensive campaign against leftism.
Wait. So what he's missing is the fact that he's talking about like Republican, right? The original term Republican, especially in France, right? That's what he's classifying as, or like Adam Smith, or like, right? I get the feeling that's what he's talking about, and he's not noticing that these. God. The classical liberalism shit.
His target of leftism at this point, ironically more so than even genocidal or legitimately misogynistic regimes, is the old school British conservatives. The left loathes every part of their social order and has spent the last century more trying to destroy even the memory of their existence. It's funny to hear that Francis Fukuyama in the 1990s basically predicted that British-style rightist regimes had unilaterally won history due to achieving such perfection and domination. Classical liberal regimes have
Turn left at Greenland. Right, Irene, I think that's what he's doing.
property rights, parliaments, individualism.
He doesn't realize that these ideas evolve faster than language.
In a free market. The great irony was that, like all successful organisms, British rightism was so successful
Old stock, yeah, fascist language.
as to cause its own demise. This is a pattern we'll find. Aristotle, alongside about half a dozen other pre-industrial philosophers, said that the greatest issue with democracy was that it gave the public what it wanted too much, thus making the public weak, decadent, short-sighted, greedy, and lazy over the course of centuries. Likewise, Western-style capitalism was
Fukuyama is actually pretty
so successful that it created huge industrial structures that could only be led by managers who either had specialized knowledge of arcane industrial mechanical things or who managed the bureaucratic structures themselves. British rightism is the natural endpoint of the bourgeoisie class, ranging from the petty shop owner to the steel mogul. This is since this group benefits from stable government that honors property rights and keeps its taxes low. Over time, as the companies made by the founders grew larger, the bureaucrats rose inside them, a process that Sam Francis and James Burnham talk about in great length. This was done covertly over the course of the 20th century, reaching a tipping point around the world wars when every country in the Western world adopted what was effectively economic socialism.
Can you imagine a collab between Infrared Haas and this guy? Do you think though, would it be stable? I feel like Rudyard would actually piss off Haas at some point. Right? Rudyard would try to redefine some philosophical terminology rather than understand what is actually meant by it, and Haas would flip out. Haas would Fukuyama on 9/11.
Keep in mind, top tax rates in Britain and America in 1960 were 95% and 90% respectively. Due to being gradual and an unofficial process, British rightism was gradually replaced with consensus liberalism, becoming the new ruling class. This is why America or Britain feel like completely different countries from their founders a few centuries ago, even though both are technically liberalism, since we moved from classical liberalism to technocratic liberalism. In America, federalism allowed more of British rightism to survive through local states' power. Meanwhile, poorer countries maintained more of it, given this system is the best at creating wealth in the world ever. British rightism or classical liberalism created the industrial, scientific, agricultural, digital, and other revolutions, as you can see in this text wall. That's since the low regulations and taxes established good incentive structures to just create stuff. This is why the Anglo-Saxon countries have consistently been the wealthiest, most technologically advanced, and ruled the world for the last few centuries. To backtrack a little bit, this system was a gradual evolution over the early modern period. It pulls on pretty early threads in that republics have existed in Europe ever since the Greeks or Romans, who have also had their own versions of capitalism.
Miskatonic says the end of history was a doorstop, but it had to be read. As in, it encapsulated a lot of the kind of thought that had crystallized around that time.
Which lead back into the Middle Ages. Due to the merchant classes winning in Britain and the Netherlands, later followed by their diasporas, parliamentary democracies arose in
Wait a minute, was that AI?
said societies. This was very rare at the time in that every single country in the world, with one or two theocracies, was a monarchy.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Black Africa. If you stop to actually read his maps, you will go crazy.
Monarchy in the early 18th century. People forget that there were two Enlightenments, the Romantic Rousseau French Enlightenment, and then the Locke empirical scientific conservative British Enlightenment.
Oh my god, he doesn't connect these. But there is like a, oh my gosh. See, no, no, this is where he'd lose Haas. Haas would say that, WhatIfAltHist is Anglo-boxed.
These manifested in the American and
Yeah, Hume. Yeah, definitely.
French revolutions, in which I can point out that the American Revolution created a stable republic for 250 years, while the French Revolution collapsed into autocracy within months. This was since the underlying difference was that the British Enlightenment
Oh my God, we're going to use Thomas Sowell.
believed that human nature was flawed, while the French that it was perfectible. This is in
See, here's what I think though of the irony of WhatIfAltHist is, even though like he's embracing some of these, like I feel like there's so many of the people that he refers to that if they were to look at his work, they would be like, could you please take my name out of your video essay? You've misunderstood and misexplained what I was trying to say, and it to the point where I just don't want to have anything to do with you.
fact the
I mean, not that like Sowell's not frustrating and incomprehensible in his own light, but like compared to Roger, I don't think anyone's quite as bad as WhatIfAltHist.
of the whole divide between the right and the left as a global conflict between Britain and France at the time of the French Revolution. You could argue that the right and the left division comes out of the mercantilist versus capitalist division, which Britain and France fought each other over between the 30 Years' War and the French Revolution. A lot of criticisms for this system are really criticisms of consensus liberalism rather than classical liberalism.
Yeah, Shakespeare. I was thinking about that. That's like literally Matt Walsh thought.
Although one did lead to the other. These societies were tough, masculine, creative, wealthy, and so many other things. If people can't tell, I am a British-style conservative and am biased towards this system. The
Anglo-boxed.
problem here is that British rightism is built off very expensive cultural technologies. Keep in mind, over 90% of societies in human history are monarchies, which means monarchies are easier to socially maintain. Republics over history are incredibly disproportionate in the most excellent societies, whether America, Britain, the Dutch, Athenians, Venetians, or Romans. Republics tend to be in the top 5% of income for whatever era they're in. This means that a capitalist republic is often a good system to have, but difficult to keep. In order to have a republic, you need to have property-owning, educated, moral, religious, and a probably homogenous population in which warfare is democratized and men are expected to serve in the military. I explain for all of these why they're necessary with this text wall. If you remove even one of
With this text wall,
these, you don't get a republic, and this is also why republics tend to only live for short periods of time with very limited voting franchises, where in Victorian Britain or classical Athens, less than 10% of the population could vote, since they were the people who checked off all of the boxes
sounds like he skimmed a lot of used copies of Cliff Notes. It's probably Wikipedia.
above. Also, almost all urbanized republics are European, which adds in another winnowing variable. Once you remove one of those variables, the republic devolves into mob rule, in which people use the democracy for vote buying and petty envy, rather than pushing the group's good. This is taboo to say, but it doesn't stop it from being true.
Oh my
The
god.
generation of universal suffrage, Europe went from one of the most important places in the world politically, economically, socially, technologically, and militarily to none of those things. Meanwhile, universal suffrage worked much better in America, where most people were property owners or stakeholders. As the ancients said, the endpoint of democracy, and that democracies are historically pretty rare, is Caesarism and mob rule once one of those social institutions decays. In both ancient Greece, Rome, and the modern West, an original idea of excellence over time gets watered down to equality, which becomes an agenda for envy past a certain point. The great irony is that the classical liberals dig their own graves in two ways. The first is that it's such an effective system that it makes society so wealthy it loses the vigor necessary for the high social trust that follows the common good in democracy, and its structure naturally morphs into leftism, as in giving people the vote pushes for equality. An interesting point Paul Gottfried has made is that equality wasn't a principle of liberalism until the 20th century. For Victorian Britain or the American founding fathers, the mob was seen as a rabble that should be held back from burning society down, not empowered. Many liberals didn't support democracy, but wanted monarchy, which pushed liberal values. Liberals of the 19th century were racist, imperialistic, nationalistic, misogynist.
He's so goody, this video. It's weirding me out. You know what I think? Like, to me, like, I read it as he's so excited that it literally doesn't matter what word salad issues forth from his asshole mouth, right? He's able to, his videos are still getting likes. Or his likes, I'm sorry. His videos are still getting views, right? Like, that's what it is. That's what he's got to be giddy about. It's like, yeah, I can just, like, turbo diarrhea it out, and I'm still gonna get views.
classist, and religious by today's standard. It's truly bizarre to see how liberalism was warped from its traditional meaning to the exact opposite. A very important variable is that British rightism is socially dependent on a strong Christian society, in that you can almost perfectly correlate the decline in Christianity with the decline of this form of rightism. This is for a variety of reasons, one being that without belief...
Rightism? Rightism. This is what I mean about the way that he just, like, kind of, instead of studying or learning or being curious or interested in anything, he just carves out his own, like, terminology, his own concepts without any sort of care or consideration of, like, oh yeah, right, leftism, so rightism, there we go.
In God protecting us, people turn to the state to do so to assuage their anxieties. British rightism is very driven by elevating abstract moral principles like law, property rights, capitalism, and democracy, unlike most ideologies which are tribalistic, messianic, or religious. Thus, I think you can only get a population to support these kinds of abstract concepts once they're trained in religious ideals first. British rightism doesn't have a romantic, ideological, or religious worldview built into it and is thus dependent on Christianity to provide a moral and philosophic framework. Once religion got weaker, it was replaced by other ideologies which had better mythologies like communism or fascism. Part 3. German rightism. There's this whole debate that's gone back decades about whether or not Nazis and fascists are right-wing. It ends up falling into Sitch's law, or most debates are at the
Sitch's law, as in Adam and Sitch? Or is this a different Sitch?
Definition of a term, in that whether or not the Nazis are right-wing really depends on what definition of right-wing you're using. I personally think that the Nazis are conservative, and I think people who push against this are mostly libertarians and classical liberals who
Yeah, you were just lionizing Hitler earlier. I'm not surprised.
are tired of the left using the Nazi smear against British rightists who are really different. However, when I look at the Nazis, I see people who support their tribe first, sexual and class hierarchies, social traditions, and other traits that are very clearly rightist. It's
Damn, he's a fan. He's a fan.
also clear that if you put a gun to a classical liberal or libertarian's head and make them choose between fascism and communism, they'll almost always choose fascism. One of my definitions
I mean, that one I don't agree that much.
for whether you're on the right or the left is, if someone puts a gun to your head, will you push for Marxism or some nationalist ideology? In over a dozen places around the world, the fascists and classical liberals have allied against the Marxists. However, I can completely understand why someone would say that the fascists are left-wing. It's the whole horseshoe theory, in that once you get more radical to the right or the left, you end up circling back to the other side. You end up with removing the concept of the soul, believing the state should use social engineering to push society towards utopia.
Are you really reading erasing the concept of the soul in any, like, Nazi philosophy? That's wild.
Idea group identities determine someone's complete character, the removal of a Christian value system, the use of scapegoating out groups to blame things on, distrust of capitalism, the free market, with pushing social collectivism, totalitarianism, conspiracy theories, and rule by the managerial class, just for some examples. One of the most important points I have stressed again and again in my videos is I never want to be enslaved by my own terms. As my favorite quote ever by the Zen...
Your own terms. Yeah, no, there's a lot of those terms that you use to get around your fucking the holes in your knowledge. And it's just, it's so, like, I just don't think that this comes, there's like a certain type of entitlement that fuels this, right? This kind of thought where you just, like, rather than learning something or researching something or whatever, you make it up as you see fit, right? And almost like crafted in your own image, in your own, like, pseudo-intellectual image. I feel like this, like, in most places, when somebody tries to flex like this, they reach, like, a natural boundary where the reality of how knowledge has been constructed, they bump into it. They hit that iceberg and their ship goes down and they have to come up with a new ship. But somehow this guy's been able to sail, like, the seas without running into any of that. Like, he's just, it's a shockingly frictionless environment in which he exists.
pointing at the moon for the moon itself. And so this is why I frequently say for my civilization maps, I don't really care if Latin America is part of Western civilization or if Japan's part of Chinese civilization. Terms exist to serve us. We don't have to shove the world into terms. And I think past a certain point, the right...
I don't care if I'm objectively wrong and nothing that I say makes sense and it's all born out of ignorance. I'm going to fucking shoehorn... I'm going to shove this square peg into this round hole, whether you like it or not.
left label is arbitrary, but up to that point, it's very much not arbitrary in that these quote-unquote arbitrary social designations have informed the lives of billions of people over history and have changed the course of history. And you know a social institution is real once it can change the course of history through people's belief in it. Gaetano Mosca was a 1920s Italian thinker, and I think that whole 1920s Italian intellectual space was actually quite important and had a lot of very brilliant stuff that we've since forgotten, but he constructed a theory of elites. The leftist elites of our society are foxes.
The foxes! Oh god, I forgot about the foxes. We got this in the leftism video, or the left video as well.
In his system, in that they're clever at manipulating systems, psychological control, and indirect power. They're scared of using force or violence. Lions are the exact opposite, in that they get their power from strength and revere tradition. This system was interestingly developed in nations that modernized through their militaries. For a counterexample in the English-speaking world, and even France to a lesser degree, the Industrial Revolution was done through private initiative, with factory owners building industry off private capital to sell to the market. Meanwhile, in Germany, Russia, Japan, and a lesser extent Italy, industrialization was done by the government and their buddies in order to build armaments for the military. This created this very nationalistic, prideful, managerial bureaucracy which managed both the military and private enterprise. These became the dominant ruling class of these systems, and they all became command economies. A great irony is that the industrial process in the French and English-speaking worlds created elites who were foxes, in that the leading bureaucracy were people who came out of corporations who became very good at manipulating people through advertising to indirectly control the populace through what are effectively psyops. German rightism is fascism if you want to simplify things. I'm probably going to make a video sooner rather than later about analyzing the Nazis or fascism as a civilization.
Pointing at the moon for the moon itself is not a saying story at all. Yeah, he's like there's a similar phrase, but I can't.
Or religion. However, it does go back further to around World War I, when Germany became a de facto military dictatorship with a socialist command.
Yeah, focusing on the finger and missing the point. The finger's pointing at the moon, but if you focus on the finger, you're missing the point.
And economy. The fact that Germany was able to run an entire economy, not badly, off state planning, was a sign to totalitarians around the world for what could be accomplished. This system then spread to societies with similar military industrial systems like Italy or Japan. Russia was collectivist enough a society to go for left authoritarian rather than right, but I don't think that was in any way assured, and these systems, as said before, do have a lot in common. The view of the world the German right has is as if the whole human experience was a strategy video game. This is probably in no way a coincidence, given the German military command literally invented the first strategy war game simulations around World War I as a way to run military scenarios for future war plans. You have the pieces on your side or your nation. These pieces need to have complete loyalty to you. Then your goal is to acquire as many resources and terrain as possible. In this system, all of culture and society is leading towards the ability to have a greater military competitive advantage over your enemies. There are two key issues that stem from this. The first is a complete lack of context. Much like the left, the German right is able to make a completely wrong and insane worldview and believe it. The worst thing is the demons of their own minds killed millions and stopped them from winning again and again. Hitler believed that an invasion of Russia would be easy given Russians were racially inferior, or that President Franklin Roosevelt was a Jew. This is very much one of the tunnel vision ideologies, that it does the opposite of what it should, in that for a good ideology, the more that you believe it, the more the world makes sense, but with a bad ideology, the reverse happens. The second issue is the German right is seen as completely untrustworthy by everyone else. Interestingly, out of anyone, this faction has gone the furthest away from a Christian value system, even though they normally claim to be Christians. The Axis ended up fighting a coalition of nations with 20 times their population, since the world realized the fascists weren't trustworthy, and the fascists' egos were so big that they thought they would win. To change topics, the German right is normally propelled into power by normal people who were tired of some period of chaos. For example, Germany's tragedy that came starting with World World War I, or the massive social changes implicit to Japan after industrialization. For all of these, the fascists' biggest base of support were the normal middle class and petty shopkeepers. The thing is that once said fascist regimes took power, they became incredibly socially constrictive. Fascist society covers how people go to work, school, social life, mating, religion,
Get off the
politics, for
Nazi
both
shit.
the communists and
Oh my god, he loves Nazi shit. He loves Nazi shit.
nations of the world, with a few exceptions today, have originally warrior cultures. The Japanese, English,
Warrior culture? Oh no. Oh no. Anybody playing dog whistle bingo at home tonight, right? Warrior culture. That just mark if you got warrior culture, mark off that square.
or Germans were proud warrior nations before sublimating it into capitalism. This is since the traits that make one good at war are the exact same traits that make someone good at business, like
Oh, I'm
creative
sorry.
thinking, risk-taking, group cohesion, and organization. Ironically, one of the main purposes of the American Empire is to take proud warrior nations and then redirect their manhood into making money while gradually domesticating them. German rightism is basically a military with a nation attached, since given if you industrialize using the military, then the whole society will end up taking militaristic traits. This is all well and good, but German rightism's basically dead today, right? There are really no fascist countries in the world left. I guess this is a theme for this whole video, in that the post-World War II era has resulted
Card posting, are you here? We need you. Yes, for dog
in the
whistles.
left winning around the world at the expense of various forms of conservative, at least on a cultural basis. The right wins elections from time to time, but the left creeps over the entire social structure, meaning that even if the right wins in politics, the ground they stand on is gradually sinking culturally and sociologically. Yes, German rightism is largely dead today, but if you look at the new factions of the right, this is a group that's growing in popularity. I often feel more alone on the right as a British rightist, given German rightists are growing rapidly. It's unclear what's going to happen now, but I'd be very surprised if this is the last rendition of German rightism, as I explained in this text wall. Keep in mind, we never disproved Nazism. We merely made it socially taboo to talk about.
We never disproved Nazism. Bro just said we never disproved Nazism, right? Like as if there's like questions. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess according to this guy, there are questions that Nazism posed that we've failed to answer. We do not have the solution. Oh my god, chat. This shit just writes itself. I don't even know what to say. Like, right? It's disturbing. It's sad. Disconcerting.
Nazism rose due to the insanity of Weimar and the depravity of the German left. We live in very similar conditions today due to poverty, social chaos, leftist insanity, and social void, similar to conditions that led to the
Again, didn't we start off the stream talking a little bit about the German Revolution and what its failure meant to the world? What a different world there almost was.
Nazis. Ironically, the left, in being so anti-Nazi, has in turn made the Nazis look cool. If you tell white men again and again that if they're against the
Just say what you mean. You think the Nazis look cool. You would love to have that drip.
death of their own civilization, their total dispossession from public life and constant
Okay. Oh,
radical Islam has nothing to
he just loves the Nazi shit. He fucking loves
do
it.
with the Western right. You know, that's probably true, but I think the Muslim world has implicit in it a model
Let's bring card posting. Let's bring card posting on.
of conservatism that could foreshadow
That's
future
what we
events
need.
in the West. Seeing how the Muslim world over the last few decades has pushed a conservative messianic ideology that is in many ways comparable in the scale of communism is a fascinating picture of what future Western conservatism could look like. Most Westerners see Islam as this inherently primitive, savage, theocratic civilization. The reality, though, is that medieval Islam was the most advanced, free-thinking, scientific, tolerant society in the world at the time. Starting around the 11th century, Islamic culture started to fossilize. Thus, by the time we get to the Industrial Revolution, the West had gained an enormous advantage over Islam. What we've seen with ISIS, the Taliban, or Al-Qaeda is a very recent movement, one which formed as a reaction to modernity and colonialism. Up until the 1970s, women would wear bikinis in Iran or Lebanon. My mom grew up in Iran in the 1970s, and it was a very different country then. Due to the humiliation of Western colonialism, which the Muslim world had tremendous trouble adjusting to, given they had always seen themselves as superior to the Christians, gave the Muslim world a crisis of identity. They solved this in the second half of the 20th century by pushing a variety of Islam, which wanted a return to the pure days under the Prophet Muhammad. That would result in God favoring Islam so that they could beat the West. This came in a variety of different forms I won't get into. Saudi Arabia and other Gulf Arabs funded Wahhabism around the Muslim world. Wahhabism was an ideology developed around the time of the American Revolution in 18th century Arabia, which remained obscure until the 20th century. Wahhabism has flowered into a bunch of different forms, whether Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, ISIS, the Saudi monarchy, amongst others. The Iranian version is Shia Messianism, or bringing about the Book of Revelation. Radical Islam is fascinating to see since it affronts our concept of history that we should be moving towards the direction of progress, secularism, equality, feminism, among other things. Radical Islam has created a new messianic movement that men will...
Oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
Popping up in different locations. An idea...
I'm sorry, Rudyard is killing my views. What the fuck?
Hard to kill is something that should be studied. Radical Islam was to our era what communism was to the 20th century or liberalism was to the 19th. In that lens, it's a fascinating conservative movement. When I was a child, and keep in mind I grew up in the war on terror after 9/11.
I think I need something on my screen that like orients us as far as where we, like a roadmap, you know, like a subway map, right? When you get on the subway, it shows you what your stop you're at, what stop is next, you know, what stop is after that, right? If there's any intersecting subway lines that you can get onto at a certain stop, it shows that, right? That's what we need. We need that kind of roadmap, because I feel like people come in and they see something that they're not expecting to see, and they freak the fuck out. And they're just like, nope, 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 not watching this, right? It just fucking, I don't know. I shouldn't be mad, but I'm a little bit...
wondered how Al-Qaeda could get men to be suicide bombers. I wondered why anyone would be willing to die for their cause.
And it's not even about, like, the ego thing or the, like, you know, anything like that. It's just literally, like... It's other reasons that, like, there are other benefits to reach that... besides just the obvious ones.
Getting nearly 100 virgins is a pretty good motivator, I guess. I completely understand now, given as life has gotten crappier in America, it removes reasons to not die. If you can't get a family, are poor and hopeless, then a messianic ideology which gives you glory in death looks appealing. Radical Islam has harnessed the Islamic school shooter demographic to their advantage. It gives young Islamic men a sense of masculinity in a world where otherwise they're stuck with little social mobility, removal from traditional village structures due to urbanization, while their societies were emasculated by the West. Radical Islam in many ways is an outgrowth of how the Muslim world experienced rapid population growth in the 20th century without the increases in industrialization that should come with that, thus meaning there are large amounts of underemployed young men who go into war for some chance of getting a better life. I remember my father once told me in his 20s he was looking at a demographic chart of the Middle East, and he thought, with that many young men, they have to have a war, because Europe and the Western world and China all had wars when they had their population booms in the 20th century. And it's ironic he turned out to be right. I'm sure people here are familiar with the negatives of radical Islam. Its treatment of women as an example, which is horrifying. ISIS using sex slaves, massive corruption, or atrocities. I grew up in the wake of 9/11 when radical Islam was the bogeyman Americans were supposed to hate. In fact, radical Islam has been in decline over the last 10 years, given the Muslim world has realized the radicals don't have the answer to Islam's issues. The fundamentalists, upon getting power, were just as, if not more corrupt than the older regimes. Islam clearly did not return to the golden age under the Prophet Muhammad. The Muslim world is today in a place of transition now that this old wave of radicalism is dying out, while at the same time a lot of the Muslim world is becoming more fundamentalist. Traditionally secular Muslim countries like Indonesia or Turkey have becoming legally and politically more and more Muslim. A great irony is at the exact same time, religiosity in the Muslim world has been collapsing precipitously for about a decade. Collapse in religiosity in the Muslim world has been very heavily correlated with the adoption of TikTok. America is now a more religious country with a higher birth rate than Iran. I have a Saudi friend who tells me that Saudi Arabian women are now feminists. With all this going on, I have no idea what trajectory Islam will be on in a generation or two. A fascinating thread here, and one that people very rarely point out, but which plays into something I was trying to get to before, is that radical Islam is in many ways based off communism. The idea of this messianic ideology, which once people adopt it...
Fuck. The actual fuck. What the fuck? What did bro just say? What did bro just say?
will reach a utopia. Communism never had much of an appeal in the Islamic world, where communism thrives with the breakdown of religion.
That's also not true.
And family, which didn't happen in Islam. However, lots of Muslims studied communism in the 20th century and rebranded it into a form that was comprehensible to them. Like communism, fascism, or any other fanatical ideology, the issue radical Islam keeps on finding is that once your worldview is that hardcore, it naturally wipes out a lot of potential allies and you end up alienating all of your neighbors. This is a very difficult balance to reach, between having fanatical in-group loyalty while not making the whole world hate you. However, this balance is necessary for a successful revolutionary movement. ISIS pissed off basically every single neighboring country as an example for why they lost. Radical Islam has been effective at giving an identity to Muslims who exist in a culturally strange situation. People have studied the lives of Muslim terrorists inside Europe, and they all have a roughly similar pattern. A young man is a second generation.
Yeah, what I was thinking of is actually like a Chiron system, but I kind of need it to like automatically go. Like I need a button that I can press every time we go from one segment to another. And I need to map out my segments and be like this first, then this, then this, then that. And so that it'll say on a thing, it'll be like, this is what's going on now. This is what's going on if you hang around a little bit, right? Because, you know, maybe you come in here and you're like, why is she watching WhatIfAltHist? I'm literally watching it because people really, 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 really want me to watch it, right? A lot of people really, really, really want me to watch this, but I'm like off my shit because the stream went down and I'm kind of pissed off about it. And I'm trying to reset myself in time to give a good analysis to the Tyler, I almost said Tyler Sunday, the Tyler Lonerbox engagement, encounter,
immigrant. He doesn't have the community that his family did back in their home countries. He's neither from his home country, but also hasn't assimilated into the native European culture. Keep in mind, unemployment among Muslims in Europe is staggeringly high. For young men, often something like 40%. They go through a phase of trying to acclimate to Western culture, drinking, going to clubs, dating girls. Then they find that this is disgusting, and in the degeneracy, get converted to Islam. They clean up their lives, but then start killing people. I'm pointing this out
dude,
since it's actually a very common pattern among white Western men today. White Western men have the exact same issues in that they feel like they are in cultural limbo, while the social path the culture gives them is towards degeneracy. Then they often turn to religion or conservative politics to give them a value system to orient their lives. I actually think it's not unlikely that a new conservative ideology ends up fulfilling a similar role to radical Islam for disaffected white men. Christianity, until very recently, was a violent religion, and the West is at its core a warrior civilization. If you push a warrior society too far, it's going to fight back. The lesson I want to tease out with radical Islam is that contrary to popular belief, even amongst conservatives, the future does not belong to the left. Much like the left, radical Islam created a messianic image of the future, pushing opposite goals to reach a pretty similar place. In the West, we could see the protesters in the street demanding a return to traditional purity, God, and national greatness, rather than equality, secularism, and progress. The right is just as capable of making messianic suicide bomber ideologies. As a British rightist, this is something
he says that like it's a good thing.
The German and Islamic rightists do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a racist thing, to be sure. It's a
that we don't. It's also beyond bizarre to see the alliance that's developed between the left and radical Islam. I think it's a one-sided crush on the part of the left due to hating white Western civilization so much. The Muslims view the left with contempt, and
it's called fucking moral consistency, right? The idea that someone's like value as a human being does not depend on their assessment of your value or their openness to your identity, right? It's consistent. That's what you don't like, right? That you're seeing as like a one-sided love affair. Is that how he described it? He's talking about like this quote unquote queers for Palestine. Like you don't have to take a poll in a country that's under like genocidal like occupation in order to justify being against that genocidal occupation. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. And it doesn't matter if you can find polls that say, oh, these people disagree with your transgender agenda. Haha, sorry. It looks like it's a one-way love affair that you've got there, Queers for Palestine. Fuck you.
use the relationship whenever it's convenient for them, while the left sees them as useful allies. This is something Philippe Fabry, who's a fan of the show, brilliantly predicted, called the Islam.
A fan of the show? A fan of the show? There's a fucking writer that's a fan of this shit? I feel like anybody that's actually out, I don't know, maybe this book is just as lazy as Rudyard's like AI-ish script writing, right? Maybe this is an AI author, I don't fucking know. But like seriously, like I just can't imagine a writer, somebody that could actually put together a book, like listening to his scripts and being like, oh yeah, no, this totally makes sense to me. Like I will endorse this.
Thought was too insane.
I'm a fan.
To be real, but he was correct, and here we are. Islamo-leftism is most popular in Europe due to the strange politics in which the incentive is for the left to ally with Muslims. A reason I put this group in is that I wanted to represent the religious fundamentalist faction of the right. The left likes to imagine Christian religious fundamentalists totally dominate American society. That's not really true, in that yes, the Bible Belt is an important faction and backer for the Republicans, but they're not the ruling class or driving force. America is not going to become a Christian fundamentalist state anytime soon unless a massive movement forms. I can barely think of any Christian fundamentalist.
What? Okay, where did you throw in The Handmaid's Tale?
But they're not the ruling class or driving force. America is not going to become a Christian fundamentalist state anytime soon unless a massive movement forms. I can barely think of any Christian fundamentalist conservative thought leaders or ways they can manifest in the dominant institutions of society. In America, the only country in the Western world to have any degree of Christian influence, they're stuck in an alliance with British rightism now and potentially with others. However, I don't think that gives the potential for a religious fundamentalist right credit in the West. If the right does go into that direction, it would have to be a...
It's just weird for him to say this in the face of the dominionist movement, of the Christian nationalist movement, right? There's literally people chomping at the bit to do what he's saying. I just don't think that there's any fucking possibility of this. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the future, but it does mean that that's a future. If somehow, by hook or by crook, Trump is able to get into the White House again, you've got Project 2025, which is fully ready to facilitate at least an attempt at a mass movement supported by the fucking government, or the same thing that he's like denying that it exists. But it also seems like strangely seems like he would prefer
new messianic crazy.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out, chat, but this guy just like, he throws so much bullshit at you so fast.
Force. If religious fundamentalists do take over the West, it would have to look a lot like radical Muslims. People on the right often say they want the Christians to win. I don't think they understand what that actually means. A legitimately philosophically Christian society involves demons being taught in psychology textbooks, adultery being illegal, and churches being the top social network. Conclusions. With all of this,
I mean, they kind of are. They kind of still, but it more speaks to the poverty of social institutions, right? Than to the strength of the Christian church.
This being said, here's my read about conservatives in general. There are 4 different groups which fight the left for different reasons. Peruvian conservatives fight against the left given they are the status quo and they stand to lose if the left wins. An example of a conflict like this is the French Revolution. The second form, British conservatives, fight against leftism given they support property rights, freedom, and an open market, since they are driven by the merchant classes. The left wants to remove the merchant classes. An example...
Oh my god, that's a great picture of Elon.
Of this kind of
and Trump
is the current American culture war, fought between the left and classical liberal American conservatives. For the longest period, it's a conflict between consensus liberals versus classical liberals, although both sides have become less liberal over the last 5 years. German rightists fight the left since their power is based off a martial and masculine warlike culture. The left would destroy the national cultures upon which their societies are founded. An example of that conflict is World War II on the Eastern Front, fought between Stalinist Russia and Nazi Germany. The final battle, that between radical Islam...
I love that this guy sees, like, Andrew Tate as, like, some kind of warrior. I mean, dude did kickboxing, legit, but, like, his business is intimidating women into virtual slavery. And like, there's something, is it not possible for him to see something cowardly in Andrew Tate? Like, you need to look no further than the debate with Hasanabi.
Islam and the left occurs to them being too much of competitors. You can't have two messianic ideologies.
Like, in a weird way, Andrew Tate just imposes himself on the women that he predates on, and it's not. It would seem to me that that would be the opposite of how he's being described by WhatIfAltHist here.
In the same society, and radical Islam or communism both demand the complete souls of their followers. An example of this, in turn, is the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. I know many of the brightest minds of the right are watching this video now. I ask you guys this question: which of these futures do you want? An important fact here is that for one reason or another, all of these ideologies have failed. Peruvian style can't survive industrialization. British style sows its own defeat by turning society into something inhospitable to it. German style blew itself up with the world wars, while Islamic style proved it couldn't bring about Muhammad's utopia. Given that all of these have failed, while the left is also failing now, it opens up a great question. What right do we want? What elements do you like or dislike from each faction? The right has no clue what it's doing now. I was trying to mentally subdivide the
I feel like you have no clue what you're saying now, but
of conservatives today, and
unfortunately, the right does have an idea what it's doing now, and it's more.
What I found is that most rightists don't know what they want. We're in a period of chaos where a bunch of things are happening and people want an answer.
Okay, so chat, rightist is a word. It's just like,
this historic moment, in my opinion, it's important for us to look back on the history of the right carefully. What has already
it feels like a word that he had to dig up or something. Like, nobody says this shit anymore.
Or failed in the past. We are in one of those hinge moments of history when the right is evolving into something completely new. The decision is up to us. It's scary.
I feel like this channel, like okay, so Rudger's all about giving like his idea of what concepts, ideas, philosophies in the world mean, and it's just navel gazing, right? He's not actually examining them. He's not actually curious about them. He's just like trying to construct them out of the language, what the language that they're created out of means to him. But if I was to create this channel, WhatIfAltHist, out of my mind, what I think, like, just like I created Corey Hart as a heartthrob, as a hottie from the 80s, based on the fact that he's from the 80s and he wears sunglasses at night, and his name is Corey Hart. He just, just kind of sounds like it, right? The WhatIfAltHist I would create is still like a disturbing right-wing weirdo, still, always trying to creep into fascism. And anytime you turn your back on him, he's like, well, what about fascism, though? What about Hitler? Oh, actually, maybe he's onto something here, right? Still doing that. But my version of WhatIfAltHist is like so much more creative. It's somebody that actually is into the concept of alternate history, is into the concept of reimagining things. It has some creativity. That's what like just really blows my mind about this guy, is that there is like negative creativity. Somehow it's destructive to the ideas that it touches, even the ideas that especially the ideas that it embraces. And it's just like, I kind of want a better version of this as like a, foe, as like something to push back on, right? And the fact that this is what this shit is so utterly frustrating, right? Even as a weirdo rightoid to dunk on, he just does not. It's such a low bar, and he's underneath the bar.
But it's also fun and liberating. What answer do you want?
A more creative answer, even if it's an answer that I vastly disagree with. I want a more creative answer than that. Oh my God, chat! What the fuck up? He only reads books from before 1965. Does he even read though? I somehow doubt that. I somehow just don't believe that he reads. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. One invasion, they all ride on brightest minds on the right. Tate is still a thing. I know. Why? Why? Those traditional cultures do need to be suppressed, quite frankly. They don't do witch hunts or demonology in any systemic or law enshrined way since 1750 or something like that. Well, unless you read, oh my God, what's his name? Is it Rod Dreyer that talks about the exorcism of his wife? Is that Rod Dreyer? Or is it some other dude? as much as I want to go on a Chapo trip with you, or even, chat, speaking of Curtis Yarvin, you know who Behind the Bastards just did an episode on Curtis Yarvin. I'm very curious about that. Well, we've got a date with Destiny. And I need to know from you, do you want me to go over, first of all, chat, supposedly somewhere in here, there's a debate between Sunday and, it must be early on. Because I know that Sunday starts watching Tyler, and then Tyler's, like, done with his stream. Here he is. I think, was this around the time he's arguing with Brooks? Yeah, he's looking at the exact same thing that we were. Right, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, I just want to ask you, do you want me to cover Sunday's debate with Tyler? Is it worth it? Those that have seen it, those who have seen the debate, if you've seen the debate between Tyler and Sunday, let me know if it's worthwhile. Sorry, did I say Tyler and Sunday? I meant Sunday and Lonerbox. That's what I meant. All right, chat. We're finally here. We're finally here. We need to watch this debate. I need to put out this video. Not just one video, but 2 videos. There's going to be one video. Now, this is what I'm thinking, okay? And this could change. This could change, right? And Tyler, if you end up watching this, get a hold of me, all right? Get a hold of me, because I have a possible proposition, assuming that you have not gotten your version of this debate out right now, right? I'm definitely going to put out a version of this video that's going to come from the segment that you're about to see. So, I don't know, you're here during a great moment. But I'm debating in my mind whether I want to put out the Tyler Lonerbox video on my channel. I honestly feel like it would go better on Tyler's channel. Now, that's all up to Tyler. Tyler's got his own editors. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. There might be somebody, busily working away at a great video for Tyler, but I would be amenable if Tyler wanted this video to some kind of negotiation, right? Because again, I don't exactly want to have videos that don't feature me on my channel, and I've done it in the past, but I just it's a YouTube principle, right? You want people on the channel for what you do, not for what other people do. Having this video on my channel would invariably bring in some people that just wouldn't enjoy my stuff, right? So if we could somehow work out something, right, where you get the video, I put a lot of work into it, but I'm sure that we could work something out. So if you're out there, Tyler, let me know. Again, if you're already got this handled, ignore this, right? I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. I know you've got editors too, and they probably got some ideas for this video, but anyway, here we go, chat. Are you ready? So Shakespeare says you should cover the President Sunday Lonerbox debate too. Send his editor a DM. It's fine. Just understand that, like, I'm not trying to impose this, or I'm not trying to, take anything. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. You understand? I just happened to have done this last night. It was basically for a very self-serving reason, that being that I want to react to a debate like this, not to a debate like Tyler's, or not to a debate like Lonerbox's. And because of that, I spent all last night making this, and now I'm questioning whether I want the non-commentary version of the video to be on my channel or not. And I'm kind of thinking that it would be better on somebody else's channel. But again, I have put a lot of work into it. So yeah, not trying to, I don't want to, no, I'm not trying to take anybody's spot here. It just happens to be how it worked out. Anyway, chat, are we ready to go into this? Oh my God, are we ready to go into this? I'm so pissed off by the way that shit worked out, right? I feel like I had a proper audience for this, and they have just, like, I don't know, how do I need to start talking? during the beginning of the stream be like, hey, everybody, sometimes my stream goes down, but that doesn't mean that it's down for the count. That doesn't mean that it's going away. I would never just like leave you out in the cold with no explanation. If the stream goes down, it's a technical difficulty. Technical difficulties are generally overcome within like 2 to 5 minutes. So stick around, look at the channel, know that the stream will be coming back up. I don't know what I need to do. Right? That and a combination of that and like something on screen where it's like, this is what we're doing now, but this is what we're doing later. So if they come in for this and they're like, I don't see it on screen, I feel fucking clickbaited, then they know that it's just like, yeah, hold your fucking horses. Hold your horses. People paid me to react to WhatIfAltHist. That's what I'm doing right now. If you want to pay me to go right to Tyler and Lonerbox, you know, maybe you could talk, right? But I don't know. There's got to be something better, because like this is what's pissing me off. Is that there is an audience out here that wants this, and somehow, even though they were here in the beginning, they are not here now. And it's frustrating, right? And I'm frustrated more for them than I am for myself, because I got paid today. I'm gonna have a good video out of this. I'm okay. Everything's okay on my side, right? I just feel like I'm somehow not doing something for my audience, right? Like the fact that like half of them would just like they're here, obviously, like if the thumbnail is like Sunday Tyler, they're here to see Sunday Tyler. They put up with me showing them like the history of the conflict, which I appreciate. Wow, that's great. That's great that I have an audience that wants to actually understand this rather than just consume the drama. I love that. I love that for us, right? I almost love that for you better than I love that for me. I mean, I also love it for me, though. So don't get, you know, right? But like, but the fact that like I don't have an audience that's gonna, like, I have an audience that sort of stuck it out. They're like, all right, you know, I wasn't trying to learn Lebanese history today, but I'll fucking hang out if it means I get to watch this video. And then when the stream goes down, they're like, oh, I guess it's not happening. On what planet is this not happening? What kind of scumbag would I be if I put up a thumbnail with these two on it and I didn't give you these two, right? Worst case scenario, my internet goes down for a day. This shit would be back on tomorrow. But like most of the time, it's not most of the time, all the like 99% of the time, it's not like that. It's just a temporary setback, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm not doing for my audience, but if anybody can help me figure it out, I would be glad to know. So I've been edging you for long enough, for more than long enough. Twitch viewers are Summer Sand best. Summer Sand? I don't know what that means. No, I'm not even talking about the Twitch audience. I'm talking about the YouTube audience. It literally got cut in half.
Recorded.
Okay, so if
Other
they
people
knew,
will pick this apart. Hi, Destiny, if you're fucking watching it. I know you're a fucking waiting room.
What if Alt-His is Faye ban? You know, Green is Faye, I kind of relate to that. What does that mean, though? No, but I do too. I do too. I'm not a fan of WhatIfAltHist. I get the point. The point of WhatIfAltHist is not to like be like, oh yeah, this is really great stuff, you know, or like it's almost the opposite. But I am of the same mind. Like, I have to be in a particular mood to even start to enjoy Rudyard. And given, like, all the bullshit that I dealt with today, I was not in that mood, unfortunately. So, sorry if I was a little bit less talkative during that whole thing. I'm going to try to... Oh, it shifts?
what can I do for you? Where do you want to start? I can start if you want.
You wanted to talk to me.
Okay. I feel like when I usually have these conversations, sometimes they're
So apologies for the fact that Lonerbox is very low resolution right now. It's because he's streaming from a tiny, tiny little window, which I had to blow up. Also, I had to use 360p for these guys just to be able to download them. But trust that he switches his screen and his image comes in way better in not too. So if you want to see Lonerbox, you know, with good resolution, that's on its way.
there's a bit of a dissonance because there are some
Also, make sure to like the fucking stream. Seriously. Like that is part of it too, right? We got a whole bunch of likes, you know, we start to bring people in here, and then the stream restarts at 0. And I don't know how I don't ever say make sure to like the stream. I always forget to say make sure to like the stream again. So make sure to like the stream again. Right? Let's get this going, because I just like, it's not on me, chat. I have a very supportive audience that is taking good care of me, and I appreciate that. And I have an audience that's really patient when it comes to me, wanting to give you a dose of vegetables along with your dessert, right? So I've got, and those two things are amazing. A lot of people do not have that, right? So I'm so much appreciative. It's just frustrating that I have done something wrong, so that the people that stayed through the vegetables, they just ate vegetables. Like, it's like I just fed them cucumber salad and broccoli and asparagus, and they ate it up. And I'm like, wow, you really you're eating your vegetables. That's really good. Okay, so now here comes the dessert. And he's like, what? Where did you go? I feel bad. I feel bad for the people who are not here with us. I'll ask Tyler, but I'd be cool using your edit. Could I DM you to get it if he says yes? Yeah, we'll have to talk about it. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a way to do this. Also, I'm not entirely done with it either. If I was gonna do a video, especially for somebody else's channel, there'd be more that I so this isn't even, this is only part of what he would get, right? This is the beginning from the very, this is the video from the very, the debate from the very debate. This is the debate from the very beginning of the exchange to Tyler hanging up, right? So I would do a little bit more editing, and obviously a little bit more branding. That's the word. If I was putting out a video on my channel or somebody else's channel, as is, this is kind of a rough edit, but it'll work. It'll work for what the purposes are. Anyway, chat, I'm just edging the fuck out of you. I'm just edging you all so hard, and I'm not even trying to. At this point, it's just happening because I'm a little bit frustrated, and I shouldn't be, because everything is okay for me. I just feel like I'm letting people down, and that really bothers me. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person. And I gotta communicate better with my audience in terms of what the stream is going to be, because I think I'm just presenting something confusing, right? And it doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't need to be that way at all. Whatever we have to do to make this work better, I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna work. I'm gonna make this come together. So trust.
Things that they don't agree on, and then that kind of like is maybe the reason you don't really get kind of like people talking past each other. So I guess just to start from a very early base, do you think Israel has like any right to target Hezbollah militants?
I don't believe in a right to target anybody. I don't even think that's like ascribed anywhere. I think there's legitimate and illegitimate targets, and there's legitimate and illegitimate military objectives. I don't know what can confer the right to kill other people as like a a guarantee. Can you articulate what that right would be articulated?
Well, legitimate, it would be yeah, as in legitimately. Can they target Hezbollah fighters? As in, like, if I go and murder a Chinese soldier, I probably don't have any legitimate reason to do that. But if China wages war on my country and I'm a soldier, then I probably can. That's what I mean by right.
Gotcha, but that's not really what a right is. It's kind of just,
okay,
how war works.
Okay, I don't want to get into a moral philosophy argument. So, would legitimate be easier?
It's your phrasing.
Would legitimate? It's your interpretation of my phrasing. You jump to legitimate, so it seems like you understand what I mean by right.
Well, that's not what I mean by right.
Wait, what? I didn't even catch this. Oh, right. Right can mean legitimate, but a right, is either like Lonerbox is saying, like a concept of moral philosophy, or maybe with what? Where is he getting legitimate? Right? I mean, like legitimate can be a synonym to right, but then we're talking about a completely different thing. So he's not talking about moral. What the fuck?
Your phrasing. Just
okay.
how war works.
Okay, I don't want to get. I don't want to get into a moral philosophy argument. So, would legitimate be easier?
It's your phrasing.
Legitimate. Wait, would legitimate be easy? What are you talking about? You're saying a right. Okay, so
it's kind of just
a legitimate reason to do that.
A legitimate reason. Sorry.
Legitimate. It would be legitimate.
What can confer the right to kill anywhere? I think there's legitimate and
to target Hezbollah militants.
I don't believe in a right to target anybody. I don't even think that's like ascribed anywhere. I think there's legitimate and illegitimate targets, and there's legitimate and illegitimate military objectives. I don't know what can confer the right.
Yeah, this is weird because like it is definitely Lonerbox that brought up the phraseology right
to kill other people as like a a guarantee.
Eric's Blue super chatted $20. Heart put me down for legal eagle.
But you down for legal eagle? Oh, thank you, Eric's Blue. I mean, that puts that up to 99 and 100. What? 125? Oh my god, I don't know what to do. We just did WhatIfAltHist. Lonerbox, yeah. Tyler is an ex-Marine. Aren't rights legitimate by definition? Well, he should like legitimate target or not legitimate target. I guess is what Lonerbox is go. Maybe he regrets that phraseology of it.
Can you articulate what that right would be articulated?
Well, legitimate. It would be yeah, as in legitimately. Can they target Hezbollah fighters? As in, like, if I go and murder a Chinese soldier, I probably don't have any legitimate reason to do that. But if China wages war on my country and I'm a soldier, then I probably can. That's what I mean by right.
Gotcha, but that's not really what a right is. It's kind of just,
okay,
how war works.
Okay, I don't want to get into a moral philosophy argument. So, would legitimate be easier?
It's your phrasing.
Would legitimate? It's your interpretation of my phrasing.
I think it is literally Lonerbox's phrasing. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Eric's Blue.
Come to legitimate, so it seems like you understand what I mean by right.
Well, that's not what I mean by right.
Okay.
So I won't say that.
Do you think Hezbollah militants are legitimate targets for Israel?
It depends. Legitimately. Like what is killing any specific Hezbollah person going to achieve? That's what a legitimate military target is.
I know. Do you think it would achieve anything then or no? That's what I'm asking you.
It's not really up to me.
See, the thing is, like, it's okay to misspeak or to speak in a way that you, like, look at and you're like, oh, okay, I could see how that comes off as wrong. But then it's kind of incumbent upon you to be like, you don't be like, oh, you're trying to drag me into moral philosophy. That's not what I, like, right? You're not, or you're misinterpreting me. It's like, no, you literally said I right to. Like, that's not what you mean. Obviously, you're talking about a legitimate target, a legitimate action in war. That is fun. Tyler's right. It's fundamentally different than a right. And how hard is it to say that's not like you losing the debate? I guess it is you starting off kind of awkward, but you started off awkward. Just fucking own it. Just fucking own it and be like, okay, that's not what I meant to say. Sorry. What I meant to say was this. Like, you don't have to be fucking so precious about it. Yeah, Lonerbox is starting off really defensive.
I mean, they have to prove it that it was going to do something.
Okay. I would normally just use the words.
Have you never heard that? Or is your awareness of war just like two people dress up in different colors and they just like slaughter each other until the history writes that one side won? Is that like your kind of like complexity of understanding these things?
Yeah, well, I never read the 200-page document that you sent me with no elaboration, but
Yeah, I know. It's
I guess we'll-
counterinsurgency operations.
So my
fucking
understanding
with you.
is that Hezbollah have been attacking Israel since October 8th. They have said since their inception that their goal is to destroy Israel and liberate all of historic Palestine from the river to the sea and turn it into an Islamic state that they share a border with. They will never accept a Hezbollah, Lebanon-Israel border. It's only a Lebanon-Palestine border. And I think if Hezbollah have been firing that many attacks indiscriminately into Israel, then it is legitimate for them to try and
I realized something else. If I'm gonna keep the if I'm gonna do the like we've been trying to do the bonus school early just to make sure that people who really want to see the bonus content get to see it, and it's not like buried at the end of the the middle of the night for some people. And I realized that in doing that, if I leave the bonus goal stuff up, then people contribute it to thinking that they're like, I don't know. Should I start off with like Legal Eagle? Should I give Legal Eagles $20 to start with tomorrow? Maybe that's the solution, because I don't want to like have people donate thinking like, yeah, we're gonna get some Legal Eagle, right? And it's like, I've already done the bonus content, so we'll add that on tomorrow. How about that? That seems the way to do it.
stop.
Hezbollah is not a country. Yeah, there's a lack of real understanding or a lack of acknowledgement of exactly what Hezbollah is actually from both of the sides of the debate in some way. More. He's going to mention what Israel has done to Lebanon before October 7th. Probably not. Lebanon has. Oh no, God, he's 100% like a. Lebanon has a state military. Hezbollah has a paramilitary wing that is not a state actor.
That, or to try and deter it, or to attack and
So that's fine.
incapacitate the people who are doing it.
How does this deter that?
Because Hezbollah's communications are fucked now. They went from modern technology back to pagers because they were so paranoid about all the interceptions that were happening.
Lonerbox sounds like he's thinking of the most dangerous game where he pays for the right to hunt a specific human. Like that kind of right to...
And now their means of communication are even less. And what seems to be the case, based on what they're doing now, is it has disrupted their communication, so it's easier to target their installations, which is what they're doing now. So...
Says who? Just the Israelis that they're convinced of this? So this is going to permanently like end Hezbollah being able to
I don't think it needs
anybody?
to permanently end Hezbollah. I think it just needs to make it more difficult for them to attack Israel.
Well, why?
It needs to give them a military advantage, and Israel's got a military advantage right now because Hezbollah are in shambles. Yeah.
So he's basically saying, oh my God, he's basically saying that targeting Hezbollah party members in a civilian context is justified by the idea that it might confer a military advantage. That's all you need to justify it, right? A rationale that this could confer any sort of military advantage. Pagers were not going to even be used unless Israel invaded Lebanon.
They've lost like...
Really, what do you mean by shambles? I mean, it's a terror cell, right? So what do you mean by shambles? Like they're kind of they're all over the place. You killed a few people. You eliminated their communications for now until they
injured a bunch of people.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also injured a shitload of civilians in Lebanon, right? Do you know what happens when you injure civilians during wartime?
I don't know what the proportion of injured civilians is to militants yet. We don't have that data.
I know, and you probably won't be able to get it because Israel did the attack, and they don't discriminate for targets. They can't tell you who they killed because they don't fucking.
You
know.
wouldn't get the data from Israel. You would get the data from the Lebanese health authorities.
Well, yeah, you'd have to get.
That's
the
why we know.
Health authorities
How do you think we know?
Because
How do you think we know who
Israel doesn't
died?
know who the fuck they're attacking. Of course, that's psychotic that you even said that.
It seems to be they know who they're attacking.
Israel has no idea who they killed. We got to wait until
Why
fucking
not?
Lebanon
Wait, how
tells
do
us.
how do they not know who they attacked?
Well, then if they did, then they can tell us.
They can know who they attacked in terms of like where the explosions took place.
How? What? How do they know that?
Because they are the ones who trapped the pagers.
Do the pagers have GPS?
Okay, so chat, I don't know how many of you came for what reason, right? But if what you're looking for is for Tyler to start to really cook and for Lonerbox to get cooked, that does happen. But you're going to have to wait a bit, right? Just like my stream where I edge you for way too long, these two are going to edge you a little bit before getting into the good stuff.
I don't know if they had GPS, but they knew that they were. Is it just a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence?
No, literally, you're fucking smoked right here. Were people?
There's nothing more convincing than someone who
off?
talks about how much they're winning the debate when they can't even make a coherent point. You interrupted.
Okay, so wait, I've said before that like I thought that like this was like a little bit of a W for Lonerbox. That Tyler keeps on being like I'm destroying you. Again, you never need to say that in a debate. If you're winning, the proof is in the pudding. But like he's actually right here. He's not doing that. He's just saying you're smoked on this point. You're just wrong. That's what Tyler's saying. He's not saying I'm fucking dunking on you, bro. You're getting cooked. You're getting fucked, bro. You're getting like that happens later, right? And maybe justifiably so, given Lonerbox's kind of passive aggressive muting and all the shit that he does. Like they sort of attitude, like, right, this is early in the debate, but Tyler's not actually saying, bro, you're fucking smoked. You're losing this debate. All your friends, like, he's not doing that. He's not trying to get in his head or anything like that. He's just literally saying, like, just concede the point. You're fucking wrong on this.
That's why I'm just matching your energy.
You
okay?
fucking DM'd
We can do it this way
talk.
if you want to.
You DM'd me.
Yeah,
to
but now
talk.
you're interrupting me, so you're setting the
care.
tone.
You're not doing me a favor.
I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
I know you're not. How can you?
I'm doing myself a disservice because you're not making.
See, the thing that Lonerbox doesn't get is that his passive aggressive shit gets taken by somebody like Tyler as a pretext to drop the pretext, to drop all pretext, right? It gets like because he's like he doesn't see that this is an infraction. He's like, oh no, I'm keeping it all kind of I'm keeping my cards close to my chest. When in actuality, he's like, here's the cards. And it's all sarcastic jokers, right? And so it's like when you're like sarcastic jokers, buddy, then yeah, you're gonna get the sarcastic joker back at you.
Who blew up the bomb? How can you tell who blew up the bomb and where it blew up? How can you tell?
You want to talk about matching tones? He's matching your tone, Lonerbox.
I'm not saying anything about where. Do you want me to start from the beginning?
You need to know where. You need to know where to know who's gonna get injured by it.
We have videos, at least two, of someone getting
at least two of how many pagers? Of how many pagers?
What was like? Can you finish my sentence for me, please? What was I going to say?
It doesn't matter. You have two videos.
Oh, so you don't care what I have to say? What's the point of me talking to you then?
You asked me to talk to you.
The reason I brought up the video was because
you don't know what you're talking about. That's the other fucking point.
Okay, so
I don't need you to talk about ancillary.
Okay, so the reason
shit.
I brought up the video is because we have videos, at least two of them, of pagers going off, and there's literally someone standing right next to the person carrying the pager, within a foot of them, and they just step back and walk away, which means they probably knew that these explosions would be small enough that they wouldn't be likely to cause damage to people next to them.
How do you know that? How do you know that the person wasn't injured?
Because they just back off and run away. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, people run away from explosions and then die later all the time. I'll tell you this right now. When I was in Iraq, I saw a guy get fucking shot in the liver and he lived for like 8 hours. He just walked around and bled to death inside.
So the video of the cashier who's standing next to someone who blows up. You can't
diagnose a fucking injury on a grainy television video and you only have two. So you've only accounted for 2 fucking bombs that have gone off. But now you're just going to give Israel the fucking... Oh, no, I'm pretty sure that they had this all figured out. They just put bombs out in the middle of nowhere and started popping them off.
How big do you think these pagers were?
That's not how fucking explosions work, Lonerbox. Where do you get this information? Why do you think you are able to fucking comment on this? What is your background in explosives?
Do I need a background in explosives to know that a pager...
To talk about explosives, yes! You have to have some fucking grounding in the things that you're talking about in order to make assessments of them. This is how knowledge works.
Okay, why were 37 of the 40 deaths claimed by Hezbollah?
I don't give a fuck, because I don't know, 30...
that seems like a pretty reasonable level of discernment, doesn't it? It seems like they knew that those... It seems like they knew those pagers were going to hurt people that were... What, do you think they just randomly picked people?
Guys? Hezbollah is like, oh, hey, you actually did fucking kill some of our guys, but not all of them. Not all of them were Hezbollah guys. That's a fucking success to you. By your own definition, that means that one of the fucking pagers was on a civilian and killed them.
Do you think there's
even your own definition of how the fucking
do you think there's a way to...
You have to admit that literally means that
I'll just keep talking over you then. Okay. Do you think? Okay. But collateral damage is a concept. Okay, I'm sure you understand that.
Collateral damage is only a concept when you think that the bomb's going to be bigger than a single individual. So you're saying
no, that is not the case. What are you talking about?
You said there wasn't going to be collateral
damage. I didn't say there wasn't going to be collateral damage. I'm saying that's lower than the military advantage.
That the amount of explosives that they're using is only.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see the argument. This is basically the human shields argument, and it's metastasizing. By which I mean, it starts out at one place and it goes somewhere else, right? So the argument of human shields that starts out with, well, of course we're gonna kill civilians in Gaza because that's where the Hamas is, and they're hiding in literally tunnels underneath the civilians. So to get them, we got to hit the civilians, and it's Hamas's fault for using human shields. So it's not on us; it's on them, right? They need to stand, I don't know, completely outside of the cities and be like, here, come and get me, Israel. Come and blow me up, like I'm right here. Or otherwise, it justifies killing civilians, which is in itself a form of terrorism, right? And then it metastasizes, by which, when a cancer metastasizes, it goes from one organ to another organ via the bloodstream. So it goes to Lebanon. And now we have members of Hezbollah, I mean, maybe some the paramilitary wing, but others the political wing, and various other people that ended up with the pagers going into civilian settings and then being hit with the remote controlled detonation. And this is now justified. Well, but they were doing civilian stuff. Yes, they were getting groceries. Correct. Yes, they were getting groceries because people get groceries. They were doing things because they are, like, ironically, this kind of cuts against the whole idea, like the way that, like, militant groups are portrayed as if they're groups like the Palestinians are portrayed in a way that makes them seem like inhuman and thus justifies the inhuman acts that are visited upon them. You're seeing that because these Hezbollah members are in a civilian situation, that the damage is splashing onto other civilians that aren't even involved in any way.
One person. That would be if one person gets hit by the thing. That's fine.
I said that it was a reasonable assumption. I said it's a reasonable assumption. It's a reasonable assumption that the collateral damage will be low, and we know that because the number of people who died who were not Hezbollah was much lower than the number of people who died who were civilians. 37 to 40.
Deaths is not casualties. You're not even accounting for the injuries. Well, how many injuries were there?
Do you not think the deaths are a reasonable proxy for how? Do you not think the deaths are a reasonable proxy?
How many injuries were there, Lonerbox? We're talking about collateral.
How many?
What does he mean? What does he mean? A reasonable proxy for? No, injuries are. There's a relationship, maybe. No, actually, there's not, because depending on the type of attack, and there's going to be a different ratio of deaths to injuries, right? So no, I don't know in what way deaths are a proxy for injuries. They are certainly not like, well, we can assume that it's like what? What does that even fucking mean? What does he even mean by that?
It was like 2,400 in the fucking article that I read last.
Yeah, do you know what the proportion of injuries is?
Do you know why?
Do you know what the proportion of injuries is? Do you know the proportion of injuries is?
Because a fucking bomb, Lonerbox, when it goes off,
really? People were injured by a bomb. That's fucking crazy. I'm matching your energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what proportion of them were militants? What proportion of them were militants?
No one knows because it's an indiscriminate terrorist attack.
No one knows because the health authorities didn't report on it yet.
Because the people who were aiming the bombs didn't keep track of where they fucking went, Lonerbox, you fucking moron.
Well,
you fucking idiot.
Yes, they did.
Again, because the weapons were not directed, right, at discrete targets. The weapons were put out there, uptaken into, whoever got them, and then those people went wherever they ended up, at home with their family, in a, at a market, getting food at a restaurant and a cafe, in a office building, wherever. They ended up where they ended up, and the bombs went off where they went off. Right? That's why it's indiscriminate. That's what Tyler's trying to get across.
They knew that the
bombs go into a
pagers were on
civilian
Hezbollah
center, and now
persons.
they're waiting for the hospitals there to tell them how many civilians were killed
You mean
or
that
injured, and you don't even know?
Do you think in every strike you need to know exactly the number of people who are going to get hit, but like down to the exact person? Do you need to know that?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You can.
Yes,
it's
you
a
do.
reasonable.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get it from? Why are
Reasonable-
you saying that?
reasonable
You
assumption.
You were just bumbling your fucking way through the Geneva Conventions, you fucking moron. You don't know how explosives work. You don't know how the fucking military
Reasonable
operates.
assumption.
Why do you have the confidence to say this, you idiot? Why are
because-
you this confident?
because it's
Go to the
reasonable-
confidence. I don't even care. Nothing you
Because-
say
okay, I'll just
is
lower you a
valid
little
in a
bit,
military
okay.
context.
Because
Come
it's
on.
reasonable expectation is the standard.
Why is it reasonable? Why is it reasonable? Says who? Says you? A
No,
guy?
that's the legal standard for proportionality. You have to have a reasonable
what legal standard?
expectation.
From who? From where? You were just reading the Geneva Conventions the first time on the fucking thing you're talking about. How the fuck would you know?
That wasn't the Geneva Convention. That's Additional Protocol 2. That's not
Of
the
the
Geneva
Geneva fucking
Convention.
Convention.
No. So you don't know what you're talking about. That's okay.
Hold on.
Is there any
Ag
way for Israel
conventions-
to target Hezbollah fires without civilians getting in the way, since Hezbollah blends in with civilians? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah.
How?
You just fucking go up and put a fucking bullet in the side of their head.
They should send special forces into Lebanon and just
I didn't say special forces. I said just go put a bullet in the side of their head. You can fucking do anybody that.
so they
Any
should
guy on the
send
street.
so they should send boots in the ground into Lebanon. They should send troops into Lebanon. And that
What's
would
the
be
difference
safer.
between troops into Lebanon and explosive pagers.
Because in a ground invasion, your death ratio is a lot worse than 40 to 37, you fucking retard.
What? Hold on. Sorry, I was actually reading some. What did you say? Call me a retard again, but what did you say? Why did you think that that's not the fucking
Because in a
Geneva
ground
Convention?
invasion, the death
Did you
ratio...
have that up?
Because in a ground invasion, the death ratio is much worse than 41 to 37. Yeah. Than 37
Yeah,
out of 41.
Yeah, if you do terrorism, that's kind of the point. If you do terrorism, you lose.
I don't know
less
why you
people.
keep
That's why
begging the
terrorists
question
do it.
and calling it terrorism, but okay.
I'm not begging the question. I'm describing literally terrorism.
Really, they
It's
target
not
what they
begging the
were...
question.
What? Sorry, what's your definition of
I'd
terrorism?
have to fucking ask you a question for it to be begging the question. I'm accusing them of terrorism. It's terrorism.
That's not what begging the question. But what do you think terrorism is?
Yeah, it wasn't begging the question. That's
What do you
I'm
think
telling
terrorism is?
Terrorism is using terror.
Wow.
And,
That's begging the question. Okay.
How is it begging the question? It's terrorism. You think the word terror might
begging
not
the
be
question
the
is
definition of terrorism?
begging the question is circular reasoning. Now, try again.
It's not
I'll
circular
actually
reasoning.
stop and let you think.
Ism. If there's an ism at the end of it, then probably the fucking root word is going to go into the definition, you dipshit.
So elaborate.
You think phalangism might bring up the word phalange at some point?
So elaborate. You probably have to elaborate then. So you can say terrorism is the use of terror.
Yeah,
but
I
you
would
have to go
probably
further.
have to finish the definition before you fucking jump in and try to say it's circular logic.
You paused. I thought you were done.
No.
There's not that much
You started
space to
talking.
talk in these conversations, so I just have to jump in whenever there's a space.
No.
Go
it's
on
okay.
then. Tell me what terrorism is.
Where the fuck? God damn it. Terrorism is when you use coercive threats of terror or violence in order to affect the on the ground political situation of a certain area. Basically, try to scare the populace into doing what you want through threats of violence, coercion, what have you. Anything that can make them afraid enough to go against their own best interests and do what you want them to do.
So, what if you target militants, but the fact that you've targeted militants yields collateral damage, and then the civilian population gets scared? Is that terrorism?
Yeah.
So basically, every military strike in urban warfare is
Okay, so just a check on what Protocol 2 is from. It's from the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. It happened in 1980. It's not the Geneva Convention, but when we say the Geneva Convention, we're talking about something that happened in 1949, right? There's also Geneva Conventions. That's more... United Nations Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, or CCW, concluded. So this was a convention in Geneva. So it is a Geneva Convention. It is not the Geneva Convention, which when people say that, they're referring to the 1949 convention. And we've got the Protocol on Prohibition or Restricted Use of Mines, Booby Traps, and Other Devices. Wait. Where's the CCW part? From the convention of the convention of the CCW, or the CCWC as it's sometimes called, which was a convention which did take place in Geneva. That's the confusion. That's where the confusion's coming from.
Terrorism.
Yeah, a lot of them actually kind of are.
Okay, so if you're just
Well, you gotta
anti-war,
avoid-
then start with that. Don't pretend to have a fucking reasonable position on this conflict. What the fuck?
I have a fucking. What do you mean anti-war? I'm a fucking combat veteran, dipshit. First off, anti-war is a good position to be in.
FTW all day says IOF just leveled an apartment building in Beirut. Damn.
I don't know if you understand that you sound like a fucking moron when you come out when you're pro-war. What the fuck does that mean? If you've never fought one, I don't know really how you can take that side. You know, you're kind of talking.
I mean,
about
everyone's
other people's
anti-war until
glory
your
there.
country's being attacked, right? That's kind of how things change a little bit.
It's weird because you can see to Lonerbox that the being anti-war, whatever the fuck that means, which generally it's in context, right? Anti-warness, it is spoken of like at the time of the invasion of Iraq, for instance, in the early 2000s, right? You were anti-war if you were anti the United States invading Iraq. If it's 1993 and the Gulf War is going on, you're anti the Gulf War. If it's 1966 and the Vietnam War is going on, you are anti the Vietnam War. It doesn't really. It's a weird thing for Lonerbox to be like, that's just cringe, and to try to fold it into the idea of pacifism, which is not what we're talking about, obviously.
You're still anti-war. You want to win. If you're pro-war, you want the war to continue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm pro-war to yield, but then that would mean
that's
being
actually kind of
anti-war
the
makes you
point. That's kind of
pro-war.
the issue with Israelis is that they want the fucking
Okay.
war to go on indefinitely.
Does Lonerbox know how he comes off?
You think
they
Israel wants the
continue-
war to go on
they
with
continue
Hezbollah
fucking-
indefinitely? Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Like, look, this only I gotta warn you, okay? This only works in your silo. If you are amongst fellow DGGers, this is cool. This is fine, right? It relies on your people, on your audience, like hating the person that you're arguing with, looking at them as some kind of a lefty, looking at them as some kind of a peacenik, or for whatever reason, some kind of a pro-Palestine, watermelon person, right? It relies on that, right? And so you got to understand that when it travels outside of that DGG silo, it's going to look really bad. To anybody that's not DGG for life, this looks bad. And Lonerbox, this has happened to you once before. I thought that you might have learned something from that. You don't seem to have repeated, like at least getting fucking owned on in multiple spheres like that again since then. But here we go.
Because they want to they first off, goddamn Netanyahu just wants to stay in power or whatever the fuck. Who gives a shit?
Well, you can do that
But
with
also,
Gaza, but he
when
doesn't need to do it with Hezbollah.
when you can start fucking inching down other fucking chunks of a population, and constantly justify it as an act of self-defense, eventually you're going to successfully genocide that population. It's just fucking.
Are they
works.
trying to genocide Lebanon?
I don't know. Probably. Fuck. Who cares?
Based on what? You just made that
I
up.
don't know. The terror
Israel
attack
has
they
no
committed?
interest in genociding. What, the genocide that? Are you kidding me?
They invaded fucking twice now. What? Right? Didn't they fucking just completely destroy
Why did they
Lebanon's
invade-
infrastructure in the 2000s?
In 2006, was that before or after they left Lebanon and then Hezbollah responded by firing thousands of rockets over the space of 6 years? Why did Israel leave
Look,
Lebanon?
there does seem to be a conscious attempt, at least in parts of the Israeli, the factions that control the Israeli government at the moment, to enact genocide, which they're doing in Gaza. There does seem to be a turn to directing that attention towards the West Bank as well. In Lebanon, it would seem that the goal is to keep the conflict going, to provide a pretext for Israel to pull in the United States, to justify the continued arming of Israel by the United States, and to just keep the conflict going, right? To keep the conflict going in order to present a situation where Israel can claim to be in danger. It's this weird circular logic that's going on here, right? We keep on enacting genocide in Gaza, which causes Hezbollah to continue to attack, which offers a pretext to say that we're at war, to keep Netanyahu in power, and to try to pull in the United States to a conflict where they'll be forced to they'll be forced to back up Israel in whatever the fuck kind of misbegotten plans it decides to undertake, to pull Iran into the war as well, potentially.
They want to genocide them and like keep the war going forever. Why did they leave Lebanon in 2000? Why did the UN actually say, yeah, you've gone beyond the blue line?
Because more than likely because they're so fucking bad at fighting, they can't leave the Iron Dome or they get fucking wiped.
Okay, so
again, I corrected this last night. Lonerbox is going to be right here. The Iron Dome was not constructed was not completed in 2011. Really got up and running, around 2011, 2012. So the conflict that Lonerbox is talking about in 2006, there was no Iron Dome. He's right about that.
So that doesn't really answer my question. Then they left Lebanon in 2000.
Does
that mean they want to keep the war going?
They can't hold territory.
2000.
Strategic retreat.
Huh?
They left for strategic retreat. So why did they only hit back at Lebanon when Hezbollah hit them first after Israel left? You don't know anything about this conflict. I don't know why you're coming in puffing your fucking chest about this issue.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care, because you just asserted that Israel's goal was to keep the war with Lebanon going forever, and they want to genocide the Lebanese. You're the one who said that. You don't know what you're talking about. You just made that up. You just guessed that out of fucking thin air.
Fake own. Shut the fuck up.
It's not a fake own. You said something that was wrong, and I called it out. Now you're saying you don't care.
I mean, look, in Lonerbox's world, this is what an own is, right? That what they do is they load up on ammunition of factoids. And I say factoids on purpose to differentiate this from knowledge, to differentiate this from understanding, to differentiate this from context, right? Factoids like the, it's important if you're going to say that like they don't leave the protection of the Iron Dome and that has something to do with something that happens in 2000, right? You're making your lack of knowledge about when the Iron Dome was constructed and implemented, is causing you to say something that's wrong, but it's also not the point of the discussion. And Lonerbox is showing his capability to be wrong through inductive logic, even with that ammunition of factoids at his disposal, which in the DGG world, this is what wins debates, right? If your opponent is like, when was that? What was that? And you're like, oh yeah, 2023, yada, yada, yada happened, right? Then you sort of like present yourself, you present yourself as an authority, and you gatekeep your opponent out of the discussion, even if your opponent is the one with logic that's sound and just has like a kind of detail mixed up.
Anything about the history. You don't know anything about the conflict.
You have to fucking rewind the clock 15 years to
Israel
talk about
didn't even
shit.
have the Iron Dome in 2000. Why did you bring that up?
Random fucking kids getting fucking blown up by goddamn pager bombs yesterday or
Did
today
Israel
or
have the
tomorrow.
Iron Dome in 2000?
I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
Why did you mention that?
What about
for the Israeli pullout?
Lonerbox, you goddamn genocide excuser. What in the fuck does this have to do with fucking pager bombs? Why are you fucking changing everything up so much?
Because
Why are
you
working
asserted.
so hard? Why are you working so hard to take the fucking onus of responsibility off of people that are killing children?
Because
Why are you doing that?
asserted.
I don't
you
give
asserted.
a fuck about this.
because you asserted that Israel is doing what they're doing because they want the war with Lebanon to go on forever because they want to genocide the Lebanese. That is a fucking brain dead thing to say.
No, I didn't
so I
assert
called it
that.
out.
You asked me if that was possible, and I said, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't leave a shit.
You said I don't know. I don't give a fuck when you realized you don't know what you're
fact,
talking about. Yeah.
You know what? Fuck. I don't care. I literally don't give a fuck what their
else don't you
motivations
know?
are. That doesn't change. That doesn't change the fact. Doesn't change the fact that it's a fucking war crime, does it? Because your motivation in causing a war crime.
I don't think it's determined that it's a
really
war crime. There's a dispute over whether it's a war crime.
How would you know?
You can read
You've never
articles
read the
on
fucking
it.
Geneva Conventions. You know what the fuck
I've
you're
read
looking
the section of the Geneva
There's
Convention.
going to be a continued dispute of whether Israel is committing war to crimes as long as that's literally what Hasbara is. That's literally the purpose. To take the indisputable and add a question mark to it. To politicize the truth. I don't know how else to say it.
I've read the Lieber Institute article on it today where
Then
they
how are you
discuss
fucking stumbling over booby traps? How do you fucking not know that?
Because there are
How many Geneva
definitions in
Conventions are there?
because in the booby traps definition of the additional protocol 2, which Israel signed up to, they do make exceptions for military objectives, and a military objective might include the kind of people.
What does it say in the fucking next segment? Read out the next segment. I know where you are because we read it on
the
screen.
either
What does
or
it say in the
part?
next one?
Are you confusing the
No,
either
no,
or
the
part?
fucking-
The
the
warning part,
literal
yeah, the
right
warning.
underneath.
Or you can do a warning, yeah. That's the next part. Or,
No, there's a part literally in that subsection that says you cannot create a fucking booby trap device that you can pick up and take with you that looks harmless.
That's the previous section. What comes after that? That's the bit I just
Doesn't
read
matter.
to you.
Doesn't matter. That's a fucking subset.
It's not a subset. It's the next paragraph.
There's nothing that comes up after that that defeats that. So what the fuck?
Yes.
So yeah, I thought that maybe Lonerbox was right when I first watched the stream through Lonerbox's side, and then I took a look at what we're talking about. Here, let's rewind that and just.
But the either or part. Are you confusing the either or part?
It's not an either or part. I mean, there is one that he's talking about, but like okay, so I think we figured this out. So I believe that Tyler's talking about Article 3. Again, this is Protocol 2. Protocol on prohibition or restriction of the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices from the 1980 Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, or CCW or CCWC, which did take place in Geneva. However, it's not what we refer to when we say the Geneva Convention. We mean the 1949 convention. However, Tyler makes a point not to say Geneva Convention. He says conventions, which I guess would include this. But anyway, Tyler's article that he's citing is right here. Restriction on the use of mines, wait. It's this one, right? General restrictions on the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices, right? It applies to mines, booby traps, and other devices, prohibited in all circumstances to direct weapons against in which this article applies, either in offense or defense, or by certain reprisals against civilian populations, such as the one that was affected in the pager attacks, or against individual civilians. 3, the indiscriminate use of weapons in this article applies is the indiscriminate use of weapons to which this article applies is prohibited. So no indiscriminate use, right? When you're using these weapons, you have to know who or what you are blowing up. Israel objectively did not, as you know, these were remotely detonated. Oh, okay, so indiscriminate use. So this is an or, right? So this or means if either condition A, B, or C is satisfied, it's prohibited, right? This is where maybe the confusion. I mean, I guess I'm giving Lonerbox a lot of benefit of the doubt here, but I guess confusion is coming from, right? Prohibited if A, B, or C. A being it's not if the weapon is not on or directed against a military objective, or if it employs a method or means of delivery which cannot be directed at a specific military objective, B is satisfied. So remember, if A, B, or C is satisfied, that means it's prohibitive, right? Tyler's right. Tyler's 100% right here. C, which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. Now, this one, I will admit, is a little bit of vague, like what exactly constitutes excessive, in relation to the concrete military or direct military advantage conferred. So we'll ignore C, but B is definitely fulfilled. For all feasible precautions should be taken to protect civilians from the effects of weapons, with which this article applies. Feasible precautions are precautions which are practicable or practically possible, taking into account all circumstances ruling at the time, including humanitarian and military considerations. So Article 4, I believe, is what Lonerbox is talking about, and this is where he thinks he's got a loophole. Right? He's like, well, so there's Article 3, sure, but then there's Article 4, and since Article 4 comes after Article 3, it must supersede that. In reality, Article 4 is not speaking to the same thing. This is restrictions on mines, booby traps, and other devices. This is restrictions on the use of mines other than remotely delivered mines, booby traps, and other devices in populated areas. So the booby trap that we're dealing with here is covered by Article 3, not by Article 4. Lonerbox appealing to this is just wrong. It does not apply, right? This article applies to A, mines other than remotely delivered mines, B, so, B, booby traps, and other devices. That is worded a little bit strangely. Other than remotely delivered mines, booby traps, and other devices. I don't know, so here it seems clear that we're talking about anything that's not in Article 3, mines, booby traps, and other devices, is if it's a mine, it also says in populated areas here. Other than remotely delivered mines. So again, doesn't apply to what we're talking about here. Mines other than remotely delivered mines, booby traps, and other devices. It's prohibited to use weapons to which the article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentrations of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place. So there's no ground force combat currently taking place there, or does not appear imminent, unless either A, they are placed on or in close vicinity of a military objective belonging to or under the control of an adverse party, or B, measures are taken to protect civilians from the effects. For example, posting warning signs, posting sentries. So in other words, in a populated area, if you've got a sign that says warning, minefield, right, or combat zone or whatever, then... So these are two exceptions to Article 4, which restricts the use of mines other than remotely delivered mines, booby traps, and other devices. I do think that this is actually confusing, like the wording. Right? Because right here, we're talking about other than these things, and then it says, applies to mines other than remotely delivered mines. I think it's mines other than remotely delivered mines, booby traps, and other devices. Maybe Lonerbox is reading this as like mines other than remotely delivered mines. Second, booby traps. third, other devices, even though booby traps other devices is covered in this section. But anyway, he thinks he finds an exception here. He thinks he finds a loophole. So he thinks it's all peachy keen because they're military. The Hezbollah members are military objectives. I think that's how he's interpreting this. The fences or warning signpost doesn't really come into play here.
The warning part, yeah, the warning, or you can do a warning, yeah. That's the next part.
No. The warning is like a sign. The warning is like marking off. This is a minefield. Do not, like, civilians do not enter.
There's a part literally in that subsection that says you cannot create a fucking booby trap device that you can pick up and take with you that looks harmless.
That's the previous section. What comes after that? That's the bit I just read to you.
Doesn't matter. That's a fucking subset.
It's not a subset. It's the next paragraph.
There's nothing that comes up after.
Yeah, it's the civilian objects is what Tyler's talking about here in Article 3. Wait, is it? Cause damage to civilian objects.
After that defeats that. So what the fuck are you talking about? How does it count? Does it
that's the entire discourse. I can send you legal scholars talking about it if you don't trust me on it. Do you want me to do that? We can read it together.
I don't fucking trust
that's what
you
I like
to be able to
doing.
fucking read. You read it the first time. I watched you just do it on fucking stream. I fucking want to bring it up, and I can't fucking find it.
I'm on it. I'll show you. Hang on. This is the kind of stream I like doing, by the way. I like just reading through things, okay? Because I don't think...
Because you're a Destiny clone. Sorry, that's the truth.
You even know my position on this.
Counterinsurgency.
So
I don't care. I don't care.
You're not bringing anything to this. You're just emulating Destiny to get 1,000 of his audience in your chat and do a really boring stream where you mostly sit quietly reading and drinking water and boring the fuck out of anybody else that's trying to watch.
What your position is.
You're reading the prohibited use.
But hey, at least you're staying hydrated, right? That's good.
Booby traps apparently harmless objects, but
wait. Let me make sure. Animals and their carcasses. Okay, article. Wait, I can't tell because it's so blurry, but I think that says. Let's make sure we know what he's talking about here.
I don't think you even know my position on this.
Counterinsurgency.
So
I don't care. I don't care what your position is.
Animals and their carcasses. Let's find that. So is Article 5 what Tyler's talking about? The use of remotely delivered mines is prohibited unless such mines are used within an area in which the military objective, which contains the area which is itself a military objective. So the area, seizing the area, is a military objective, which contains military objectives, and unless, or which contains military objectives, and unless their location can be accurately recorded in accordance with Article 7, 1A, which is down here. 7.1a is parties to the conflict shall record the location of all pre-planned minefields. So in other words, this is not a pre-planned minefield with the location recorded. This is a device which is altered and put into the hands of, Hezbollah party members and taken who knows where. The point is that they don't know. All right, so that's Article 7.1a. The ineffective neutralizing mechanism used on each such mine, that is to say, a self-actuating mechanism which is designed to render a mine harmless or cause it to destroy itself when it is anticipated that the mine will no longer serve the mine military purpose for which it was placed in the position, or remotely controlled mechanism which is designated for to render harmless or destroy the mine when the mine is no longer serves a military purpose. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to, like, from what I've read, there's no there's no disable the pager bomb function. Effective advance warning shall be given of any delivery or dropping, remotely delivered mines, which may affect a civilian population under the circumstances, unless circumstances do not permit. So, this is unless, and there's or. Oh shit! Yeah, sorry. That's A and B. So this or this, they can. So are the locations accurately recorded? No. Is there an effective neutralizing mechanism? And I guess we don't know, but you know, we effective warning shall be given. Okay, so that's 1 and 2. Effective warning shall be given. So it's got to satisfy one of these conditions, right? They record and they know where they are, or they're able to disable them when they're no longer in serving a military purpose. And then 2, effective advance warning shall be given. So this 1 and 2 are and. You got to have 1, which is an or, this or that. What this or that satisfies 1, and you've got to satisfy 2. Effective advance warning shall be given, and this, by the very nature of the attack, was not done. If they were to have given advance warning, the pagers would not have served their purpose. Right? There's no way to be like, oh, hey, civilian, just so you know, don't touch any of these pagers. These particular pagers made by this particular company, they're going to be bombs. Just stay the fuck away from them and then not let anybody else know. That obviously would not work. So yeah, 2 is not satisfied. 1 is probably not satisfied unless we find out that there's an effective neutralizing mechanism. Lonerbox is talking about Article 6, saying that it supersedes Article 5, I guess, without prejudice to rules of international law applicable in armed conflicts relating to treachery and perfidy. It is prohibited in all circumstances to use any booby trap in the form of an apparently harmless portable object. Yeah, there we go. Any booby trap in the form of an apparently harmless object. Wait, maybe this is what Tyler's talking about, and then the next one is where Lonerbox is hanging his hat. Let's make sure. In the form of an apparently harmless portable object, that's what we have, which is specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material and to detonate when it is disturbed or approached. In this case, we're talking about not detonating when it's disturbed or approached. We're talking about when it is activated by remote control. B, booby traps, which are in any way associated with internationally recognized protective emblems, signs, or signals, sick, wounded, or dead persons, burial or cremation sites or graves, medical facilities, medical equipment, medical supplies, medical transportation, children's toys, or other portable objects or products specifically designed for the feeding, health, hygiene, and clothing and education of children, food or drink, kitchen utensils or appliances, except in military establishments, military locations, or military supply depots, objects of a clearly religious nature, historic monuments, works of art, place of worship, which constitute a cultural or spiritual heritage of the peoples, animal carcasses, animals or their carcasses. 2, it is prohibited in all circumstances to use any booby trap which is designed to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. Okay, so Article 7 is about recording and publication. So it's got to be, huh? Yeah, like Lonerbox, if we can see here, is on Article 6. Animals or their carcasses. Wait, where is that? Animals or their carcasses. 2, it is prohibited. Let's make sure that's what that is. 2, it is prohibited. Oh, weird. This is a different, this is contains some of the same text, but mine doesn't have a part 3. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons to which this article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentration of civilians. Wait, you know what? FGHIJ. This is J animal, and they're, God. This is such a similar, this is such a similar text, but it does seem slightly different, and it makes me wonder. Protocol 2 on prohibition of restriction or restrictions of the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. Here, let's just see if we can figure it out from Lonerbox's video.
You're reading the prohibited to use booby traps, apparently harmless objects, but I think the bit after it, which does actually.
Okay, so let's read what he's got. Without prejudice to provisions in Article, oh my gosh, what does that say? In Article 3, let's go back to Article 3. Without prejudice to prohibitions in Article 3, article applies to mines, booby traps, and other devices. It is prohibited to use weapons to which this article applies. So Article 3 being weapons are mines, booby traps, and other devices. In any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentrations of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place. I feel like we read this somewhere else. Unless either they are placed on or in the vicinity of military objects, or B, measures are taken to protect civilians. We did read this. Transfers. Where's transfers? Don't have transfers in this. Yeah, this looks like. Yeah, this is. Okay, what I'm looking at is Mark 2. It does seem to be. But he's looking at where he's looking at it, it says 3. Is it possible that he's looking at
actually introduce nuance is without prejudice, the provisions of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons which this article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place or does not appear to be imminent unless either A, they are placed on or in the close vicinity of a military.
Apparently harmless. Let's find that. Like, it feels to me like there is been a revision, right? I feel like one of what we're looking at, either Lonerbox's or mine, is a revision of the other. And it seems like there's stuff been added to it. Either stuff been added to it in Lonerbox's or taken away in the one that I'm looking at.
Objective.
Oh, I gotta click this to read it. Yeah,
These were placed.
You're wrong about that, by the way.
These were.
Lonerbox is completely ignoring the line right before the one he just quoted. Yeah, yeah. Also, is what he's reading even applicable? Because it seems to me that the article regarding mines, booby traps, and other devices is Article 3. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3. Trying to understand this without prejudice too.
Other area containing similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place or does not appear to be imminent unless either A, they are placed on or in the close vicinity of a military objective.
Oh, I gotta click this to read it. Yeah,
these were placed.
You're wrong about that, by the way.
These were placed in the close vicinity of a military objective, i.e., the soldiers who were attacking Israel, who were engaged in an armed conflict with Israel.
That's not a fucking military objective.
Yes, it is.
Personnel are different.
Hang on, I'll find you.
And it's not military personnel. There may be some military personnel that that got these pagers, but it's not. That's not.
Really, are you sure about that? Are you sure that there's no precedent for anyone describing combatants as military objectives?
I don't give a fuck.
Are you telling me I
can't?
Are you telling me?
What, is it somebody else that fucking
precedent?
Justified war crimes and they
Fake
got the
precedent.
They got to shake it off.
I got this from the Red Cross.
Horseshit precedents that fucking mistake the fucking the rule of war.
So I can get this from the Red Cross website.
I know you're also reading this shit piecemeal, so I have to double and triple check it anyway. I don't trust anything you're actually saying.
That's why I said I can show you sources. That's why I actually got this from legal scholars. I got this from the Liber Institute article. So
amended protocol. Definitions: mine, Roman, anti-personnel mine, booby trap means any device or material.
I'd be a lot happier if I could find the version that Lonerbox is show it. It should and figure out like if it is indeed the same. It does seem like the same. We're talking about provision 2, right? This is what I'm showing here. Is provision 2? Could there on prohibitions or restrictions to on the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices? Protocol 2.
Yeah, okay. Military objective means, in this, so far as objects are concerned, any object which by its nature, location, purpose, or use makes an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, or neutralization in the circumstances ruling at the time offers a definite military advantage. It doesn't say people.
And you're not, okay, that's the Rule 8, right? Definition of military objectives. And I can show you case law where people say things like insurgents who continuously take part in the armed conflict, the example they use here is the Taliban, are not civilians but legitimate military objectives. There's a difference between just reading the letter of the law literally as a layperson
also, though,
versus
says,
precedent.
There we go.
Yes.
They are placed.
I'm sorry, Lonerbox, but there's definitions within this within this protocol, right? So when you've got that is gonna, like, when they're defining their terms, you appealing to, like, I found a prosecutor that referred to this a person as a military objective does not
on or in the close vicinity of a military objective, or measures are taken to protect civilians from their effects. For example, the posting of warning sentries, issues.
Yes,
warnings
either or. Yes,
offenses.
either or.
Without President or the President Article 3, it's prohibited to use weapons. Also, this does not change anything about the previous prohibition, because it's just a different subsection. It is prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of apparently harmless portable objects, which are specifically designed and constructed to contain.
Why would they
explosive material.
add a part to say it's prohibited to use weapons, which this article applies, which would be booby traps, because the article on booby traps, and then mention exemptions for military objectives?
Hold on. Actually, we're kind of fucked up on this. Do you know what a booby trap is? Do you know how it works?
Without prejudice to the ruling of international law applicable in armed conflict relating to treachery and perfidy, it is prohibited in the circumstances to use booby traps and other devices which are in any way attached to or associated. There's a whole list of things that you can't attach a booby trap to. That's actually not applicable. Right, none of this covers a pager, but
they can work in a few ways. One can be that it's triggered just by, like, opening a door, as in, like, you don't trigger it remotely, or they can be remotely triggered. They list examples above.
Yeah. Do you know what placed in this means? It means
they even
like,
say here kitchen utensils or appliances, except in military establishments, military locations, or military supply depots. So even they make exemptions
if
there.
If it's not one of those things, it doesn't count, right? But
that's
also,
where the military objectives come from. But,
the second one, you're missing it completely. It doesn't justify anything. It literally means you can't be able to pick up the fucking explosive device because it looks harmless and then take it somewhere else. That's the prohibition. You can have a booby trap near the guy, which means
apparently harmless portable devices, portable objects which are specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material. Right? What would this mean if not? What would this apply to if not this situation?
It by him somewhere. You could even put it on him if it explodes on him, but he can't fucking be able to pick it up and take it somewhere. Do you know why? Can you say why that's bad?
No, tell me.
Because other people can too. Because anyone can pick it up, and then it can blow up somewhere the fuck else in a non-military area.
Yeah, and it seems to be that there's
explosions out of uncontrolled areas.
And it seems to be that there was a reasonable.
We're slowing down.
And it seems to be that there was a reasonable expectation that a piece of equipment that is being used for military communications is not very likely to be en masse getting passed around the civilian population, because they were Hezbollah pagers.
It's a fucking pager. It's a fucking pager, not a fucking Perk 118.
Yeah, and look, like everyone who was close enough to those pagers to die was a militant. Yeah, about barring like 3 people.
Clearly they weren't, because we're getting reports back that.
God damn it, Chad! It looks like I'm going to be covering President Sunday debating Lonerbox tomorrow. 1 in chat if you want that. 2 in chat if you don't.
There weren't all militants, so you're full of shit.
I didn't say all. I said barring 3 people.
Bending over fucking backwards.
Barring.
It's so weird to me, right, that the stuff that we were covering earlier this year, which was like Vosh, Sanderhall, Kaffels, Foldergate, all that kind of stuff, it's completely flipped. And then before that, it was like Destiny, Hassan, and now somehow the relevant location is like the sphere is like Westside Tyler, President Sunday. Like I don't know.
Justify
3
kids
people
dying.
barring
2 people do not want President Sunday.
3 people. It's a I don't
3
justify
people.
kids dying.
Fucking 3 too many people.
Oh,
it's a specific thing. That's
Oh shit.
because they were Hezbollah pagers.
It's a fucking pager. It's a fucking pager, not a fucking Perk 118.
Yeah, and look, like everyone who was
Yeah, pager is pretty well. It's not all booby traps, right, that are interdicted, right? But like that, section 2. What would it be? Like sentence 2, article. So there's protocol article number 2, whatever, doesn't matter. Wait a minute, this is different. Yeah, his says something different. It's about like an innocuous portable object or something. God damn it. In the form of harmless portable objects. Pager.
they were Hezbollah pagers.
It's a fucking pager. It's a fucking pager, not a fucking Perk 118.
Yeah, and look, like everyone who was close
In chat, I still don't know what a Perk 118 is.
for those pagers to die was a militant. Yeah.
Yeah, doctors and medical staff carry pagers.
About barring like 3 people.
Clearly they
so-
weren't, because we're getting reports back that they weren't all militants. So you're full of shit.
I didn't say
You're just
all.
literally,
I said
you are
barring
literally
3
fucking bending
people.
over fucking backwards
Barring
to justify
3
kids
people.
dying.
Barring 3 people. It's a I don't
3
justify
people!
kids dying.
He said Hezbollah pagers. Yeah, like
Fucking 3 too many people.
Oh,
It's a specific thing that's
so
supposed
it's
to
only
kill specific
it's
individuals.
only
it's almost like he's finding a way to classify these people as an exception, right? That the normal, Geneva Conventions, plural, protocols do not apply to them, right? But there's a Hezbollah. It's not a regular pager. It's a Hezbollah pager.
it's
Now it's
only
going
a
out
legitimate
and killing
struggle. So
randoms.
it's only
Don't you see? You should be able to blow these people up with their pagers, and it doesn't matter if they're in their home with their family. It doesn't matter if they're at a market getting food. It doesn't matter if they're on public transit. It doesn't matter if they're in an airplane. It doesn't fucking matter. Whatever kind of damage this causes, whatever secondary damage, harm to civilians that happens, that's their fault for being close to Hezbollah.
a legitimate strike if it's 100% killing militants.
Yeah, like literally.
So you think
literally.
Israel should never actually attempt to fight Hezbollah ever because Hezbollah dresses up as
Basically,
civilians?
Yeah, dude, Israel's fucking dog shit. They're one of the worst militaries that's ever fucking existed.
Thank
They're
you.
highly
It's
incompetent.
so it's
they
always
can't shut
like
anything
yes,
down.
yes, okay,
They're bad
yeah.
at fighting
It's
Hezbollah. They've
always-
never stopped them
It's
before.
always option 2. Israel has no. Yeah, Israel should just let Hezbollah fire rockets at them indefinitely and just hope for mercy one day. Right? That's what they. Yeah.
No, that's
They
not.
should not
that's
try
really
to
not
stop.
option 2.
They
That's
should
what
not
I
try
knew,
to
you
stop the
fucking
people who
piece
are
of
attacking
shit.
them.
You
Yeah.
fucking. That's
That's
an
it.
answer-begging question, by the way. You assumed that second option's the only fucking option. You piece of shit.
I mean,
Matt Rock says, as I read more about this, it looks like most of the people arguing it violates international law are specifically citing Article 7.2.
in
That
your
is
case, it
fucking
is. I
trash.
mean, you came there all
It's
by
literally
yourself.
not. You can do
You said it all
diplomacy.
by
We talk about the fact that 3 innocent people died. Yeah, well, in there, now he's quoting like 37 people that were Hezbollah that were involved in some way in Hezbollah. It doesn't really state whether militarily or politically died, and then 3 people that were not. And he's like, that's a pretty good ratio. That's a pretty good ratio.
by
There's a lot of
yourself.
other things.
Diplomacy
There's a
with
lot of other
Hezbollah.
things.
What diplomacy is supposed to happen with Hezbollah? They ignored Security Council resolution after the war. There was an attempt at diplomacy. Hezbollah ignored it. You didn't know that. What diplomacy is Israel supposed to engage in
No,
with
hey,
fucking
hey, hey.
Hezbollah?
You
No,
have
I
a
want to
10
hear
second
that.
cutout.
The diplomacy they need to engage in is with Palestine, right? As in the 2-state solution that they have been talking about forever, but at every single instance have poison pilled so that it couldn't possibly happen. The 2-state solution that Benjamin Netanyahu recently bragged about having 86, having sunk, having ruined, having prevented, right? The negotiation that they could have had instead of the fucking Abraham Accords, which cut the Palestinians out of the negotiations and tried to go around them to do bilateral negotiations between Israel and other countries in the Middle East, right? That is the negotiation. That is why they're being attacked by Hezbollah right now, because they continue to continue to do a genocide in Gaza.
You made that claim.
You had a 10-second cut. I didn't
put it
hear a
out
thing.
there.
It just ended with you yelling at me about Hezbollah again.
What diplomacy do you think Israel's supposed to engage with Hezbollah on? There was a Security Council resolution after the 06 war that told Hezbollah to move their arms past the Litani and to allow the Lebanese government to consolidate control. They ignored it. They did not enter negotiations over territory like the Sheba farms or anything, because they are literally a non-state group that is devoted to trying to destroy Israel. Diplomacy. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know anything about this conflict. I don't know why you're doing this.
It's not diplomacy with them, it's diplomacy with somebody else. There's just other things to do. You can't end a fucking terror cell by indiscriminately attacking the terror cell and making more terrorists.
So tell us what they should
what
they should do then. Give me a suggestion.
Literally stop.
And by dumb shit, he means that, you know, tactics that were recognized as being counterproductive, like in the 50s and 60s.
Stop killing civilians. Stop doing it. Do everything in your power to stop killing civilians.
Which also means don't even attempt.
FDW says military personnel have civilian protections when performing civilian duties under the Geneva Convention.
To target Hezbollah, because
basically,
Hezbollah hides in the civilian population.
Literally, you only make it worse. Like,
Damn, so really, if you hide amongst civilians, you can actually just do whatever the fuck you want then, can you? All right, fuck.
Kind of, yeah, that's kind of the point of hiding amongst civilians, is that other people, normal human beings, don't fucking kill all of the civilians. We had to deal with this when I was in Iraq. You know what we did? We fucking aimed through scopes and shot the guys in the fucking head. I didn't hit anyone else. The fucking drone
The
warfare
American
shit was
army
bullshit. It was
didn't. The American
trash.
army didn't hit other people in the Iraq war. What are you talking about?
Shut up! I was not in the army. I was a Marine.
Okay. But
Fucking
obviously,
gangster shit.
a lot
I did
of
fucking weak stuff.
Thank you for your service. Obviously, a lot of
You're welcome.
civilians died in the Iraq war. That's a horrible example. Also, Iraq was
Did
not.
they die all the time?
Iraq was not. Iraq was not
When did they die?
bordering.
They died when we did indiscriminate attacks. And it was a fucking mistake, and
Also,
it made the war drag on.
Iraq
You
was
fucking
not.
idiot.
Obviously, Iraq was not bordering America and launching attacks at America endlessly and
shut
vowing
the
to destroy
fuck
the
up with
country.
this
So
fucking Israeli
the stakes are slightly
belly aching
different.
shit.
The stakes are slightly
God damn
different,
it.
though.
They weren't for me. I was fucking there, dumb fuck. They were bordering me. They're literally outside my fucking fob shooting at me. Are you fucking stupid?
I'm talking about national conflict.
I don't give a fuck about national shit.
Oh, they were
You know what we
bordering
did?
the soldiers who went in there.
Fucking
Okay.
civilians. You
Okay.
moron. You don't have a fucking point. Yeah, every time indiscriminate bombings happened in fucking Iraq, every time there was ancillary additional death, excess.
Like, my understanding is that, I don't think that the defensible point is that the United States operation in Iraq were some kind of model, some kind of model military endeavor that avoided civilian casualties. I think the point is that Israel's doing markedly worse, right? You've got a bad situation in Iraq with the United States where civilians were killed, and you're actually having a way greater number killed in Israel's operations.
Death in the civilian population. We had more fucking insurgents every fucking year. And then the goddamn Sunni awakening happened. All of fucking Ramadi fucking flipped over. And then we stopped fucking killing kids. And the
Tara Lara Farr says, imagine if it was, how could we possibly expect Hezbollah to negotiate with the IDF?
whole war chilled the fuck out. But Israel doesn't want to do that. Israel wants more land, so they want to fucking keep killing kids and continue doing conflicts so they can fucking just push.
You just made another claim again. You're saying they want.
Push.
You think what land in Lebanon does Israel want?
Who the fuck knows?
Why
Who
did
the
you
fuck
say
what their
that then?
desires
Stop
are?
fucking saying things that you don't know are true.
Because I don't trust.
I actually think it's more likely that it's about Gaza and the West Bank rather than Lebanon, at least short term.
Anything about the Israelis. I will accuse them of anything. I don't give a fuck. They're untrustworthy.
Like we have evidence that there is designs on annexing the West Bank and or Gaza. There isn't evidence that there's designs on annexing southern Lebanon, but that is also, given the behavior, given what's happened, it's not completely out of the question. But again, I feel like I would bring the conversation back to Gaza. I would bring the conversation back to Palestine.
They lie. You know.
And that's the reason that there's this ongoing conflict with Hezbollah, right? Is because of the conflict in Gaza, right? That's literally why they started shooting rockets.
They do the hospital.
So-
All that fucking bullshit.
So you just
They
admitted
lie
that you'll
about
just make up.
statistics, They lie
But
about
you just
injuries,
admitted
they
you'll
lie
make
about
up
what the
whatever.
fuck's happening.
But
They
you
lie
just
about the fucking income that comes
you
in.
just
They don't give a fuck.
You just admitted
They
you'll
don't give a
make.
fuck.
So you just
I'm
admitted
always
you'll just
gonna
make up
assume-
whatever
I'm
suits
always
you.
going to assume people that will kill kids are going to do the worst possible thing that they can get away with because that's usually what they fucking do. People that don't give a fuck about killing kids, who the fuck knows how far they're going to go? But they continuously
We
do.
lost
They don't
them.
give a shit about.
Don't worry, I put him back in. I put him back in, Lonerbox. I'm so sorry that your Discord audio wasn't working. I'm so sorry that you had that malfunction. Luckily, I was able to piece together the audio with Tyler's VOD. So, but did you see what happened there, chat? Now you're gonna. This is the first. This is the first incident. So you're gonna see more of this.
About the Israelis. I will accuse them of anything. I don't give a fuck. They're untrustworthy. They lie. You know they do the hospital.
So-
All that fucking bullshit.
So you just
They
admitted
lie
that you'll
about
just make up.
statistics, They lie
But
about
you just
Again, that is something that's gonna get clipped and used against him.
admitted
They
you'll
lie
make
about
up
what the
whatever.
fuck's happening.
But
They
you
lie
just
about the fucking income that comes
you
in.
just you
They
just
don't give a fuck.
you just admitted
They
you'll
don't give a
make.
fuck.
So you just
I'm
admitted
always
you'll just
gonna
make up
assume-
whatever
I'm always
suits
going
you.
to assume people that will kill kids are going to do the worst possible thing that they can get away with because that's usually what they fucking do. People that don't give a fuck about killing kids, who the fuck knows how far they're going to go? But they continuously
We
do.
lost
They don't
them.
give a shit about ending the conflict because they're doing the one thing that you should not do when you're trying to end a fucking insurgency. Kill kids. They just
Hezbollah-
keep killing kids. Endless.
So he's getting into counterinsurgency now, right? He sent Lonerbox a 200-page counterinsurgency manual. The point being that it's been known since like the 50s or 60s at least, right? If not before, that these kind of tactics enacted in as in a counterinsurgency are actually counterproductive, right? They what the counterinsurgency the goal of it is to end the insurgency, end the conflict, and that these kind of I don't know what else to call it, right, than terroristic tactics by a state actor will actually have the counter effect to that. So it's this point is gonna get pressed further.
Death, kids, random people at fucking supermarkets, and I got dipshits like you. Fucking, so you think that they don't have the right to defend themselves? Like, they're not even defending themselves.
I
More
mean, they
fucking
are.
Israeli
They're
civilians
attacking
are dying.
they're targeting
because the
people
IDF
who-
is fucking incompetent as shit. More Israelis are gonna die because of this. Tons of them are gonna fucking die. It's gonna go away for 5 years, 6 years, and then all the kids whose dad's fucking balls exploded because their pager went off are gonna fucking turn into goddamn terrorists and go and shoot up another fucking thing. And you're gonna sit here and
literally
say,
making
"Oh,
the same
don't they
arguments
have
that people
the
could have
time?
made
Why can't
against
they
like
fucking
going into
defend
Germany in the
themselves?"
Second
Because
World War
they're
now.
bad at it. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're trash at it.
So chat, when I said I did a lot of work on this is what I mean, right? There's several places that I had to repair the audio. The first thing I had to do was sync up the audio so that we could get Tyler's face and Lonerbox's face on screen at the same time and make sure that Tyler's audio is synced up to what his mouth is doing, which I think I did a pretty good job at. Then we had a bunch of different scene changes from Lonerbox that I had to, change I had to kind of do some work to edit around that. And then the last challenge, of course, is Lonerbox's really petty muting of Tyler. Right, I don't even see what it accomplished, other than just being a passive-aggressive weirdo, which he is. He is.
That's why.
I can speak from personal experience that Lonerbox is a passive-aggressive weirdo.
The problem is
The
that you
Israelis
just
cannot
the problem
fucking end
is
a counterinsurgency
the problem
to
is
literally save their own lives, the lives of fucking Israelis.
I don't
They
think
can't
they're
do it,
trying to.
incompetent.
I don't think they're trying to end Hezbollah. I think they're just trying to stop Hezbollah from firing rockets at them or to get their military capabilities reduced.
How are you going to fucking do that by just randomly killing people in fucking supermarkets? And
They
then
didn't
also,
randomly
like,
kill people.
60%
Almost
of them
didn't.
happen to be fucking insurgents. How many insurgents do
Where
they have
did you get
left?
60%?
That's the one I read earlier today. Some fucking, what is it?
Uh,
Do we have that up there?
They didn't randomly kill people. Most of the people they killed were
Oh yeah,
militants.
it's the Slate article.
I don't. I mean, I don't even. You realize?
If
do you
you say
understand
most
that
of the
you
people
just
they killed were
admitted?
militants, that doesn't mean all the people they killed were militants, so they randomly killed people. You know that, right?
That's not
That's
what
definitionally
random.
what-
Lonerbox apparently does not listen to Netanyahu when he says he's not doing a ceasefire. Yeah. And like I said before, prevented a two-state solution, right? The thing that would have gotten a resolution to this conflict is a thing that Netanyahu brags about having avoided. And Trump brags about having sent his fucking fail son-in-law in to do a negotiation. Guy has no business acting as a diplomat, and yet he's doing it, and he's doing it in a way that literally you can directly trace as a contributing factor to October 7th, along with the annexation of the Golan Heights, along with the moving of the United States Embassy to Jerusalem, right? You can literally trace this stuff to Trump.
You're saying
That's not what random
that
means.
is.
That's not what random
Who
means.
else died? Who else died? Was it specific people, or was it literally any other random person?
That's not what random means.
That is fucking what random means, you idiot. Are you fucking serious? You're literally doing your fucking best to justify indiscriminate killing. When you stop discriminating and you have indiscriminate targets that you haven't discriminated against, that's indiscriminate
Well, the
murder.
targets were the
Those
people
are
who had the
random-
pagers, and the people who had the
random
pagers
fucking
were
people.
the targets.
Random. Obviously they weren't, because not all fucking Hezbollah people died. You keep saying that, but it's not true. It's literally a lie. You are lying to me and your audience.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So if somebody else
if you
dies
target a
from
building,
the fucking pager that you say doesn't go further than one person, it either goes further than one person and you're a fucking liar, or it goes only to one person and civilians died, which means that it was indiscriminate. You fucking moron. That's basic logic.
A 37 to 40,
idiot,
a
Lonerbox.
37 out of 40 ratio, and it's indiscriminate. That's really
It's a
interesting.
ratio.
Okay.
The other part of the ratio is random fucking people.
So if there's a
That's what
if there's
random
a if there's a
means,
military if there's a
Lonerbox.
military objective that has like 7 soldiers and 1 civilian and you hit it, is that an indiscriminate strike?
Yeah, if you didn't discriminate against that civilian, it's indiscriminate.
Okay.
Why did you kill that civilian too? Yeah, you indiscriminately killed a civilian. You didn't
okay.
Discriminate.
That's
between
fine. If you want to own
and
that position,
combatants.
that's fine.
That's
Okay.
what that fucking means.
That's
What that fucking means. It's even better because this wasn't a mass bombing with a bunch of different people in it. It was pagers that they sent out. And by your own fucking little Hasbara fucking brain trying to justify shit, you said it wouldn't go further than one person. We can assume that that's true.
I said it
which
was
means other
reasonable to
people,
assume.
individual random people were killed by the fucking pager.
I
Lonerbox,
said-
and you're not even addressing that.
I said
You're not even addressing
I
that.
did address it.
Those are
I
random
did address
people.
it. I did
Who
address
was
it. What did I say?
If you don't know who it was, it's just some random person.
I addressed it. I said it was reasonable to assume that they wouldn't cause that much damage in a radius around the explosion, which seems to have been true because 37 out of 40
Because
people who
it
died were
randomly
militants.
killed other independent civilians. That's it. That still justifies my.
Did I say Loserbox and Sunday or I don't know. No, I'm asking if chat wants that, right? There is apparently a debate between Lonerbox and Sunday that Sunday got on after Tyler, and I've heard various things about it. I haven't seen it myself. I do have at least one person sending me the link and saying that I should cover it, but I'm not sure if chat wants more Sunday and more Lonerbox, given how much we've had already. Does server muting on Discord show a muted indicator? Because I know that Lonerbox had call bubbles in the corner of his VOD. Does it show it? Does it show it on the call button bubbles? That's a good question. Right, that's an overlay. Yeah, that's a Discord overlay. I haven't really messed with that stuff that much myself. Because any Discord experts in chat want to comment? But yeah, he is. He does say later that he's muting Tyler, and it's like the exact same thing. You just hear Tyler cut out. If you listen on Tyler's end, he doesn't cut out. There are a few incidents though where Lonerbox drops out, and I'm not sure if he realizes it or not.
A reasonable assumption to believe that this yielded low collateral damage, which it seems to have done. Yeah.
It also isn't really that reasonable of an assumption, because
Why not? It was right. It yielded low collateral damage. Yeah. What are you talking about? It absolutely was a reasonable assumption.
But they kill fucking civilians,
And
other people were injured.
that doesn't stop
do you know
it.
what low collateral
That
damage
doesn't
means? Like,
stop
what
it
is
being.
collateral? Do you know what collateral damage even is? If like thousands. This is a Slate. Slate said they got this is Operation Temperature with about 5,000 pagers. So we have 5,000 pagers out here, according to the Slate article, and then the Hezbollah walkie-talkie.
So in other words, 5,000 booby-trapped objects, civilian objects, just kind of dispersed.
At least 9 people were killed and 300 people were injured. We don't know exactly who the fuck was injured because your fucking side of things isn't paying enough goddamn attention to it. And let's see, they said about 2,800 people are said to be injured, but it's not known how many of those are Hezbollah or how serious those injuries are. 2 of those killed are said to be children. So, like, either you are fucking, it is
still
actually...
talking, or did you?
you're kind of fucking stuck here. So either it is not.
What did Lonerbox
collateral
just
damage
say?
Because 2,800 people at least
Sorry.
are fucking injured and 2 kids are dead, or it.
Did you?
People are said to be injured, but it's not known how many of those are Hezbollah or how serious those injuries are. 2 of those killed are said to be children. So, like, either you are fucking. It
Are you
is
still
actually.
talking, or did you?
You're kind of fucking stuck here. So either it is not low
Really passive aggressive.
collateral damage because 2,800 people at least are fucking injured and 2 kids are dead, or it's completely indiscriminate killing because 2 kids are dead and it actually is close. So like literally you're wrong either way.
That doesn't make any. That is the most nonsensical sentence I've ever heard in my fucking
that you
life.
want to go. No, it's not. It's not. You just have to pretend it is because you're getting fucking owned right now. Like literally, what in the fuck?
It's good
is
that
your
you keep
goddamn
reminding people that I'm
response
getting
other than-
owned because everyone would forget otherwise. You need to do that whenever you remember to. Don't forget.
I will. Yeah. You're
Okay.
getting fucked right now.
It's funny you say that because you're getting fucked right now. It's funny because
No, I'm not.
you even admitted that you don't know or care what Israel's intentions are, so you'll just make them up. That's why
Okay, if we wanna take a little like a step back and talk about like who's getting owned, right? There were some moments in there where Tyler said stuff like, "I don't care if I'm saying stuff that's not true." That obviously is gonna make for a bad clip. That sounds, disingenuous. But I think I can have the like if you really look at it in the context, what he's saying is that like that part is not important. But in DGG, every little factoid is important. Every little thing that you say, like the Iron Dome, you talk about Israel's afraid to go outside of the Iron Dome, and you're referring to a conflict that happened in the early 2000s, right? That's that's a reason to gatekeep you, regardless of your argument, or regardless of what happens later. But that was kind of only for a moment, and overall, Lonerbox is losing this debate. Right now, that being said, Lonerbox is right that pointing out that you're winning or a debate is not a it's not a great argument to you winning the debate, but in this case, he's actually right.
land in
don't give a shit.
Lebanon.
No, seriously.
In other words, if you're winning, you shouldn't have to point it out, right? That's the point. That's true. But Lonerbox, you are kind of getting fucked here.
Literally, I fucking not only do I admit it, I'm triple downing on it. Triple down. I don't give a fuck what their intentions are. They're killing kids. I don't give a fuck. Do you care? What do they say that lets them kill kids, Lonerbox? What's the minimum? What's the minimum level for you to fucking watch a child die? Have you ever done that?
That's a real appeal to
I got
emotion.
to listen.
Right
No,
there.
seriously,
Okay.
check this out. Check this out. Like this actually happened to me when I was in Iraq. The insurgents missed a mortar, and I listened to a woman scream over her dying child for like 4 hours.
Well, I guess
Nightmare.
no war should ever.
It was crazy.
Well, I guess no country
It was
should.
crazy.
Well, I guess
What
no
would-
country
here,
should
okay.
ever.
How
So no
can I get you
country.
there?
So no country
I
should.
want you to imagine
listen,
a child, Lonerbox,
okay, yeah,
and
listen.
I want to watch
listen.
you. I want you to imagine watching it die.
Don't try to hold
I want you to
fucking
look into
dead
its eyes while
Lebanese
it's
children in
dying
front.
and
Hey,
tell me
sorry.
how you get there.
Stop standing
Get me
on
there,
fucking
Lonerbox.
Arab graves to try and get a point out of me. Is this what you need to tell your audience that I'm getting
standing
owned
on-
right now?
I'm
This guy's
standing
getting owned.
in the
By the
grave,
way,
baby.
It's a weird thing with debate bros. Whenever you point out something that they are saying that's morally reprehensible, you're accused of virtue signaling, like you would be in a debate with a right-winger, right? In the exact same way, right? You're morally grandstanding, or in this case, standing on the graves of dead Lebanese kids. But the point is that you don't seem to care about them. The point is you're arguing that their deaths are fine, acceptable, legitimate, as you said earlier, right? And that's just such utter bullshit, and nobody can fucking take you seriously when you say that shit. And this is what happens, Lonerbox, when your debate escapes the silo of DGG and gets seen by people that aren't able to see what you got with Tyler. Is all you got to do is put him in a box. He's anti-war. He's a lefty. He's this. He's that. Right? So we don't have to take him seriously. He's overly emotional. So therefore, it doesn't matter if he's pointing out that your viewpoint is fucking monstrous. But to the rest of the world, Lonerbox, your viewpoint is fucking monstrous.
the children.
This
Come
is
on,
the
what
fucking hell I
bro?
live in, baby. I know the fucking horrors of war. This is all fucking
Yeah, I can tell you've
theoretical to you.
processed it in the most healthy fucking way possible. Jesus
I
Christ.
have, because I'm anti-war and I'm anti-killing kids. You wouldn't do that shit, and you fucking are.
Yeah, and now he's what he's a combat veteran with PTSD. Is that the box you're shoving him to? I thought he was a peacenik. I thought he was anti-war, right? Which box are you putting him in? Lonerbox can't tell. He's lost control of this debate. He's got to know on some level that this is going bad, right? This is going bad.
This is going bad.
You're cool with it.
Yeah, so no,
Don't stand on the dead
basically,
Arabs.
so
Bro, you're fucking trotting over them to justify Israeli war crimes and terrorism. You're fucking garbage, man.
yeah, because
I was
Hezbollah
getting ready
never.
to treat you nice about this, but literally, Lonerbox, tell me. I want you to look into the eyes of an imaginary child and tell me the minimum
An imaginary
military
child.
that you can give to that kid and say, like, hey, kid, look, I'm going to fucking put a bullet in you for an Israeli today. Just tell me what you need to get there.
I'll give it
you.
You realize
I'll
that
give it to
you're.
you.
I know you're not going to let me talk because
What
it's
is
just like you're just arguing that no country should ever fight another country ever. They should never retaliate to anything ever. No one should ever fight any war ever because some kids might die. That's the argument you're making here.
You should literally avoid conflict.
Ukraine
at all
shouldn't fight with
possibility.
Russia
Yeah.
because some Russian kids might die. Who knows?
Ukraine is fighting with Russia because Russia is invading Ukraine and they're trying to get them to go.
Yeah,
Ukraine didn't
and-
want to fight Russia at all. Ukraine wants the conflict to end and they want their fucking
but
territory
now you
back.
need to produce evidence that Israel wanted a war with Lebanon. Why did they leave in 2000?
I don't give a fuck what their
Oh, so now
justifications
you
are
don't
for
care.
killing-
Yeah.
You don't. The conflict that's happening with Hezbollah is directly due to the conflict in Gaza. That's why Hezbollah fired, rockets, right? Those are the conditions. Also, as far as I understand, of the cessation of hostilities is a cessation of hostilities in Gaza and a cessation of the wholesale slaughter of civilians in Gaza, right?
Now you
The
understand.
Ukrainians aren't even in Russia killing children. So what the fuck was the point of that?
Ukraine
Why do you
is
keep
in Russia
dodging
right
all the
now.
dead children?
Ukraine is in Russia
Why?
right now. Some Ukrainian strikes have killed
No, I guess,
civilians.
yeah,
we
yeah,
know
now they're
that.
in fucking
The
Kursk,
Kursk
aren't they?
bridge, yeah, and the Kursk bridge, civilians died there, right? If one of them was a kid, should they have not done that strike?
You should have avoided killing the kid at all fucking possible costs.
But
I'm sure
all
they probably
possible.
feel
Oh,
bad
you mean
about
it's
it.
you mean it's
Did
not
they actually
possible
look?
to
Did they actually
wait?
look?
You mean it's
Did
not
they do drone warfare as they do? Because the fucking entire border.
The
and Ukraine-
problem here is that these attacks are not directed. It's an explosive device put into a pager. Those pagers are distributed in a way that's not trackable or controllable by Israel, and then the button is hit to remotely detonate them. That's the problem. That's why it's a fucking, that's why it's a violation of Protocol 2. That's why it's a war crime.
covered in fucking drones. Accidents do happen, and you fucking have to live with them for the rest of your life.
So why is what
You
Israel
try to
did not
avoid
an
them.
accident?
You don't
why
send,
is
you
what
don't
Israel
send
did not an
booby-trapped
accident?
pagers in there.
Why
You're
is what
changing
Israel
the
did not
entire
an
thing.
accident?
Ukraine didn't do a fucking terror attack. They attacked a legitimate
A military target that was being used by civilians as well, like the Hezbollah soldiers who were legitimate military targets.
Well, who were doing what? Going to a fucking market, which was a legitimate target for.
You know
for
full
what?
well that is not the way you discern whether or not
That's-
someone is a
that's
legitimate
where-
target.
That's literally
You
how
know
you
full
discern
well
whether or
that in
not to attack
non-international
somebody
armed
is if you're going to
conflict,
fucking kill
people like
that are
Hezbollah,
around
their
them.
soldiers of Hezbollah would have a continuous combat function. It doesn't matter if they're in the market or not; they are still targets. If they're on civilians, what that does is it just means that there has
Yeah,
to be a
fuck
collateral
them kids,
estimation.
Man. Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids.
Same with Ukraine and the Kursk bridge.
Go tell me I'm
kid
standing
might
on
have died.
the
They did it
graves of
anyway.
Arab children again.
How would they possibly known who was crossing the bridge at that particular point?
Bro, Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, you've already admitted that you think Israel is the one that started this war with Lebanon. So I don't even know. When you say Ukraine, Ukraine's allowed to fight because they're getting attacked.
I think I said
but Israel
I think
can't
I
fight
said
Lebanon even though they're
repeatedly,
getting
I don't give a
attacked. Yeah, so
I think actually repeatedly.
so
I
it's
said I don't
okay
give a
for
shit.
so it's
I don't
okay for
care. I don't
Ukraine.
care.
It's okay for Ukraine to
I don't
respond to
care.
an aggressor, but not Israel.
Yeah,
you know. Okay, it's fine.
The way
Okay,
that you
it's
actually
fine.
fucking respond
It's
is
fine.
the case because
It's fine.
Ukraine
I'm expecting one of them to say yabba dabba doo.
didn't send a bunch of fucking pagers with bombs in it into a civilian area. Now, did they?
The
They
Kursk
didn't.
bridge
And
attack.
you're-
No,
you
they
know
just
that.
no,
You
they
know
just
that.
they just blew up civilians on a bridge. That's what they did.
Yeah, it's a bridge. It's a fucking bridge. It's a military target.
And these
it's
military-
Yeah, if a soldier isn't on active duty, they count as civilians, so they're not military targets. Do you know if you applied this logic towards Israel? People in chat have been pointing it out that every Israeli citizen is required to serve, and that after they've served, they're considered reserves. So you could make this argument to legitimize an attack on almost any civilian area in Israel. And that argument would be faulty as well. But this is the kind of logic that you're using. You're just not applying it evenly because you're not morally consistent. The one sin of debate bros you have committed. So go to debate bro hell, I guess. Is that how it works?
These are the same people who are launching attacks on Israel.
That's fucking miserable. I'm pretty sure the people that did that are fucking going to be haunted.
It's interesting that you're talking about kids as well, because the same militants in Hezbollah who were targeted in these pager attacks were the same people, the same military that killed 12 kids in the Golan Heights. 12 Jewish
and they
kids.
shouldn't have fucking done that. It's bad.
Really?
It's bad.
So
They
almost
should
as if
also
they're
fucking cut it
so
the fuck
why
out.
were
It's a
the why
military
was the
ineffective-
bridge
So
a
why
legitimate
are you
target,
trying
but
to
Hezbollah
justify
fires
what
aren't?
Israel does by letting them also do more terrorism that's already bad? So I have to pick between two fucking terrorists. You're just saying like, yeah, Israel can do this because the other terrorists did another terrorist thing. We have terrorists versus terrorists. Tyler, when will you stop handicapping my country?
Oh, I
They're
I
doing
thought
terrorist activities.
I thought so. The bridge wasn't terrorism because it was collateral damage with a legitimate military target, but for some reason it's not with Israel, even though the people they hit were legitimate military targets. I don't
TW says Russia occupied Ukraine just as Israel occupied Palestine and Lebanon.
understand the dissonance here.
Because the
You're
people
not
that
making
hit
any
weren't
fucking sense at all.
legitimately- they
You're a
weren't
fucking
legitimate
mouse
military
in a
targets.
maze.
No,
The
they're not.
Hezbollah
No, 'cause
soldiers
you're
are
literally
not
lying
military
again.
legitimate targets.
You're literally making shit up.
Hezbollah
to try to
soldiers
justify
are
your
not
fucking
legitimate
side.
targets. Why?
You're completely changing the fucking way that the military operation even was undertaken. It's fucking sending pagers, literally fucking pagers, nondescript, harmless items into a civilian center and then having them randomly explode when you can't see what the fuck is going to happen. It's an indiscriminate terrorist attack and you're justifying
the cursed bridge
attacking
is a civilian bridge.
Is attacking a fucking bridge.
The cursed bridge
That's
is a bridge
attacking
that's used.
fucking
The cursed bridge is used by civilians
Someone
as
can
well.
actually make the decision about attacking the bridge because they can see the fucking bridge before they attack it.
Oh, so they
You can't
targeted
do
the
that when you
civilians on the
send-
bridge then, because they saw. So they mean they saw civilians on the bridge and hit it anyway? Is that what Ukraine did?
Probably. I guess if they did, then they did.
So they
fucking
estimated
took that into
collateral.
account and made a direct attack. They did. That's collateral damage. That's
Yeah,
actually
just
how it
as
works.
the Israelis seems to correctly so far. The injuries might change.
No,
by
they
the
have
way.
not.
The difference is Israel does not have eyes on anything that's going on with those pagers. They're pressing a button, right? Those pagers could be anywhere.
To
And
correctly
you're on a mission.
identify that most of the people who
Because
would die
each
in these
individual
hits were.
pagers-
Yeah. Ophelia's pointing out bridges are like the definition of what a military objective. That is an example. Sorry, of a military objective.
Because one bomb hits the fucking bridge, you have 5,000 bombs. 5,000 fucking bombs in Lebanon randomly exploding fucking anybody.
Yeah, and
You were trying to
somehow
articulate the
they
difference
knew
between-
that it would be
You're
a
trying to
37 to
pretend
40.
that there's no
37
difference
to 40.
between two completely different military tactics, one of which is completely standard and above the board and is disgraceful in its loss of human life that's collateral. That fucking sucks. And another one which doesn't take the loss of human life into account at all, other than to say, we're going to have Lonerbox excuse this for people here later down the line because we are for certain going to randomly kill any fucking person that picks up one of these things. We have no fucking idea who it's going to be.
Okay, do you think
The people who were on the
do you
bridge
think
were on
they
the
got-
bridge. They saw them.
Do you think
didn't
they-
see who had
so
the fucking pagers.
Do you think they got
You
lucky
didn't
then?
see 'em.
Do you think they got lucky? Do you think they just got lucky that 37 out of 40 people who died from those pagers were Hezbollah?
That's not luck.
If it was
It's fucking
random.
Three people that didn't. Three people didn't. Also, what about the thousands that were injured? Thousands injured, Lonerbox. What about
Again,
them?
well, we don't know about how many of them were militants or not.
Shit, fuck me. God damn it. I got to use the one number that's like 37 out of 40.
Well, we have to use the number that we-
And you're also using the the absence of evidence as like literally an evidence, the absence of evidence as some kind of evidence of absence. Well, we don't have that information right now, so for all we know, it could be zero, and let's just treat it like zero. Good job, Israel. Good job, Israel. You got 37 out of 41. That's an A on a test. Yeah.
Yes.
4,000 or whatever the fuck. 37 out of 2,400. That's a little harder of a fucking number, isn't it, Lonerbox?
Well, we have to
deal
use the
with
ratios that we know.
0.001% success
Defending pager bombs is so insane. Hey, it's all in a day's work for Lonerbox. This is what he does.
rate is a little bit more difficult to fucking deal with.
We have to.
Jesus Christ! It's like
did you just assume that
sending them into a village.
Did you just?
Can we not infect people? They were a military target, and then they get everybody sick. You're just doing fucking
Did you just
war crimes
assume?
apologia.
Well, why did you assume that most of the people injured were civilians? Why do you keep assuming that? You're guessing.
Because until you fucking discriminate that they're fucking enemy combatants, they are to be assumed civilian. You fucking monster. You don't shoot someone unless you know who the fuck they are. You animal. You dog. Are you serious? Why the fuck did you just say that?
Yeah, no, this is like an argument that could be used for like spray and pray, right? Well, maybe I hit all militants when I spray and pray. The point is you don't know. And you're taking the action anyway.
Fucking mind?
What's up, Dr. Oculus?
Out in support of war crimes, Lonerbox.
That's not even close to what I did.
Against them.
The
That is the most
pagers.
disgusting thing I've ever fucking heard. Like, I'm actually ashamed of you as a human being. Oh, how do you know the 2,400 people? How do you know not all of them are civilians? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, because I think Israel seems.
I mean, and it's also like that's a echo of the arguments about Gaza, right? Well, like you say that this many civilians were killed. How do you know they weren't all Hamas terrorists?
People that fucking dropped the goddamn pagers off, not know. How do they not know?
Well, they
because
clearly
they didn't care.
they clearly
it's
knew.
An indiscriminate terror attack.
You know the IRGC guys who were interviewed.
Do you know how they know what happened on the Ukraine bridge?
Do you know
that
the IRGC
aimed the bomb? They knew exactly who was going to die.
Do you know the
IRGC?
The IRGC guys literally said that these pagers were for Hezbollah people, for soldiers. Yes, they said that.
Okay, then why the fuck are they killing so many goddamn civilians and injuring them?
What do you mean killing so many goddamn civilians? 3 out of 40.
More than any one.
Oh,
3.
Okay, any. Okay.
If they're fucking so fucking accurate, why do I keep having to hear a fucking ratio gum up that you're so fucking proud of? When I only killed just a few kids and I only fucking
because I think you're confusing
people.
You're confusing accurate with perfect. I don't know why you're doing that. You would never make this. You'd never hold the standard up for any other country, and you kind of admitted it's because you have a special.
I just did, and I literally did
for some reason.
I literally did, and you're fucking lying, dude. Don't do the Hasbara shit. I'm fucking on point with this. Are you out of your fucking mind? I literally upheld that standard.
No.
Stop treating.
You called it collateral when
like
Ukraine did it.
Unpowdered baby bitches that they fucking are. These fucking low-rent cowards.
So you can do the theatrics and then get back to trying to tell me why it's different. You still haven't explained why the collateral estimates for Ukraine is different. For some reason, it's collateral when Ukraine does it, but when Israel doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. That's very confusing.
Because literally they're not using indiscriminate attacks. Dumb fuck.
It wasn't indiscriminate.
It was indiscriminate. That's why you don't know who got hit, because they didn't discriminate. I keep saying that. You're a fucking idiot for not accepting it.
No, it's because the health authorities haven't said yet.
You can either discriminate and then you know what you're shooting at, or you can shoot wildly and then it's indiscriminate. When you just hand out pagers and then random fucking people that you didn't intend to die died.
It's reasonable. It's reasonable expectation. That's the standard. It's not having a.
What do you mean reasonable expectation?
Is it okay? Is it reasonable?
Spray. You can just go to the market and fucking spray and pray when there's fucking Hezbollah people there. And if you hit 3 of them and kill them,
a question for you.
And then you injure fucking 400 more. You're like, oh shit, this is a good day.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Is it reasonable to assume that communication devices for militants, for performing military action, are most likely going to be in the hands of militants at most times? Is that not a reasonable assumption?
Those are not military. Those are not military fucking communications devices.
They were used by militants.
Communication devices that look like civilian communication devices that are being used by militants. The fucking cell phone I had when I was in the military was not my fucking Perk 118 I went on patrol with, you fucking idiot.
So I said
it doesn't look
communication
like a military
devices.
Device. It looks like a civilian device.
Okay,
That's
so
why
you just
now you're
literally disagreeing with like the Iranians themselves when they said that these communication devices were being used by militants. So I'll ask you again:
you fucking just made that up. I
reasonable?
Said literally they're being used by militants.
Okay, yes,
they are not military communications devices.
Is it
they're
reasonable
civilian
then?
devices being used by militants.
That doesn't change my question.
If somebody uses my fucking XP pen to draw the goddamn Hamas flag, it does not make my XP pen tablet a fucking terrorist XP pen tablet.
What was my question?
It's still a civilian device.
What was my question?
Your question is, why the fuck are you so stoked about goddamn killing kids?
What did I ask you? What question are you even answering right now with that tirade? What were you answering?
Why? What? What?
Did
the
you
fuck do
even
mean?
were you even
What-
listening to me? Shall I ask it again?
What is your question, dumb fuck? Repeat it.
My question was, do you think it is not a reasonable expectation to think that a piece of communication equipment that was being used by militants to perform military actions
Oh no, that wasn't your
was
question.
most
Actually, I
likely
did
going to
remember.
be in the hands of
I
militants?
did remember. You said military communication equipment.
Oh, I'm
Which
sorry.
was just trying to rephrase.
Apologize.
You're trying
profusely.
to rephrase the fuck.
Okay.
You should, because there's
So-
actually a distinction. You know that, right? You ever seen a Humvee? Ever seen a Humvee, like an Up Armor Humvee, a military vehicle? Does it look like a fucking Honda Civic to you?
No, not
Kind of
really.
looks different, right?
Okay, so now
Yeah.
that you
Oh,
now
it
that
doesn't look different than a Honda Civic? A fucking Humvee? They're not distinct.
no, not to these
You
untrained
ever seen like an
guys.
F-18 Hornet? Does it look like a fucking commuter jet?
So I'm gonna ask my question again.
You ever seen? Like,
Is
have you ever
it?
seen like an M240
I don't know why
Golf
you're so
machine
uncomfortable
gun?
with this
Does it
question.
look-
I just
I'm
realized
not
why
uncomfortable
you're.
with it at all. You're
I just
literally
realized
misphrasing
why.
it intentionally to try to justify things, and you phrased it twice.
Was
Or
that
you,
device being
rephrased it
used?
twice.
So were those devices being used by militants or no? Yes, you agree they were. So is it not reasonable to assume?
No. Look, you had
Is
you
it
had
not
three
reasonable-
rephrases. Please fucking play that back.
Is it
That's
reasonable
the
to
third time
assume?
you've rephrased the goddamn question.
Is it
to try to
reasonable-
walk back how fucking psychotic your first
Is it
one was.
reasonable to assume that those devices would be in the hands of militants most of the time?
No, because it's a civilian
You have no
communications
fucking
equipment.
Okay. Oh, that was
It's
being
only-
used by
only reason
Hezbollah.
you know that
that was
it's going to
ordered
be
by
in the
Hezbollah.
fucking hands
That was
of
shit.
Hezbollah
Okay, so
is
you're
because
okay.
you
Thank
gave
you.
it to
yes.
them.
You were making
That's the only
arguments.
reason.
You were making
Anyone else
arguments
that
for.
sees it,
You were making
Come on.
arguments for Hezbollah that they didn't even make for themselves. They admitted that these communication devices were used by the military, that they were exclusively for the militants to use for their
Yeah,
operations.
because the militants
You just made an
themselves were
excuse
using them, you
for
fucking idiot. It's not an
terrorists.
exclusive
You just
device.
made an
It's not an
excuse.
exclusive
Yeah, that's right.
device
You
that's
just-
only used
you
by
just made a-
terrorists, you
Tyler's tablet of terror, right? The
fucking
just-
idiot.
Hamas
It's an old
you just
tablet.
Japanese pager. I did
You
not
just
make
made an
a fucking
excuse
at
for
all. You're
Hezbollah
literally
that
making
they
up
didn't
my
even make
fucking answer.
themselves. You just made an excuse for baby killers that they didn't even make themselves. That's what you did.
I think that they're trash too. I fucking put Hezbollah.
But then
against
why
the
are you
wall,
making
but I made
excuses
sure it was
for
all
them?
Hezbollah before I fucking started shooting.
So you think
and
it
not mix
wasn't
a few kids in
so,
for good
so you think
measure.
it wasn't reasonable for Israel to believe that these devices were in the hands of Hezbollah?
No, because
No.
they can't follow the fucking goddamn. Maybe if you hand it if you toss it to the guy and you see him, and then he fucking set it off. Yeah, okay, I can
So-
see him.
so-
when the guy fucking leaves your sight, you're no longer guiding the munition.
Oh.
It could go fucking anywhere.
So you think they might have
Once-
given these pagers to Hezbollah somehow and had the ability, had the level of information to get Hezbollah to get pagers from this particular company, from this straw company, but they didn't. But then what? Like Hezbollah gets the pagers and then a guy just like gives it as a fucking birthday present to his kids? What?
Sure. How do you know that? How do you know that it didn't happen? What if he just
Probably
takes it
because
out of
most
his
of the people who
pocket?
died were
What if he
Hezbollah.
just takes it out of his pocket and sets it down on the kitchen table, Lonerbox?
That's
What if he
okay.
drops
Okay.
it?
Well, that would
Lonerbox,
be.
what if he hands it to his friend? Hey man,
Oh,
can you check
you
that
weren't
for
li-
me real
oh,
quick?
so I did-
Blop, 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 blop. Random fucking people can
Right.
pick it up because it doesn't look like military
So
technology.
that's why I
dipshit.
said most.
Somebody in the military using something does not mean it is immediately military technology.
That's why I
When I
said-
walked around on roads in uniform,
That's
it didn't
why
turn
I-
it into the fucking. It didn't turn it into fucking a military.
That's why I
causeway.
said. That's why I said mostly. You weren't listening. That's why I said
The
most of
mostly
the
is
time.
pointless. The mostly is pointless.
It's
in there.
not reasonable
Because
to
the
assume.
other side of the mostly,
It is.
the other side
It's
of
not
the mostly
pointless. That's how you
is
make a
always
collateral
just killing
estimation.
children with you.
That's how you make
Every
a collateral
mostly with
assessment.
you is like trying to get yourself past fucking 51% so that you can put a few more bullets in fucking children.
It
and
wasn't
random
past
fuckos buying
51%
mangoes
by
at
the looks of
market.
it, but okay.
What?
So it's more likely to assume that like half of the Hezbollah fighters would be giving their pagers to other people. These are pagers that they're using for military operations. How often do you think a fucking militant in Lebanon is using their fucking piece of equipment that they're using for military operations and just dishing it around the civilian population?
Where's your
This is
phone
not
right
a
now,
reasonable.
Logan?
Yeah, this is a good question. Where's your phone right now, right? Where's my phone right now? Actually, I don't know. Oh, it's right here. But seriously, it could just as easily be in the kitchen next to my roommate who's cooking dinner. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Let's say I'm Hezbollah, right? And I left my pager in the kitchen. And somebody, like, you just don't know. It's a pager. They do get fucking left around. And they do get picked up. And they do, like, here, hand me my pager. Okay. I mean, yeah, the problem is you don't know. It's indiscriminate. That's what he's missing.
Lonerbox, where's your phone? Where's your phone? Is it
I'm
in
not
your
a
pocket?
militant.
But you're a human being, right? Where's your communication device you
I
carry?
mean, actually, I don't know. Is he though?
pocket? Is there any table?
We trust that he is, yeah, human being.
Has your wife ever picked
on some
up
level?
Girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever you got?
No,
It's a streamer phone. It's a Hamas phone. It's a Hezbollah phone.
Has anyone you know ever picked up your cell phone? Have you ever left it sitting somewhere? And like, oh,
yeah,
fuck, my cell phone.
It's a good thing I'm not attacking another country while I do that.
It's a good thing also that it wasn't full of fucking explosives, and then if somebody touched it, it fucking blew up.
Again, put the shoe on the other foot and see if he's okay with that, right? You've got a nation in Israel where military service is required, unless with some very specific exceptions, which they're actually kind of cracking down on. And so by that logic, it's a country full of targets. It's attacking other places. It's attacking other people, right? And even occupying. If you applied this logic on the other side, you would be justifying stuff that you obviously are not okay with.
You idiot.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that if I ever attack another country and I have a little
What's
fucking...
the counterexample to the reality of leaving fucking explosives that look like everyday objects, putting 5,000 of them into a random country and not telling a fucking soul about it? I don't know. Hey, guys, we got like at least 27 of these guys. There's thousands injured, thousands fucking injured. Who gives a shit? Hey, everybody, well, hold on. Lonerbox said it was a good ratio, okay? Lonerbox said it was cool. Go fucking get up, give that kid like
again,
a little
you're
bit of
still
dash.
just
hey,
completely
one-arm kid.
You're just guessing for some reason. I don't know why you keep doing this. You're
because
assuming
it's an indiscriminate attack. It's an indiscriminate attack, so you don't know. That's the point.
They attacked communications devices that were exclusively held by militants.
Look at him, he's bleeding to death. Boom.
Okay.
Got him. But if I just start...
Okay, there's no good place to pause it and say this, but if you haven't liked the stream again since it started back up, I would massively appreciate that. Check and see, is the thumb white? Is the thumb pressed, right? If it's not, I would massively appreciate you pressing that thumb. We're back to 74 likes. That is very close to, actually we got more likes on this part of the stream than we did on the past one. So if we could get this to 100 somehow, that would be amazing. I'm having real trouble. And chat, this is the frustration, right? Even when I got killer content, that's the time I want everybody to see it, right? I'm doing okay. My community is taking care of me. People have donated. People are supporting me on Patreon, right? I'm doing okay. I'm kind of worried about the people out there that need to see this content, and they're not going to see it. And I know there was like 71 people in chat prior to us getting to this concept. There were 71 people eating their vegetables, ready for dessert, and then when dessert was ready, my stream went down, and it really makes me sad, right? Not for myself. I'm gonna be okay, but I need people to see this. It's important to me, right? So if you could like the stream, that'll help people find it. That'll help it show up again. This is this whole thing that when it goes down, it's like we got all this momentum. It's at 71 people. It's got all these likes. It's got momentum. YouTube is showing it to everyone, and then the stream goes down and it comes back on, and YouTube is like, you've already had quite a few notifications today, Miss Geller. We really need to push your stuff so hard? It seems like you're gratuitously doing another stream. YouTube doesn't understand that the actual good part of the stream is in the second half, right? And now we've got I'm competing with one of my videos, right? It's just all this shit. So like massively thank you to the Thumb Gang. Thank you to everybody that's pressing like right now. If you pressed like earlier, if you pressed like on the stream before, I appreciate you so much, right? Because it's hard to get that momentum going back. And I know that there's people that want to see this. And I know that if they see it through me, they're going to see a version of the debate that's a lot more accurate. You want to see what their nonverbal language was while they were talking? You want to see what their expressions were while they were talking? You want to hear everything that Tyler has to say? You want to listen to a version of it with the audio balanced so you can hear what Lonerbox has to say? That's my stream, and like my stream only so far, right? And so it just really burns me up that I got something so good for people and that there's some people that are not getting it. I even saw people in the comments on the first stream of like, oh, it looks like you went down. I'm so sad. I was lurking. I was hoping to watch this, and it looks like I hope you You know, like, I hope to hear from you again. And I'm like, I'm right here, but I'm behind a glass wall, and YouTube will not shine a light on me to show, hey, she's right here. You know, the stream that you were watching, you can get that back. You can get that back right now, right? And it's only by the virtue of people engaging and letting YouTube know that you like this content, that you appreciate this content, and also that other people just like you will like this content as well, right? That's what liking the stream does. So anyway, that's enough. I've sold the like button hard enough. I'm just so frustrated, right? Because again, I feel like I'm letting people down somehow.
Like aiming a gun into a fucking classroom and blah, 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 and then I hit like 1 or 2 people. I have to guess how many people I hit until I actually count the bodies, because I was indiscriminately attacking them. You understand that, right? We're going to keep going back to this again and again. You can try to take it off fucking ramp, talk about fucking 10, 15 years ago, talk about anything else. Oh, well, you don't care about the conflict? No, I don't give a fuck. I don't think there's anything that justifies you.
And look, this is basic debate bro tactics, right? To change the subject to something where they're comfortable. Where they comfortable? They're comfortable in a place where they got factoids. If they've got like either facts in front of their face, like dates and statistics and shit like that, right? Or they've got something committed to memory or whatever, right? That's where they want to lead the discussion. Tyler's right when he says that Lonerbox is using a flowchart. They might call it something different, but it essentially is a flowchart. It's like if then, and there's a different way, a logic tree, I think some people call it, right? The idea is he's got a preferred path that he'd like to lead this debate down, and he's got provisional topics, provisional pivots, just in case it goes to a place where he's not comfortable, a place where he's being exposed as being logically or morally inconsistent. And Tyler keeps on bringing him back to the basic facts of the matter, the basic thing that he is enabling, the basic thing that he is endorsing, right? Rather than like, oh, but you didn't know when the Iron Dome went in. Oh, Tyler, you shouldn't, I guess you shouldn't be having this discussion. Coming from a guy that just didn't understand the nature of a fucking booby trap in order to be having an argument about the, you know, and he, notice how much Lonerbox tries to lead it down a path of a legalistic, you know, does it fit this provision in Protocol 2? Rather than, is this fucking okay? Weaponizing pagers, weaponizing a civilian object which could easily be, and given enough, you know, pagers put up, there's 5,000 pagers put out there, will end up in the hands of a kid at some point, right? Is that okay? Are we okay with that? Are we okay? Are you okay with this being the new meta of war? You know, you've heard Netanyahu say things like where he talks about college kids in the US as being terrorists. If that's all it takes to legitimize using these kind of tactics on people. Now, I'm not as afraid for US kids because that would have huge like legal ramifications, but I am worried about students like across the world. Anybody that wants to protest can be considered and has been considered by Netanyahu a terrorist, right? Meaning that this shit could happen to a lot more people and over a lot more things. Is this really the future that we want? That is what needs to be addressed, and that is what Lonerbox refuses to deal with.
Sending bomb pagers into a civilian area where kids can get to them. I think it's fucking weird.
I guess it's quite. Yeah, I guess this is part of the whole like. You have to.
I think you're a fucking weird dude, Lonerbox.
I guess it's just interesting that like.
Creepy.
Well, I don't know why you just give yourself carte blanche to make stuff up. Then you're the one who said that Israel's doing this because they want more land.
Nobody knows, you fucking moron.
You're the one.
I can fucking war game it.
You're the one.
If you knew the counter, if you had actually paid attention, they had paid attention who got killed, I would know.
You're the one.
No, we specifically got these guys. I got it on camera.
You're the one who said that Israel is doing this
where the fucking camera goes down and hits the guy. Even when it's collateral damage, that means we have to we know who we killed.
But you're the one who said that.
We can say what happened. You don't know. You don't fucking know. And you're just saying, oh, I'm going to guess it's for the best.
No, the worst part isn't that he doesn't know. The worst part is that he doesn't care, right? Like there was no care taken. It didn't matter. It is, like Tyler said, the equivalent of spray and pray. We're going to put 5,000 pagers out there, and we have reasonable confidence that they're going to kill some Hezbollah members, a good amount of Hezbollah members, and the rest of what they do is not our fucking problem.
So
Indiscriminate.
Hang on. If
They
they
had
knew,
good intentions. So if any fucking kids are dead, if anybody's dead in the market, if anybody died where no one knows because they had a fucking pager on them that they picked up, pickpocketed from a guy, found on the ground, got from their dad, got from their brother, who the fuck knows how they have it? They're bleeding to death in a fucking alley right now because no one told anyone that there's going to be 5,000 explosive pagers in a civilian area. It's an insane thing to defend.
so
I'm
if
gonna
they,
keep going back to it.
So I don't know what the fuck was that. Did you hear that noise? Is it a piano? I know that he has like a guitar. I know about Lonerbox's guitar because he played a cover of a song called, or a song by Mr. Girl by a what do you call Mr. Girl? Probably like a PDF apologist. Probably a PDF normalizer. I'm trying to remember the fucking song. It was something about like PDF Elia, but it's all a big joke to him. It's all a fucking meme. He's also got like a, I don't know, that might have been a piano though, right? Destiny does that too. When I talked to Destiny, he played the piano instead of listening to what I had to say. So yeah, basic debate bro tactic. I guess. Could it be an alert? I don't know. It sounded like keyboard. So what Narwhal says.
if they,
Fucking weird for coming out in that.
So if
Weird
they-
as fuck.
so if they
Weird
knew-
as fuck for coming out ahead
so
of this.
okay, so if they, you take a long time to say not that much at all. So if they knew that it
No,
was
I mean,
going to be,
I said I accused you of being a weird guy who's
So
cool
if they-
which
if they-
you're going to continue defending
if
right
they-
now. That's,
if they-
that's
so-
not a lot of nothing. That's me indicting you as a bad person.
Okay,
and as a
that's-
malicious actor that is trying to justify genocide,
yeah.
slaughter of civilians, and wanton terrorist
Is
acts
it-
by
is
a
it
terrorist
Israel
state.
genocide in
Yeah,
Lebanon
I'm
as
telling
well?
You, you're
I'm
a
sorry,
bad
okay.
person, Lonerbox. I'm telling you, you're
because they
fucking
want more
garbage.
land, right?
The longer this conversation goes on, the more disgusted I am by you. I don't give a fuck
okay, so
too
if
much
they-
about letting you
so
talk.
if
'Cause
they
you're not
knew-
answering the most important question.
See, the whole they want more land thing, it might have been something that you could say a few years ago, right? But they're literally talking about, like, they're literally moving to annex the West Bank. They're literally, talking about beachfront property in Gaza. I don't think that's such an abstraction anymore. Yeah, Lebanon, I mean, we don't see signs that they're trying to take over southern Lebanon. They did annex the Golan Heights.
I've answered every question you asked
haven't
me.
answered any of them.
Really?
You fucking dodged them.
Matt Rock says, I didn't realize the Destiny clonedom extended to the keyboard too. Yeah, apparently.
You've
Okay.
rephrased them. You fucking skipped back. It's all fucking recorded.
Okay, so if
Other
they
people-
knew,
Wait, was it the Minecraft one with the song? I'm trying to remember what it was, right? And look, if you asked him, he'd be like, I was kidding. I was doing it for the memes, right? Somebody donated for me to do it or something like that. But the fact is, you're in a community that gave Mr. Girl his relevance. And all of these fuckers, all of these jokers, like, played ball with Mr. Girl up until this person did something to them. Up until Mr. Girl became a liability for Destiny's community, they were like, oh no, these are really important conversations to have. I literally have a screenshot of Stardust, who used to be a Destiny orbiter, kind of got thrown to the side herself, right? Talking about how Mr. Girl is like this pillar of the community that needs to be unbanned from Twitch because he's going to start conversations that nobody else can. And what are those fucking conversations about? Normalizing really fucked up gross stuff.
Hi, Destiny, if you're fucking watching it. I know you're a fucking wait.
Okay, here we go.
What's up, Big D?
so
Maybe
if
I'll
they
fucking
knew,
talk to you about this sometime.
if they
You're
knew,
you're the mini boss, right?
if they
I gotta
knew that
beat
the
you to go
ratio,
up to the
if they
fucking
knew
real guy?
that
Yeah, no, he's the MIDI boss with that keyboard.
How many coins
you
pop
forgot-
out?
MIDI.
Tell the chat that I'm
Do I
getting
get,
owned
like,
again.
fucking
They're
a
gonna
bunch? Do I
forget.
get, like,
You should tell.
400
Hey,
little
wait, hang
coins?
on. Tyler's chat.
Can I
I'm getting
buy a
owned right now.
diamond pickaxe?
Just in case you
Listen,
forget.
Nobody knows.
Sorry, I was going to ask you if they knew that it was going to be 37 to out of 40. Would it be justified then if they knew?
It wasn't.
Yeah, Tony says Mr. Girl was the guy that made a Cuties review where he admitted to being, he said that he found it hot. And he was acting like, everybody, thinks this, and you're just not admitting it, right? And that was the moral consistency that the Destiny community somehow gave Mr. Girl credit for. Somehow the fact that he's saying gross stuff, but he really, like, he's really sticking to it. He's really biting the bullet.
37 out of 40, by the way. That's
For
still
the-
made up.
for the
It's
deaths.
37 out of like 2,400.
No, for the
So,
deaths. Like,
let's
okay,
circle
if
the whole
let's say
fucking all
no,
the
wait,
people.
don't
The
wait,
casualty numbers in the thousands,
wait. If
Are we?
okay,
So we're doing it again. We're excusing the fucking
if it was
injuries.
okay, extrapolate is that
somebody
ratio.
lost
Then.
an eye,
Okay,
someone's bleeding to death.
okay.
Fuck that.
If they knew,
Give me the
okay.
2,000. Give me the 2,000. I want you to say it.
All right, let's say they.
37
Let's
out
say
of
they.
2,400.
Okay,
Say it.
that's not how any
Say
of that
it.
works.
Lonerbox, say 37 out of 2,400.
No,
Wait, sorry, the blonde one?
that's a
Shoot,
false
fucking-
stat. That's not a
say
true
the
stat, you
say
fucking
the fucking
idiot.
ratio. Why is yours right?
That's not a
Why
true
is yours
stat.
right? You're because fucking the Israelis say, I don't know if you know this, guys, but fucking October 7th happened. They need to kill some fucking kids. I'm good. I'm not going to mention any of these fucking injuries. I'm not going to say any of this shit. I fucking come out against every fucking dead child we talked about. Every fucking civilian casualty.
I'll just
I
ask
say
the
it's
question
bad.
again when you're done.
Bad.
Okay, I'll
It's
just hang
bad.
on. Okay.
America it was not justified in killing any civilians in Iraq, which I participated in. I live with the guilt of that. It's disgusting that we killed any fucking civilians at all in that war. It's horrible.
All right, let's say
deprivation we
the-
still go through is bad.
Okay.
However, I got you here, some fucking uninvolved third party, trying to talk about me parading on fucking Arab kids' graves. You can't even
I'm just
mention the
turning him
people who
down.
were
He's
injured
like-
in the attack of the
I'm just
country
turning him down.
that
Just
you're
turning- I'll wait till he's
stumping
done. I'll
for.
wait till- Is he still talking?
Oh, is he muting me? I got my own audience, dipshit.
I don't care. I've got my audience.
Why-
What's the point of me just letting you
Are you
ramble?
muting
Can I
me?
ask my question again? Yeah.
You know what's hilarious to me is that Tyler wasn't aware that he was being muted like this whole time. Like, I think I counted somewhere close to 20 instances of Lonerbox muting him.
Okay. Let's say that they
Can
knew.
you see me? I'm not.
Let's
I'm
say
not
that.
watching you.
Let's say they knew it was going to be, say, like a 90% ratio. They were going to kill 90% militants, 10% civilians. Would it be fine then?
But they didn't know.
If they,
So
it's
who
a
cares?
hypothetical. I'm asking a hypothetical. Would it be okay?
No.
Why not?
The entire first off, the entire operation is fundamentally flawed. So I'm not even going to give you that there would be a
Wait, what?
acceptable percentage.
Oh, okay. So
The entire
so
operation
nothing
is,
they
is,
so
is,
nothing
is,
they do
the,
against
the entire
Hezbollah is
operation
fine. Okay.
is
They're killing people with pagers, right? They're putting pagers into Lebanon that are fucking bombs. And indiscriminately killing the people with a controlled with a remote control detonation.
So
literally
nothing they
conceived
do.
as terrorism?
Nothing. Okay, so you want
So,
Hezbollah
like,
to
literally,
win.
yeah.
That's what you
yeah,
want.
if
You
the
want
World
Hez-
Trade-
Oh my God! What are you, George W. Bush? If you're not okay with me waterboarding those terrorists, then you just must want those terrorists to win. Yeah, you're with us or against us.
Fire at Israel with impunity,
How
even
does that
if
doesn't
they
even
kill
work? It
12
doesn't
kids in
even
the
work
Golan
'cause they
Heights.
didn't stop them
12
from
Druze
shooting at
kids.
him.
Okay,
They're gonna
that's what
fucking
you
shoot
want.
at him. They're
okay.
gonna shoot
yeah.
at him anyway. It
yeah,
doesn't
and
fucking
they'll have a
change
much
shit.
harder time of doing it now that their communications are fucked and that they've lost
For, wait, for
potentially
like 5 fucking days?
1 or 2,000
5
people.
fucking
Yeah,
days. Well, they
okay.
invaded once, right? They're still going. Israel has never successfully stopped terrorism.
So they should
Ever.
just let. So they should just
Never.
let. Well, they've defeated
They
like
need
several.
to stop doing
What?
anything
So with
that they
Egypt,
think of.
they got
Literally, yes.
Egypt to make peace with them. They
Literally,
got
yes.
Jordan
They
to
need
make
to
peace with
stop-
them.
they
They
need
got
to
the
stop
Saudis to
engaging
make
in
peace
any
with them.
fucking-
You just
any
made something
fucking
up
ideas
again.
they
So look, Tyler's like going over the fact that the tactics, the strategies, the acts of Israel are inconsistent with a military that wants a cessation of hostilities, that wants an end to an insurgency. The stuff that Israel's doing is the stuff that everybody knows since like the 50s and 60s will prolong a conflict, will drive recruitment for the enemy forces, right? That's what he's pointing out. There's something else going on here besides trying to achieve peace.
Wait, has Egypt never got a country to make peace with them through war? Egypt,
Who gives a fuck
Jordan?
about Egypt?
You said that
gives a
they've never
fuck?
been able to stop terror or like stop an enemy. Yeah, they did with Egypt. They did
No,
with Jordan.
I said terror, not an enemy. Again, changing the fucking goalpost. Stick
Terror.
with it, man.
Oh,
You can't
so
use the
okay.
typical,
Well, terror
you
then.
can't use
Okay.
the typical
What-
fucking Israeli goddamn.
Yeah,
talking
let's
points
use
with me.
terror then. Let's use terror as an example. Where was Hezbollah firing more rockets at Israel before or after the 06 war?
Is Hezbollah still around?
Before. It was before
Is
the.
Hezbollah-
Again, this is the What? You could make this argument about Algiers, right? The French successfully took out the entire upper echelon of the FLN, right? Was there more FLN activity before or after they went through and neutralized all those all the leadership? And like, what happened? Where did that go? How did that work out? How did that turn out?
No.
Battle of Algiers, Lonerbox. Battle of Algiers. Watch it.
Annihilate Hezbollah.
Did they just have to carry out a terror attack to try to slow Hezbollah down again?
Well, they stopped the attacks.
Work, did
they stopped the rockets for a good while.
Didn't really fucking stop the fucking terrorism, did it, Lonerbox? Did it stop it?
So generally, if you're a civilian in northern Israel,
did it achieve its military objective? No.
It did stop the rockets.
Idiot.
It did. It stopped the rockets for years.
They're still coming. They're back. They're back, and more are gonna happen.
So you're not even able. So you're not even able to slow them down.
How many fucking kids do you have to kill for 5 years of no rockets?
You realize
what's that trade-off?
Well, the difference is that
how many
kids in the
Golan
Golan
do you have to injure, and kids do you have to kill for?
Yeah,
just
the
like
difference is that kids in the Golan and Israel don't get rockets on them.
5 days. Give me like 5 years, no rockets.
Well, I guess the kids in northern Israel should just take the rockets then, right?
It doesn't stop it. The terrorism that they did in Lebanon doesn't stop it.
Yeah.
I guess you don't care about kids. I guess you don't like the kids. Right? You won't allow the Lebanese children to be indiscriminately fucking murdered by remote control. So you must not care about the Israeli kids. What the fuck, Lonerbox?
I just tell the kids. Yeah, okay. Well, you should just tell those. Just tell those Druze kids. Oh, we're sorry.
Tell the kids then. Oh yeah. Answer you had in your head,
sorry, guys.
Don't
sorry.
Say that.
Oh, sorry, guys. I guess the rockets they can't slow that. Well, we can.
Sorry, guys. We had this great plot to murder people with pagers that could have prevented your death somehow, and we can't do it. We can't do it because Tyler wants us to abide by, abide by international law. I'm sorry. Tell those kids. Tell those kids.
Them down, so there's no point. Just keep having rockets going over your heads. Fuck it, why not? Tell the Druze kids that in the playground. 12 of them, by the way, a completely indiscriminate attack.
It didn't really stop because they got fucking killed because Israel keeps doing Israel shit and the terrorism keeps continuing, and then Hezbollah fucking attacked them. So like they're the holdover. Remember your 06 war that didn't work and it failed to stop the terrorism.
So
that's why those kids are dead.
So if you can't completely defeat a military, you just have to slow it down.
In 15 more years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever.
Matt Rock says, was Hezbollah firing more or less rockets after October 7th? Wait, do you mean like, did he say that?
Fuck those next set of kids that die because Israel's fucking incompetent at slowing down insurgencies, ending terrorism because they fucking continuously
okay, so they
people around them
antagonizing
and murder children.
Who did they antagonize?
And relentlessly attack civilian centers.
They pulled out of Lebanon.
More Israeli kids are going to die, and then they're going to try. Oh God, how are we going to stop this? How are we going to stop this now?
Why do you keep saying they keep antagonizing? Israel left Lebanon, and then Hezbollah fired at them. Why do you keep on fucking up that timeline?
They're antagonizing like human
Israel
life in general in that area.
Oh, so they didn't actually antagonize Lebanon after 2000 when they left.
No one's making these points. I don't give a fuck.
You just said it. Stop. Why do you keep saying? Oh, I'll just say something. I'll just say something completely incorrect. Ascribe something. Get the history wrong. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, I don't give a fuck though. It's okay.
Well, let's get back to it.
I love it. You just get to be wrong and say you don't give a fuck. You just get to say you're wrong and don't give a fuck.
How does it fucking?
You just keep saying we don't agree that it's indiscriminate.
It doesn't change anything. Never has. Israel's.
We don't agree that it's indiscriminate.
We're still doing terror attacks. Still happening.
Oh, so as long as the war is ongoing still, then what Israel? As long as they can't wipe out Hezbollah completely, Israel should just like do nothing.
Well, because if I sent you the counterinsurgency manual, we should read it. It's fucking impossible to kill the entirety of a fucking insurgency.
It's
literally fucking impossible because it's an idea.
I don't think anyone said anything about destroying the entire movement of Hezbollah. I don't know why you're saying that.
You just said it.
You said that because they can't destroy the insurgency, they shouldn't do anything to it. They shouldn't attack any infrastructure. They shouldn't attack any militants.
They shouldn't engage in acts that are likely to actually make this anyway. Like there's two arguments that are being made here. That's the confusion, right? There's a moral argument in which this is a war crime, and then there's a pragmatic argument in which this doesn't work for Israel's goals if Israel's goals aren't keeping its citizens safe, right? and to the degree that it does, like what he said, like, you know, temporarily prevent like rocket attacks, it is in the long run going to do more harm than good, right? That is the very nature of this kind of indiscriminate attack on civilians. Like, right, the bomb that went off in the Kasbah in Algiers, that literally lit the entire conflict on fire. That's literally like designed to intimidate the Algerian people into surrender, and it had the opposite effect, right? So two different arguments, and Tyler's, you know, or Lonerbox is losing on both of them.
Didn't say that.
What should they do then? Okay, what kind of military operations? What?
Dominic Rose says it was a programmed beep a little before it went off so that people would put it close to their faces. Damn, I didn't even realize that. Speaking of beeps, you might have heard a little Discord beep there. This is like another Destiny thing that apparently Lonerbox has adopted, right? So he's kind of got like when he streams, I guess he's in Discord, and you know, it's maybe there's like permissions that you have to get to get into the channel that he's in while he's streaming. It's not like anybody can come in there, but it's like people that I guess are, you know, fairly trusted can come in there. And that's what's about to happen. And it's just kind of weird when you're having a discussion, when you're having a back and forth, when you're having a debate. But I guess this is just a DGG thing. I don't know. Oh my god, my CPU is like...
Military operations. What kind of military operations? What kind of military operations is Israel okay doing in Lebanon then?
I didn't know that you can stream on Discord. You can, but that's not exactly what he's doing, right? He's in Discord in a voice chat, right? So Discord is made up of text chats where, you know, you just kind of like can type messages, right? You can talk to people in the text channels. And then there's voice channels where people can get into them and, you know, have a conversation on voice, right? So he's in a voice channel right now. And apparently it's just like in Destiny does where, you know, people like in Destiny, like I used to, when I would watch like Destiny streams back in the day, you would see sometimes people come in there. I am tempted to mention who exactly, but maybe I shouldn't do that. Lanty Pod, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you there. Oxpecker says the pager bomb shit is impossible to justify. What a shitty hill to die on. Well, this is Lonerbox, so... Oxpecker also says Westside Tyler is very enigmatic. I think his anti-Whiteleaf grudge is predominantly based on speculation. And look, I've dealt with Whiteleaf. Like, Whiteleaf has literally tried to take my channel down, so I might be the wrong person to make that argument with, right? I think that they cultivate a group of reactionary streamers who the fact that they define themselves as leftists is actually harmful to the left. I think they cultivate reactionary viewpoints in that to stay in their good graces, you kind of have to agree with Vosh, which is going to put you, you know, against people like leftists are supposed to care about. And I think that they also cultivate a culture of turning your back on some really awful stuff that's been done by Vosh since his very inception, in terms of like sexually harassing someone in Discord in a very gross way, which you would think would maybe preclude somebody blowing up as a streamer. But because people have this weird messiah complex with Vosh, it doesn't. He becomes so important that you have to look past what he did. And so I don't really have a problem. Now, like, do I know people's motivations? No. Could somebody's motivation be just to get clicks? Always. It's YouTube. That's entirely possible. So is he doing it for the right reasons? I have no way to know, but I do know that it doesn't matter because Whiteleaf's time is up, right? And if you're still standing by those streamers, you really got to question yourself why. Is it because you don't think that there's anything better out there? Is it that you don't think that there's anything better out there that has a chance? Is it that you think that like the left and the traction that the left gets relies on people like Vosh, people who are literally, putting their supposed leftism in the most reactionary context you could possibly imagine, and that's the only thing that has a chance of taking off? Leftism dressed as like weird alt-right blood sport shit? I don't know what justification there is anymore, especially after the fucking folders. And after the fact that, look, as much as I got a problem with Sunday, he is one person who, after that folder shit, stepped away from Vosh. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that, like, nobody else there said anything? Do you not find that a little bit weird? That Whiteleaf did not, like, no, and we know why. We know why, because Whiteleaf does not work without Vosh. That's the whole basis. That's the whole foundation there, is you gotta have one big streamer kind of like subsidizing the payments for the servers. Because what Whiteleaf is it's servers and it is infrastructure. The infrastructure put together by Vosh's sysadmin, adapted from Destiny's website infrastructure, and the servers paid for by Vosh's large YouTube channel. And because of his clout and because of his size, nobody can say shit. And I would say that all those people that are still in there are compromised by the very fact that they are sweeping for him and giving him the appearance that, oh, nothing so bad happened. I mean, it was a folder and sure, but he thought it was a short stack goblin. He thought it was okay it's okay to look at short stack goblin porn, right? He thought it was a short stack goblin. It's an easy mistake anybody could make of like, oh, is that a loli? I'm sorry. Is this lolicon artwork that I'm looking at? Are these lolis like cavorting with freaking AI horses? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were short stack goblins. Bull fucking shit. How are you going to let this guy like lie to your face? Look, I got some disagreements with Tyler, and when I do, I make, I've said so before. He knows that I disagree with him on some things. But unlike some like Sunday, he's not gonna go fucking ham on me because of it. Like, he's gonna disagree with me on some stuff too. If he wants to do a video, about that, he's fucking welcome to it, right? I wanna nurture a leftist culture where you're allowed to criticize each other. That's a big problem that I have with the Vosh Clout Network, is that it disincentivizes any of that. Right? There are real problems just with Vosh's takes on things, and they tend to not get called out because there's too much clout for in it for people to stand by him and normalize that shit. But yeah, that's just my opinion. You can watch whoever you want. I'm not here to judge your viewing habits. It's just my opinion.
That don't indiscriminately target civilians.
Well, you just said
There you go.
what can they do? Hezbollah hides among civilians. Civilians will always get hurt in Israeli operations.
Change their tactics, don't they? Because if they keep doing that and killing civilians, then Hezbollah's never going to go away. Lonerbox. It's basic counterinsurgency, dipshit.
So what do they? Yeah. What technology did they have?
Let me blow your mind. What if Hezbollah?
What technology?
Them to do it?
What technology?
What if Hezbollah wants them to kill civilians to swell their ranks?
Oh my gosh. Did I pronounce your name wrong, Dominique? Dominique says, it's Dominique Rouse, like rhymes with mouse. Did I say ruse or something? I don't know how I would have said it, but yeah, look, if I ever mispronounce anybody's name, feel free to let me know. I want to know how to say it right. And I am pretty weird about pronouncing things, so feel free to let me know.
Hezbollah has no problem swelling their ranks. Hezbollah is the biggest non-state military in the world. What are you talking about?
Israel keeps fucking killing Muslims.
No, it's because they're supported by Iran. That's why they are big.
Yeah.
Can I ask him a question?
Like
it's up to him. I don't mind.
What do you think Iran doesn't like?
Can I ask you a question, Westside Tyler?
Sure. What's up, man?
Do you support what Israel doing in Gaza to get
I literally thought it was going to be like, do you condemn Hamas though? Like after all that, it was like, yeah, but do you condemn Hamas?
completely? Because that is a way to get rid of terror attacks from Hamas completely. It is to completely eliminate Hamas. So if you
How are you going to do it? How are you going to kill them all?
But yeah, Oxpecker, I do agree with you that Tyler's takes on foreign policy, from what I've seen so far, there is a lot of based. There's a lot of based particles.
How?
By eliminating the command structure.
Literally, tell me how. How do you find
Killing
every
their
single one of
leaders?
them and put a bullet in them?
Killing their leaders. What are like single
The leaders.
terrorists
You
are
kill a
gonna
leader,
do?
you know another guy can get promoted, right? You know how that works.
Okay, they can get promoted, but they're gonna still eventually get to the point where that organization is non-functional anymore.
Watch Battle of Algiers, please, please. Like this decapitation tactic does not actually work, and it's counterproductive actually, and especially when it relies on putting the pain on civilians, on the people, right? You could see the U.S. military shows their soldiers this movie to try to get them out of the old school mindset of counterinsurgency, right? Which is like the Prince John from Robin Hood. Let's really put the hurt on those peasants, and then they'll give us Robin Hood. And even if they do, there's going to be another Robin Hood. You're making more Robin Hoods by fucking over. Anyway. But hey, Gablo, thank you. And thank you, Lantipod, for the raid. Hope you're doing well tonight.
When does it happen?
All the command structure. For example,
When
Smile
does it
Hania. Who did they replace Smile Hania with?
I don't give a shit. I don't know
Sinwar.
who the fuck that is.
They replaced it
Tell
with
me
a
how-
guy
no,
who's already a leader.
This horse shit doesn't fucking matter.
It's okay, Seth.
It's
Don't
already
worry.
military
The
tactics,
the
you're
room's
on
too big. The
gibberish.
room's too big. Okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
How do you find all of the people and kill them? How do you find them all and kill them? That's the answer.
Do you
If there's
think?
700 people that are in Hamas, how do you find all 700 of them and kill them so they can't recruit anyone else again? How do you do that?
When you say that it's an idea,
Not you, fucko. The other one.
oh no, I'm just leaving the room small. Okay, like you're too shouty to have more than 2 people in this room. You keep saying it's an idea. The thing with Hezbollah is that they're not just an insurgency. You understand that, right?
I don't care about that. What?
They're not.
What does
They're
it
not.
mean?
They're not just an insurgency. They are a de facto military. They govern parts of Lebanon. So
And
the point for Israel is not that they need to. No one's saying that they need to wipe out Hezbollah completely. That's not what the argument is. I don't know why you're saying that.
Matt Rock says, idea, Israel actually wants to create more Hamases and Hezbollahs because it justifies their colonial project. Yeah. They've literally built up organizations that are more militant over organizations that are, what you would call partners for peace, because Israel itself is not a partner for peace. Anytime they even, go through the motions of negotiation, it is like something like, the Oslo Accords that's got a poison pill in it to make sure that the negotiation can't go forward, because in the end they want more militant organizations by which to justify their colonial project, exactly like Matt Rock says.
that was the other guy who was talking about eliminating Hamas.
Because
completely.
you're
That was a completely
saying,
different question. Why are we on this one now?
Unless you
Why did we go
can
this
wipe them
direction?
out
We're talking about
completely, then you
Hamas.
shouldn't do anything. But wipe them out completely. That seems to be what Israel's trying to do in Gaza. That's the argument he's making. But it's
Yeah,
okay.
it's
You're talking to me
impossible.
though. It's okay.
It's impossible to do.
Okay. I probably agree with that. It's
Impossible.
impossible to kill the idea. That's why we should never have gone into Germany. Okay, that's apparently because
We didn't
Nazism's still
kill
an
the
idea.
We didn't kill the idea.
Yeah,
But
no
also-
one's trying to
also
kill the
Germany-
idea.
Germany.
No one's trying to
Germany
kill
was an
the
actual
idea.
fucking-
Again, this whole principle of insurgency, counterinsurgency, right, is something that changed after World War II. And a lot of the Geneva Convention, the Geneva Convention, right, in 1949, a lot of those provisions were to deal with the things that had happened during World War II.
Germany, first off, was an actual fucking country, and second, we didn't indiscriminately kill all the fucking civilians once we invaded. We didn't just randomly.
And I love how everyone always assumes that, like, oh yeah, Dresden, that's when we really got them, right? That was the shit right there.
firebombed entire cities. We killed like 25,000 people in one day in Dresden. What are you talking about?
But ultimately,
yes, we did. Did you not know that?
Ultimately, the terms for surrender were fucking achievable. That's the point.
Oh,
they're never going to be achievable in this
so
other
maybe
situation.
they should firebomb South.
And
Jesus
also,
Christ,
people fucking
bro.
perfected fucking insurgency in the interim, because basically they're all
it's a good thing.
Communism fucking perfected the insurgency techniques through Che Guevara and all the people in Southeast Asia, and then coming right across into Afghanistan. The counterinsurgency and the insurgency game is completely fucking different than 1945 in the fucking first place. But also, those were even still wartime acts, and also even still not particularly fucking effective. The firebombing in Dresden was not highly effective at stopping the German war machine in a general sense. It was ultimately a waste of munitions and fucking flight hours. So, like, still a bad example. And also, the reason that they did fucking surrender is because we treated them with respect and dignity. And also, there wasn't a massive cultural divide between two completely disparate religions.
And
it also wasn't the fucking Holy Land, and it also was completely contextually different in almost every single way than Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that Israel isn't. It's a good thing that the goal, and I've never said that, is to eliminate the idea of Hezbollah. There's a Shia population there. They're part of the civilian population. The goal is to disarm them as much as possible, or to reduce the attacks on their own civilians, to protect their civilians. Yeah,
this is a completely different fucking argument anyway. So, like, literally, I don't care about
and
anything.
you're saying that even if they, you're saying that even if they
literally the fucking
reduce
conversation
it,
is about why you keep justifying the mass terror.
And you're
attack.
saying that even if, and you're saying that even if they reduce
can you get back to
them,
how this justifies the mass terror attack? I keep fucking letting you guys.
I don't think it's a mass terror attack.
Completely fucking unrelated. It is. It's just.
You don't think it's a mass terror attack?
I don't know why you're making it like you keep saying the mass terror attack. I don't think it was a mass terror attack. I think given that
a massive amount of people attacked,
given how Hezbollah fights, there seems to be given how Hezbollah fights. Like, would you think this would have been more or less civilian damage if they just targeted them with like fucking hellfires? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Cut out. Sorry, I gotta fucking cut this soon anyway. I'm about to be done.
You should learn a few more things about the past between Israel and Hezbollah.
Like the last 30 seconds. You cut out.
Okay.
Bling.
Are you seriously committing to the idea that just because Israel's military operations...
So, like, at this point, I don't know what happened, right? Like, I assumed when I watched it on Tyler's side that Lonerbox did actually cut out. Is it possible that maybe based on Tyler figuring out that Lonerbox has been passive-aggressively muting him, that Tyler, hit him back with one? I guess it's possible. No, I feel like he'd laugh. I feel like he'd be more jokey if he had done that. I don't know.
Reduce rocket fire. That's not good enough, and they shouldn't do it if it kills Lebanese civilians.
Yeah, literally.
Okay, so some lives matter more than others, I guess.
In the future. Okay, yeah. It's bad counterinsurgency.
Okay, it's not an insurgency, but okay.
Why, if they're afraid of the rocket attacks, why not fucking attack the Rocketeers?
Again,
why not do that?
You realize
if you don't like rocket attacks, attack the rocket.
It takes an entire because you don't know how Hezbollah operates. Again,
tell me what about Hezbollah operating that's somehow different than every fucking insurgency group in the history of mankind. What do they do? What do they do that's different than Al Qaeda?
Because Hezbollah.
I want to know now: is Lonerbox sponsored by Audio Technica? I'm seeing he's got their mic, he's got their headphones.
Hezbollah are also a de facto government of several parts of Lebanon. They are very, very heavily armed and well supplied by Iran. They have the capacity. I haven't finished talking, please. I haven't finished talking. They've got very good technology and the ability to basically emerge out of like civilian areas, even houses in some cases, to bring a rocket up from under the ground from like reinforced bunkers and tunnel systems, fire their munitions, and then go back underneath. And their communications were one of the ways that Israel was able to do this. Without their communications, they cannot conduct strikes in the way that they could as effectively. That's why Hezbollah communications are far more sophisticated than the likes of Hamas or even the Taliban, it seems. I'm not too sure about that one.
The pagers were highly sophisticated communication systems.
Wait, no, is that?
Well, the reason they went to
it's not an AT 2020
because their communication.
Sorry,
because their communication infrastructure is the way that they are able to coordinate these attacks.
What? Who gives a fuck about? Just start shooting them. I just fucking tell everyone. All right, well, fucking if you have a schedule, you can work around all of these things. It's not going to fucking stop the rocket strikes. It's probably going to piss them off more, and they're going to do more. Like, what, they can't talk to each other. The rockets are still there. The rocket teams are still there. The rocket technique is still in place. You haven't stopped any of that. And now you have dead civilians that are going to swell the ranks of Hezbollah. Like, they accomplished fucking nothing. Like, still, yet again, you have not justified the terror attack, the mass terror attack by Israel, and we're talking about other bullshit.
They've
it's
also
not going to fucking accomplish shit.
They've also lost combatants. These are people who would otherwise be able to fire rockets.
Yeah, like what, 37 are dead?
And the injured ones,
Who knows
okay?
how many wounded?
Who knows how many wounded?
Then.
Okay, yes, these are people who could otherwise fire rockets, yes.
Yeah, so how many people, like, what are even the fucking...
What is that mic again, Chad? I always forget the name of it. What Lonerbox has.
If it's one of the most complicated fucking attacks, right? Well, you took out 37 guys. The rocket teams are done now. They can't get pagers from somebody else.
They're doing airstrikes for that.
Sounds like
but
it's
you're
about to be
opposed to that as
fucking
well
right
because
back
civilians die in the airstrikes too. But yeah, they're airstriking the rocket teams as well. That's what they're doing right now. They're airstriking infrastructure. The communications is part of it because obviously when your communications are fucked, it's harder for yourself to deal with like future attacks against the rocket people. Yes.
There's like a million different ways to attack communications anyway. So how does that still justify fucking doing a mass terror attack? Like why is that the way that you did it?
You keep on saying it's a mass terror attack.
Okay. It is. I mean, it literally just is a mass terror attack. Like, how does it justify?
What do you call like multiple explosions in civilian places, right? What do you fucking call that? Massive panic, right? And as somebody pointed out, the pagers going off, beeping, so that it's more likely for people to have them near their face. It's more likely for people to pull them up and look at them. What do you call that? What would you call that? What is that if not a mass terror attack? A condenser mic? Yeah, I think it's a condenser, but I can't remember the type, like the make and the model. I used to know.
It doesn't seem like it's actually going to fucking long-term achieve that goal. And you're going to have more Hezbollah fighters, which you haven't really answered for. Like, you slow down rocket attacks for a second. You know what a Pyrrhic victory is? Like, where you think like you got to win, but it actually completely defeats the purpose of your entire objective.
I think it seems to be like the issue is that you seem to think that Hezbollah actions against Israel are only a response to Israeli actions against Lebanon. Do you think Hezbollah, if Israel did
what the
nothing,
fuck does that have to do anything? What, I'm not talking about
because you don't understand. Because you don't understand that Lebanon, that Hezbollah's, because you don't understand that Hezbollah's attacks against Israel are not just because Lebanese people get attacked by Israel. When Israel left, Hezbollah's attacks on Israel went up, not down. As in, when the effect of Israeli soldiers and when Israeli soldiers against Lebanese people reduced by them leaving the country, the attacks from Hezbollah increased because they had more room to conduct them. Because Hezbollah's goal is to destroy Israel.
Yeah, how does that justify a mass terror attack in a civilian?
It's the same mic that Ethan uses.
Center, like literally.
I don't think it was a mass terror attack. It seems to have been so far, based on the data that we have, based on the data that we currently have. This, I told you, my opinion, this could change, by the way. But based on the data we currently have, it seems to be like there was a fair level of discernment in this, in that. When you look at the death ratio, it seems pretty close. It seems like they basically limited the civilian harm as much as you can against Hezbollah.
You really just want to fucking not believe it is what it is.
No, we don't know the ratio of the injured people.
It's still just a violation of the fucking conventions. I'm pretty sure
that's still
it says that at the top of the fucking page.
That's
by the way.
still
I don't know why.
Contested, by the way. Yeah, that's still contested because of the article that we read.
Contested by who? Contested by people that are pro-genocide. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's an easy way to go. Oh, this person, these legal people disagree with me. They must be.
When did Israel leave? What the fuck is he talking about? I think he's talking about the incursion in the early 2000s.
That's a really convenient tactic you've got there. That's good.
Into Lebanon.
Well, I think you're clearly not. You think Israel shouldn't do anything against Hezbollah because Hezbollah puts their civilians in harm's way.
Do anything, did
yes,
I,
you do.
I didn't say they shouldn't do it.
You
no,
absolutely
do the fucking mass terror attack. Said they shouldn't do the mass terror attack. Said they shouldn't kill civilians.
Oh, so if
Keep saying that.
Well, no, I asked you.
And then they should halt operations if they can't fucking continuously.
Okay, so
stop continuously killing civilians. I've just said that a bunch of times.
So you've walked back your previous answer. Then you've walked back your previous answer because I asked you.
I didn't walk back any previous answer. I asked you the same fucking thing again and again and again. Are you going to rephrase another question?
Because I asked you if they knew the ratio would be 9-1. Was it okay to do it then?
2006. That was the incursion into Gaza, right?
It's a fucking hypothetical based on nothing.
It's a
thank you. Thank you.
No,
oh my God, Aglith. Yes, you're right. It's an electro voice. It's because I don't remember. It is an RE20. I want to call it an RE 2020, but I think I'm mixing up AT 2020 with RE by elect, and I always forget that the make is Electro Voice.
They knew
9
it was
to
not-
1, a 9-to-1 ratio where 2,400 people could be injured would be, if it was all the way up to fatalities, would still be like hundreds of people.
It's a hypothetical.
Hundreds of people.
It's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical. Oh my gosh, these debate perverts and their fucking hypotheticals. Remember Vosh's hypothetical against non-compete? Yeah, but what if aliens? What if aliens? What if aliens? Oh my god, I never thought of that, Vosh. Good point.
It's a bad hypothetical, because even the hypothetical, I'd say no. I'd say no, that's bad.
Ukraine.
What the fuck do you mean?
Ukraine conducted
90%?
Ukraine conducted. You said it was okay for Ukraine to conduct a proportionality
Why
assessment.
did I say it was okay for Ukraine to do it? Why did I say it?
Because they
were
knew.
watching where it happened.
Yeah,
It was
because they knew.
discriminate.
But now I'm asking.
Do you remember
yeah,
that?
because they
Remember we're
knew.
going between
Yes,
discriminate
because
and
they knew.
indiscriminate?
Because they
Difference between
knew.
a-
Because they
yeah.
knew, which is why I'm asking you with Hezbollah. If they knew, why is it different?
But they didn't. They didn't.
That's why I'm asking you
You're saying if.
hypothetical. I know you're
gonna-
scared to
well,
answer
fuck
it
the
because you know it
hypothetical.
destroys
You're
your
like,
entire point.
In my
Yeah,
imaginary world,
Okay.
where
My hypothetical hypothetically owns you, Tyler. You're getting cooked. You're getting smoked.
wouldn't
Because
I be
you don't wanna
right?
bite
It's
the
like
bullet.
Not as clever as you think.
Yeah, what if alt aliens? Yeah.
Hypothetically, you can answer a
There is
hypothetical
no
question.
bullet.
They're always biting the bullets. Oh my god, I hate this debate pervertry. It's so
Bite. The bullet to bite is in your imaginary
It's
world,
easy.
where it's a
It's very-
hypothetical.
it's very
that doesn't
easy to answer
change the
hypothetical.
inherent issue that I have with the operation, which is that it violates the convention against the use of booby traps, and it's a mass terror attack on a civilian center.
No,
There
the
is
additional
ratio
protocol.
that
The
justifies
additional
a
protocol.
mass terror
The
attack
additional protocol
unless
makes.
it's 100%.
The additional-
100%.
Okay, the addition that's not written anywhere, but the additional protocol clearly makes an exemption
Not written
for
anywhere.
military
You
objectives.
asked me, you're literally asking my.
We read it already.
My
It's
fucking.
okay.
That's me answering your.
okay, but if your military objective can exist in a civilian space, and it can be like as indiscriminate as like we're gonna put 5,000 pagers out there, we have a reasonable expectation that most of them will end up in the hands of Hezbollah members. We don't know where those people will be, and we can't tell, for sure 100%. But if that's your fucking standard, then holy shit, Lonerbox, anything and everything and everyone is a potential military target, because that's what you're doing. You're looking at these legalistic language, looking for an exploit, looking for a loophole, looking for a reason to say that this is totally fine what's happening, and this is not our world falling apart before our fucking eyes. Because it makes you feel smart. And Lonerbox, you're a lot of things. But smart, it's not one of those.
Would be only 100%.
Only 100%. Oh, so for some reason, Ukraine is allowed to assess collateral, but
don't
no.
fuck.
Okay.
You're doing it again. You're trying to be a rat. Only when this specific tactic is used, it would have to be 100%, which is still just
Because
luck.
it's a booby trap.
Using luck to get all of these bombs to where they're supposed to be, as opposed to a guided munition where you've actually weighed the casualty assessment and you know who's going to fucking die. You know those 2 civilians are going to die, and you're going to fucking kill them anyway because you've weighed it out, as opposed to Israel, which is going to send fucking bombs, and then got to have to give, hey, this is a Lonerbox hypothetical. What if the number of civilians killed was lower? Would you be okay? Behind door number 3, even less civilians. Come on, can we come on down? How many fucking war crimes can we get on Israel today?
He's bumbling
That's
off
like
again.
what this whole thing feels like, again and again and again. I think we're gonna have to wrap it up, by the way, because we just said the same thing like 15 times, and I gotta go eat dinner and say goodbye to my people.
Okay. Well, hopefully you learned something or anything about this conflict. Or with
Really trying to little bro him at this point?
Don't fucking.
Yeah, hopefully
don't
you'll be a
jerk
bit less
yourself off.
retarded.
You're a little bro Tyler
Jerk yourself off.
after getting cooked like that?
Out of here,
Okay,
kid.
cool. Nice one. That was a fucking waste of time, but okay.
Boy. Have they even named any Hezbollah militants that were terminated in the attack? No. We're talking about literal terror attacks. Literal, keep the hypotheticals out of your mouth. Children dead. I don't
Let's do Mueller
understand the
report.
point of an imaginary alternative situation. The hypotheticals are for before you engage in a terror attack. That's kind of the point. Is you do that's part of planning.
So yeah, I left him on a little bit extra after that just to hear what the last words after they hung up were. But if you've liked this content and you want more where this comes from, more editing skills just flexed, and more reactions, then make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you want to contribute to what I'm doing here, keep me involved in this. Consider donating to my Patreon. Consider becoming a Patreon for more exclusive content and a shout out at the $5 or greater member level. All right, chat. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's how I'm supposed to do a segment. From now on, I'm going to try to do that. I know that I've been thinking about the stream a lot, and there's been some things that I'm doing that I feel like leave something to be desired. I feel like it's not really clear, most of all, when I'm in a segment versus when I'm talking to chat. So I need to signal that, right? And how are you going to know that? Because I end like that. I end like, if you appreciated that, make sure to, all that stuff, right? That doesn't cut you out. I mean, it's mainly for people watching the segment when it gets uploaded, which I'm going to try to do more of. That means that Patreons are going to get more of the raw versions of those VODs, of those videos, right? The raw, uncensored, uncut versions, the Snyder cut, if you will. But it also doesn't let you off the hook to hit that like button, right? Because we're actually kind of, look, we could hit 100, and that would be amazing. I don't think I've ever had a stream gone down and then hit 100, and we're at 88 likes right now, which is a very unlucky number for several reasons I won't get into right now. But if we could get off that 88, first of all, that'd be awesome to get to 89. And secondly, if we could get that to 100, that would make me feel so good right now. Given what I've gone through in this stream, and just like I don't know, I'm kind of disappointed in myself, right? I feel bad. I feel like I let people down by the fact that we had technical difficulties again, and I didn't bring people back after the stream. We were up to 71, and I'm just a little bit frustrated that I couldn't get it back up to the same amount, or maybe just if I hadn't gone down, right? Because it's a weird thing. The game of streaming is really strange. It's a snowball. And if you're small, that means that you got the snowball's chance in hell. If you got 20 people in your chat, it's really hard to get 25 people in your chat. If you got 25 people in your chat, it's really hard to get 30 people in your chat. If you got 30 people in your chat, it's really hard to get 40 people in your chat. And we were around 40 to 50, which is fine. But the real magic happens when you get those numbers over 100. And I think we had every chance to do that today. And probably through a combination of factors, including my own technical difficulties, and the stream go, especially that, like, we didn't get that. And I just feel like there was more people that could have seen this today. And it's kind of my fault that it didn't happen. So I'm going to try to do better in the future. I'm going to try to institute more things. Like I said, letting you know sort of when we're in a segment versus when I am here to interact with the chat, which is now. Hi, chat. How are you doing? Like, it would be the equivalent to booby-trapping phones of Republicans, says Timothy Jones. I mean, just like booby-trapping... so what Timothy Jones is trying to say here is that some of the Hezbollah officials, right, we think of Hezbollah as being a militant group, when in actuality they are a political party as well. And so I think that's where the connection to Republicans comes in. The NCC cut, 88 is definitely not okay. You see 89? I still see 88. I still see 88. Maybe mine needs to update or something like that, but it would be awesome. If anybody hasn't liked the stream yet, this would be a great time to do that. But yeah, City, like, it's just not comfortable because I know I can do so much better. And I want to do so in the future. I got to find a better way to communicate to people that if the stream goes down, it's going to come back up. You just got to hold on, because I feel like we lost people that like 30 or 40 people that were watching the stream were like, oh, well, I guess it didn't work out today. And it's like, if that's, just know in the future, that's not a thing. It didn't work out today, right? It went down temporarily. And if you watch the stream, if you stick around, or even just stay in the chat, right? You'll probably get hit with a link to the new stream. So I want people to know that. The other thing I need to institute is some kind of a, like, I want it to say, okay, so one thing, I cover less stuff. right? Because the whole thing about people, what do people want to see? They mainly want to see the topic, the thing that's in the thumbnail, right? That's important. And secondly, they want to see the bonus content, especially if they're donating to the bonus content. They definitely want to see that. So those are things that we got to make sure that we get in. And to ensure that, I got to do a shorter stream. Now that's going to mean that there's like less time to hit the bonus goal and more chance to miss it. That it's going to be incumbent on people kind of like front loading any sorts of donations to make sure that we hit that. So, but I think we can. We did today. We hit the donation before I got into the Tyler and Lonerbox segment. So, I mean, that's encouraging. But I think I just bite off more than I can chew all the time, and it makes me go extra long, and it causes all kinds of problems. So I'm going to try to shorten up the stream. The other thing I'm going to do is I want to be able to put something on the screen that tells you what we're doing now and what's coming up next. Because that lets people know that even if we're, like, say, watching WhatIfAltHist, which we were today, I think some people came in here and they're like, oh, I expected Tyler and Lonerbox. And that's, I don't know, they think that they missed it or something, or they think that it's not, I don't know, that I'm, like, needlessly edging people for way too long. But in reality, there's so much stuff to cover, and I feel, like, remiss if I don't cover it all, so I'm going to try to do better about that in the future. I'm going to try to improve some things. How many likes do we get off of 89? We're still at 88. What the fuck? Oh my god, chat. There's got to be somebody in chat that can get us off of this cursed number. Matt Rock says, hi, I'm chat. How are you doing, chat? But yeah, if you haven't hit the like button yet, you might be the one that can get us off of 88 likes, a very cursed number, to be sure. But yeah, I mean, Twitch is doing better number-wise. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about with Twitch is that, like, a lot of the way that Twitch treats my stream has to do with the amount of subs that I carry. And I was hoping that September would be a good time to increase that number. Instead, the number has actually gone down, and I'm not sure exactly why. So I got to pay some specific attention to Twitch, try to make that better. We're at 91. God. Oh my God. I bitch about it, and then like 3 people are like, boom, 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 boom. Just like 3 people in a row. 3 people. There, you did. You did. Thank you. Oh my God. We're at 91. I hope we can get to 100 by the end of the stream, but whatever. Like having this many likes during a stream that went down, during a stream that was troubled and problematic, it's still pretty good. And I feel like I can do better. I feel like I'm on the precipice. And what we really want to do, chat, is bring our numbers up to the level where we're playing ball with the rest of the people in the space, right? Tyler gets around like 200 to 300, sometimes 400 views concurrently. President Sunday, usually more closer to the 200 level, sometimes a little bit more, depending on what he's covering. I need to be able to hit the numbers that everybody else in the space is doing. And, that's because, well, there's going to be more conflicts. I don't know how much of it's competition that President Sunday now sees me as competition, which is wild to me because I don't know. I don't think of myself as being in that league, but if that's how I'm going to be treated, and I'm going to be subject to attacks and like constant, like, quasi-defamatory statements, then we definitely need to increase the reach. I'm going to try to do that by putting out more videos. That's one thing that will help. And I'm also just going to try to do things to make this the best stream that it possibly can be, so that when people do come in here from other communities, that they feel welcome and they decide to stay a while. That's really what we want. And that's really what we need, because if I'm going to have to go up against these people, right? If I'm going to have to deal with these people as antagonists, we don't want to be in this position that I was, say, with like Dylan, where like I've got like, 100 in my stream and he's got 1,000. That's a 10-to-1 ratio, right? It's almost impossible, no matter how many times I catch him literally lying about me, to convince people of that when there's just like 10 times as many. And with Lonerbox, it's like the same thing, right? It's the same thing, right? Lonerbox has got like 1,000, right? And yes, we've dealt with Lonerbox before. We've had Lonerbox attack me. We've had Lonerbox lie about me. And so, wait, he edited a 88 in one video for no reason? Wait, what? Wait, who, President Sunday did or Lonerbox? But yeah, I'm going to see what I can do. I don't know if, like, so the one thing that I know that I can do to keep from having the stream go down is if I stream in a way where you don't get any advance warning. And that kind of sucks because I know people like advance warning. They like to know when the stream is. And the best way to do that is to have YouTube, you know, sitting there saying, hey, there's a stream starting at 3 o'clock. But I might not be able to do that, right? Because doing that means that there's a chance that the stream will go down and it'll come back up as a different stream. And that's what fucking kills me. Like, right, we would have had 100 people in or more in chat today if that had not happened. Sunday is talking to FD Signifier right now. You have so many rivals, do I? Wait, what's the surprise? Can we start calling him President Dildo? No, because that's insulting to dildos. Dildos did nothing wrong. Oh, Internet Historian. I'm sorry, you're talking about Internet Historian. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about all the weird sussy stuff about Internet Historian. Oh my god, somebody covered that, right? H Bummer guy, right? Okay, so chat, what do you want for tomorrow? Do you want to see President Sunday versus FD Signifier? That sounds like a little bit interesting. I think they're talking about WhatIfAltHist. Wait, is somebody talking about WhatIfAltHist? I think they were talking about Internet Historian. That's who Timothy's talking about for sure. NCC just pops up behind the couch and scared the bejesus out of JD Vance. Wait, are you saying I pop up Sam Cedar style? You know those, like, those videos where at the end of the video, like, Sam jumps out from behind the desk and tells you to, I don't know, like the stream or subscribe or something? We need to bring back President Kumde. Where did President Kumde go? If Sunday, oh my god, how has he only got 230 viewers talking to FD Signifier, who he has built up as some kind of a antagonist? How is that possible? How is it even possible, right, that he has that low? I mean, I guess there's a tendency, right, when people debate that a lot of people, and you saw this with Tyler debating, you know, when Tyler was debating Lonerbox, Tyler's numbers were a lot lower than, you know, his top numbers. And I can only imagine that that's like because people are somehow going into Lonerbox's chat to see like what's going on. And maybe even to like fight a little bit with the Lonerbox people, although that's going to be a losing battle, considering that Lonerbox is regularly carrying about 1,000 people. But yeah, it's strange to see Sunday not doing his best numbers despite having such a vaunted interaction. Like, he's been going for this interaction. He's been baiting FD Signifier. And I'm surprised that FD Signifier wanted to take the bait. Like, chat, sometimes I want to give Sunday give him credit for stepping away from Vosh before, like, cause he was a Vosh orbiter, right? He wasn't on the White Leaf Network, but mainly because they didn't want him. They didn't look that highly on him. he wasn't in the club, but he was a hanger-on. And he did stand up at some point and say, yeah, I don't support Vosh anymore. So I sometimes want to give him credit for that. Sometimes want to see him as like slightly better, less pernicious than the Vosh network. But as far as being a goddamn snake, he's worse. He's worse, right? So as much as things have changed, Vosh isn't as relevant. And I do see people like Tyler kind of eating up Vosh's audience, right? Sunday says that Tyler's got like Vosh's rejects. I would say that the rejects are still the ones that are still following Vosh. I would say that Tyler's probably got people who have woken up and realized that that's not something that they want to be a part of anymore. But yeah, as much as things change and empires fall, and they definitely have fallen this year. Like Keffels, remember at the beginning of this year, Keffels was getting Lonerbox's numbers. Keffels was doing 1,000 viewers on the regular. Now, mostly it was just drama and a lot of, there were a lot of hate watchers there too, but she was doing numbers. Now I'd be surprised if she could get 100. I'd be surprised if Keffels could match our numbers. But I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. It seems like she's kind of just disappeared. A lot of people, Demon Mama hardly ever streams anymore, right? A lot of this shit has changed. Obviously, Vosh is still there, and while there's political stuff going on, he's gonna maintain numbers that keep him relevant. But is he really relevant? He doesn't talk to anyone interesting. He doesn't talk about anything interesting. He's just kind of there doing his own thing, and I'm willing to just let him sort of dwindle away by himself. But you're going to see people rise up and sort of take that place that he used to occupy. And it's weird how things don't change, right? You still got sussy Bacchus and fake leftists occupying like way too much territory. You still got Twitch poll people that haven't really been exposed for what they actually were and the compromise they made. And yeah, Sussy Bacchus doing Sussy Bacchus shit. Same as it ever was. So even without Whiteleaf, because I do, like, I'm not, as much as I got, criticism for that, for everybody that's just sitting in there kind of not saying anything about Vosh and just sucking off the clout that he provides. I don't think that Whiteleaf is like my enemy going forward. I don't think that Whiteleaf is something that we got to worry about. I think that Whiteleaf is honestly, and Vosh is a problem that will solve itself. I think that in due time, people will move away from that stuff. So yeah, I'm not concerned about those kind of people as rivals. Extremely skeptical of streamers who left the right. It's very Voshian. Foxluck, unfortunately, you're out of luck tonight. You're not allowed to advertise bullshit in my Twitch stream. Thank you very much. Sunday wasn't Vosh material. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they underestimated him. I don't know. Like I said, people are going to rise up in the place of them. It could be Sunday just as likely as anybody else. I'm not saying that Sunday's not like a entertaining streamer. I'm not saying that he's not got his shit together in terms of, funding. Chat, Sunday makes like more than twice as much as I do. So I'm not gonna like hate, like I'm not a hater. I'm not gonna sit here and say that somebody, talk shit about somebody that's just not true. FD Signifier ran into some friends of mine at Dragon Con. I was jelly. To be fair, FD reaches out to a lot of smaller creators, so Sunday getting his attention isn't the big feat. Yeah, he's got a kind of weird he makes some weird choices as far as that goes, but hey. I don't always agree with FD, but I agree with him more often than not. Yeah, I same, Matt Rocks. Don't want to read the comments in there? Why antagonize FD Signifier? He's so chill. Because Sunday is... Let me explain this, right? White aggrievement is not limited to MAGA. And Vosh has shown us that it's quite the powerful, it's quite the potent force on the left, unfortunately, too. And so for a successful black man like FD Signifier, you know, to exist, it grinds some people's gears. Now, I'm not saying that Sunday's gears are necessarily ground by that. I don't know what his actual motivations are, but I do know what he's doing, and he's monetizing the same kind of white aggrievement that Vosh did, right? Because that's mostly what people do, is they say that FD Signifier doesn't give white people a fair shake or something like that, or he's too, you know, too hard. And I honestly think he's not harsh enough. I honestly think he's a little too, you know, he's a little too willing to give people the benefit of the doubt, right? Sorry, that came off as a criticism. What I mean is that, like, I feel like he's, you know, very accessible to, you know, white viewers as well, right? He's not, but I mean, like, he does, you know, there's a little challenge there. And to some white people, that is like, that fucking burns them up. And this is what Twitch Bull was like, and this is what Vosh's community is like. It's definitely what Destiny's community is like. And Sunday's just seeing that audience out there, and I think he's appealing to the same audience, right? He's appealing to FD haters. That's what he's doing. All right, so don't get it twisted. Don't go out of here and tell Sunday that I said he was a fucking racist, right? That's not what I'm saying. I don't know what motivates him. I don't know how much white aggrievement he does or doesn't feel, but I do know that there's an audience out there that is tweaked by FD Signifier. And I do know that there are streamers out there that want to make money off of that audience. And I think Sunday has shown himself to be one of those people. So I'm being really clear about that, right? Because, you know, that'll blow up on my face if it turns into, like, she called Sunday a racist based on nothing. What is the White Leaf Network? Never heard of it. It is the... Well, on one level, okay. It's literally software, right? What is it called? Like, yeah, White Leaf software, right? It's a software for streamers. If they have a website, they can embed their YouTube or their Twitch into that website. And then people watching on that will count as viewers for YouTube, will count as viewers for Twitch or whatever they're embedding, but will also be able to subscribe on the website, right? Which can give them similar or better stuff to what YouTube or Twitch gives you for membership, right? And in a way that benefits the streamer more, takes less out of the donations or the subs or whatever from the viewers. And so then thereby, you know, pays the streamer more. So that's a good thing, right? That's really valuable. Who wouldn't want that? Well, it's a little bit like, who wouldn't want the apple that the witch, the beautiful apple that the wish pulls out and offers to Snow White, right? Yeah, it looks very appealing on purpose. But if you take a bite out of that, you're going to sleep for 1,000 years. And you're going to find yourself compromised in being able to call out the kind of shit that Vosh does. Like monetizing that white aggrievement, right? You're not going to be able to say that because now you're sort of dependent on Vosh for your income. So that's what it is. It's people that have taken a bite out of that apple and slept for 1,000 years. No, but they've, you know, they're using Vosh's server, and they're using Vosh's sysadmin, and they're using the web infrastructure that she's created in order to increase their income by anywhere between 30 and 50%. So I do, on one hand, see why it's really, really tempting. I do see why people make that choice. But it is a choice that I've actually been offered by one of Vosh's sysadmin's best friends, like offered to talk to White Nervosa on my behalf way back in the day, and I said no. Right? As a small streamer, I said no. As a streamer who very much needed more income, I said no. Because I recognized that for what it was. I was like, if I'm using his sysadmin, can I really criticize him? How's that gonna work? How's that gonna work? If I use his sysadmin, if I use his servers, I'm kind of attached to at the hip to this guy. And oh my god, am I ever glad to not be attached at the hip to Vosh now, given what's been revealed. So I said no, surprised the hell out of this person who, like, I don't know, a month or two later tried to destroy my stream. Right? That was the first time I was sort of attacked by somebody tangential to White Leaf. But that, that's somebody that was tangential. This person was more of a Dylan Burns stand, probably motivated by my criticism for Dylan more than anything. And this was before Dylan was on White Leaf. I got attacked proper by White Leaf a few years afterwards when I made a video critical of Xanderhall. And I actually got an attempted takedown of my channel. There was, an attempt to, from what I can tell, strike my channel over reacting to somebody else's content. Now, you don't do this in the streamer space, right? If somebody makes a criticism, if somebody watches your video, reacts to your video, you don't try to strike their video. You can. YouTube will maybe let you, depending on if you're big enough, you got enough clout. You might even be successful at it. But this is just something that the content creators don't do. It's one of the third rails that you don't hit, right? You get zapped, you get electrified, you get turned into a crispy critter if you hit that third rail. So, but they're violating this rule because I'm a nobody and they can get away with it. And they tried to take my fucking channel from me a number of times. And each time YouTube, luckily for me, told White Nervosa exactly where she could shove that complaint. And did not accept that, right? So for criticizing one of their creators, who I guess ostensibly maybe they make money off of, I'm not sure exactly how it works. But I got a copyright or an attempted, takedown multiple times. And it didn't work. I also got basically an op done against me by that same sysadmin, where I was accused of being a poster on a harassment site, right? And like with evidence too. The evidence was a Google Drive. Like, when I told you about like Google Drives, I said I was worried somebody's gonna like put together a Google Drive of Tyler taking him out of context with those clips of him talking about like Demon Mama and how he thinks it's okay to dox. I was like, oh, don't say this, right? Because they'll, you give them something, they'll totally do this. But like this Google Drive on me was a list of a hate account on a hate site and the times that it had posted. And that was somehow supposed to prove it's Irene. She's doing this, right? It's Irene doing this, I think, to Keffels or something like that. I think it was related to Keffels. And so there's not really any proof in there, but there is something of a receipt, right? In that it's timestamps of the times that this hate account was active. Well, that was White Nervosa's mistake, right? Because I've got a lot of people that are ride or die for me, not the least of whom is Zara. And Zara knows a lot about computers. I don't. So I'm kind of like freaking out. I'm like, I got these accusations, right? I got no way to disprove it. You can't falsify, something like that. You can say I didn't do it, but you can't like prove you didn't do it. And when you've got somebody of this notoriety making these accusations, sometimes the assumption is if they've got some sort of something that looks like a receipt, well, I guess you must have done it. Zara looks and cross-references the times that this hate account is making these posts with the times that I'm streaming. And it turns out that a few of these times were during my stream time, while I was on stream. So we look at one particular time in specific, and we find that I'm playing video games. In other words, chat, let me see if I can find my controller here. Not plugged in right now. Oh, that reminds me, I should play some Fallout. we go. Here we go. So wait, no, I don't know if I was using a controller, if I was just using the keyboard, but anyway, my like hands are visible, right? It's just like, oh, she's making a post? She's making a post? Has she got her controller hooked up so she can type in with like letters to the hate site? Is that what she's doing? No, you're fucking proven wrong, right? Sarah was able to falsify the unfalsifiable. Sarah was able, given White Nervosa's bullshit receipts, Sarah was able to prove that I didn't do that, right? And even after that, she was like, oh, okay, well, you know, maybe it wasn't you, but you know, she tries to move the goalpost and move the goalpost and move the goalpost. This is like the second, you know, like try to take my channel down, then try to do a fucking op to ruin my reputation. And guess what? It didn't work. I am still here. I am still a problem for Whiteleaf. And I will remain a problem for Whiteleaf until Whiteleaf no longer exists. And that's a promise. All right? I'm sticking around. Because I think this space could be better than what it is now. And I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here for that. All right? Probably even more so because of how hard they tried to take me down. I guess I didn't really believe in myself completely at that time. I wasn't sure. Like, is this what I want to do? Am I good at this? Do people appreciate this? Do people like me? Right? Am I able to give good, you know, analysis? Am I able to contribute something meaningful? And I wasn't sure. But given their reaction to me, given such a odious organization, you know, like putting so much attention to trying to destroy me, thank you for letting me know that I am doing something meaningful and that I got the exact my enemies speak volumes to the worth of what I'm doing here. So yeah, again, try to stop the insurgent. You might just get more insurgency. We're insurgent as fuck on this channel. And we are coming for them in content, of course. I wonder how the farms feel about Tyler, because he definitely shit-talked them pretty hard. Yeah, I mean, I try to avoid... That's why I didn't say the name of the site. Hassan's arms are distracting me. Wait, where? Are his arms there? Wait, am I missing his arms? Oh, there they are. Jesus Christ. Hasanabi's debate lords. Yeah. At TwitchCon. Oh, interesting. Well, it's not what you think it is. It's not like actual debate lords. I think it's just people arguing about whether a hot dog can be considered a sandwich. Oh, Streamer X doesn't like Streamer Y? I'm going to go do whatever the fuck. I'm going to fuck their channel up. Yeah, basically. Wait, is what comparable to Patreon? Ooh, not really. Not really. It's a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother thing because it lets you be discoverable on... So in other words, every view that you get on your website is a view on YouTube or Twitch or whatever you're embedding, right? So you keep those views up so you keep getting discovered by more people, but you're bringing the people that are really part of the community into the website and giving them... It's a little bit like that, I guess. There are benefits, right, to membership that they... And look in YouTube, it's like it's limited, right? I can give you what, like early release on videos. That actually hurts me in the algorithm, so I got to find a way around that. But I can give you access to exclusive content, right? I can you know, put things like you know, for the top level of membership we have. In fact, that reminds me, I need to upload a new one, like a wallpaper for you that comes from these. You know, stuff like this, right? But I think it's kind of unlimited, right? The perks that they can offer, like chatters on the Whiteleaf websites. But the real deal is that they know that they're able to support their streamer like more. But it is a little bit like that, right? In terms of Miskatonic said comparable to Patreon. In terms of the fact that Patreon keeps less of the donations and the streamer or the content creator gets more of what the community is giving. It is kind of like that, right? But yeah, it's to a great, like, it's basically because of the fact that Vosh is running his servers regardless, they're able to just kind of, like, you know, pay these people out, right? And so it's in other words, they're kind of getting paid to be vouchers, to vouch for Vosh, right? When Vosh gets criticized, then you could be like, oh, but Shark seems to be okay with Vosh, right? Riverboat Jack is fine with Vosh. Demon Mama, you like Demon Mama, right? Like, you can go to a mirror. Dylan Burns, right? Dylan Burns, he does good content with Ukraine. Dylan Burns wouldn't be, you know, supporting of somebody that's, you know, a creepazoid that's into, like, underage erotic drawings or whatever the fuck he looks at, right? It's kind of like protection for Vosh. And then they're getting something back from it, right? So it's a conflict of interest is really what it is. And I saw it as that from the get-go, and that's probably why I raised their suspicion in the first place, right? Because I was not going to play ball. You come to me and you tell me that you've got an offer that I can't refuse, I'm going to try to figure out how to refuse that offer. You come to me and you tell me to play ball, I'm going to try to figure out how to change the rules. I'm not playing by those rules. I don't want to play your game. I don't like your game. I've got a better game. And as we get bigger and bigger, I'm going to start running that game. And you're going to have to adapt. All of you assholes, right? With your fucking clout networks that thought, well, yeah, we could just dogpile her into oblivion. How did that work out for you? Did you dogpile me into oblivion, or am I more relevant than ever? Which one is it? Which one is it, really? How did that work out for you? How's that going for you? Are you scared yet? Because you should be if you try to destroy somebody's channel. Because they're critical, because you're afraid of the criticism that they have to offer your creators. Wow. That really says something about how you feel about your creators. That really says something about your own insecurity, whether it's Dylan Burns or Xander Hall or Vosh or Demon Mama or any of the rest of these assholes, right? We're coming for them. And they're scared. Especially Sunday. Especially Sunday. Nobody whinges like President Sunday. I can smell his fear, right? It's sweat. It just oozes off of him like sweat. Anyway, chat. Anyway. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how late. I'm supposed to try to get to bed earlier, aren't I? A lot of these white leaf those white leaf PO are like why I left the right. Red flags. Oh, people. Sorry, not PO. Never understood people who treat their favorite streamers like sports teams, right? Oh, yeah, exactly. We're pro-insurgent right here, yeah. We're not afraid of that shit. I couldn't see Hassan's buff arms because of J-Reg's goofy charm. Oh yeah, people want me to cover this, whatever this is, right? So wait, chat, seriously, what do you want me to do tomorrow? Do you want me to cover Sunday and FD? I feel like that's gonna be the one. Especially if they're fighting, right? Nearly 8 hours? Shit. I gotta go to sleep. But just be here tomorrow. Alright, I'll try to do better. I'll try to keep the stream from going down. And we'll have a big old stream and we'll scare the shit out of President Sunday once again. We'll play a little game with the octopus. How about that? Sunday and FD was a pretty civil stream. Interesting. Well, wow. That's pretty disingenuous considering I covered. In fact, I should probably put that out now, right? Sunday going over FD's video. Like how much smoke. You know what it was? It's that FD's not talking to him. That's what he's fucking mad about. That's what he's mad about. FD Signifier talking to other people, not President fucking Sunday. But yeah, we'll get at them again tomorrow and agitate. Till then, much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Wait, should we try to... see who's on Twitch. We got hit by 2 raids today, so... Stick around for just a second, Twitch, and I'll try to give you somebody good to watch. Okay, I hope I didn't, like, yeah, we'll do this. We got hit by Echoplex on a raid last night. Switch to Twitch. Yeah, you can if you want. Yeah, YouTubers, feel free to jump over to Twitch if you want to. We're going to be raiding Echoplex Media. I haven't really talked to them in a long time, but they hit us with a raid last night, so I wanted to pay the favor back. Play back the flavor. So yeah, get in Twitch, nocommentchick CC. I don't know, you've got like 15 seconds or something. I'm not even sure how long you got. And make this, oh my god. I literally can't make this bigger, can I? It just gives me such little windows. Looks like we've got 22 in our raid, so ready to get in there, ready to jump in there, ready to support Echoplex Media. I sure hope you are. You got like, I don't know, 10 seconds left, maybe less. I'm seeing the counter time down, the timer to count down. See what Echoplex is up to tonight. They've also got oh no, there's the 10-second countdown. They've also got Hildebeest. The name that I've heard around. Here you go, Raiders. Fly my pretties. There you go. All right, good night, YouTube.